Will everyone please curb your enthusiasm? We are about to begin our meeting. I am calling to order the May 7th, 2019 meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have the roll call, please?
Council members Agajanian.
Present.
Devine.
Here.
Garpetian.
Here.
Sinanian.
Here.
Mayor Najarian.
Here. Council member Sinanian, would you lead us in the flag salute?
I will, Mr. Mayor. Please join me in pledging allegiance to the flag of our nation. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for this evening's invocation, which will be delivered to us by Rabbi Rick Schechter from Temple Sinai of Glendale.
Thank you, Artie. Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members and city officials, fellow citizens, let us pray. Dear God, source of life, we pray for the well-being of our cherished Glendale community. May your blessings rest upon the members of our city council and its officials. Grant them a vision for our city that is wise and kind. Guide them in their positions of leadership and responsibility so that our community may continue to be a blessing to families, to organizations, and to businesses that call Glendale home. Dear God, deepen our love for our Glendale community and our desire to serve it. Strengthen our power of self-sacrifice for our city's welfare, and teach us to uphold its good name by our own right conduct. May our Jewel City continue to experience civic health, vitality, and flourishing, and may it always be a model of justice and compassion and goodness in our world. Amen.
Amen.
May we have your report?
The agenda for the May 7, 2019 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on Thursday, May 2nd, 2019 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Thank you. And the next item.
Next item is presentation and appointments at 3A's agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, May 14, 2019.
Mr. Golanian.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. For the meeting of May 14, 2019, we'll have a special meeting of the Glendale City Council. And we have one item, Interim Director of Finance, regarding budget study session number 3. For the Glendale Housing Authority, there are no agendized items. However, we'll have a joint meeting of Glendale City Council and Glendale Housing Authority, and we have one item, Director of Community Service and Parks, regarding fiscal year 1920 proposed annual action plan for community development block grants, AEBG, Emergency Solutions Grant, and Home Investment Partnership Act. In the evening, commencing at 6 p.m., for the Glendale City Council, we have 2 items on consent. Chief Information Officer and General Manager of Glendale Water and Power regarding amendment to professional services agreement with Shore Power Consulting, followed by Director of Community Service and Parks regarding transportation vendor purchase order extension with Four Winds Day Camp. And under action items, only 2 items, Directors of Public Works and Community Development regarding standards for landscaping and parkways, followed by Glendale General Manager of Glendale Water and Power regarding amendment of contract with N. Harris Computer Corporation to provide application technical support and maintenance and professional services for GWP's Municipal Customer Information and Billing System. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Ruby is a proclamation designating May 2019 as Older Americans Month.
And who's here to receive this proclamation?
Good evening, Mayor Najarian and members of council. My name is Eileen Asayan, overseeing the Senior Services Unit. And to highlight the month of Older Americans Month, we have two special events, the 90 Plus celebration and our Senior Street Fest. And with that, I'd like to introduce you our committee member, chair, Camille Levy, to accept the proclamation. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff. Thank you so much for this honor. A little over a year ago, this council approved a Senior Services Committee. We've been meeting for over a year. We'll be coming back to you in a few months with a report. But there are 48,000 over 60 aged adults in the city of Glendale and growing. So this is indeed a very important task that you have given us, and we are so honored that you have given us that opportunity. And I encourage you to come out to Senior Fest on May 15th and also to come to the 90th birthday party. I have with me members of our committee, and together we will accept that proclamation. Thank you.
Hello, committee. Let me read the proclamation and put this in context. Whereas the city of Glendale, with a population of 45,000 plus older adults 60 years and older, enrich our community through their diverse life experiences, and whereas Glendale recognizes the importance of bringing together all generations and engaging in activities that promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being for the benefit of all, and whereas Glendale continues to enhance the lives of Americans in our community by promoting home and community-based services that support aging in place, involving older adults in community, social, and recreational activities, and providing opportunities for older adults to connect, create, and contribute. Now, therefore, I, R.N. Najarian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, do hereby proclaim May 2019 as Older Americans Month. I urge every resident to take time during this month to recognize older adults and the people who serve them as essential and valuable members of our community. Mr. Agajanian, would you do the honors, please? Older.
I thought you were coming at me.
No.
You probably crossed your mind. Oh. Hold on.
What is you're blocking me?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille and committee members. Next item, please.
3C is proclamation designating May 2019 as CalFresh Awareness Month.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. On behalf of Los Angeles County and the Department of Public Social Services, I want to thank you for providing us this opportunity to share with you what the County of Los Angeles is doing to alleviate food insecurity and help feed individuals and families. We truly appreciate the City of Glendale being part of this effort this year. CalFresh Awareness Month is our major annual effort for CalFresh enrollments. Food security is a very serious concern confronted by residents who are struggling to put food on the table every day, and enrolling CalFresh can help alleviate that worry. Los Angeles County, there are over 1 million individuals that receive CalFresh benefits, and of those, approximately 24,000 live here in the City of Glendale. We estimate that an additional 14,000 maybe in Glendale may be potentially eligible for CalFresh benefits, but are not receiving them currently. So we're looking forward to continue our partnership with the City of Glendale to reach and connect with these households. And additionally, this year's focused outreach efforts will include newly eligible population, which is a great segue from our last group of Older Americans Month. So for the first time since 1974, seniors and individuals receiving SSI or SSP will be eligible to CalFresh benefits. This accounts for approximately an additional 200,000 newly eligible individuals in LA County. So we're very excited about this change in law and look forward to working with the City of Glendale and other community partners to help us increase enrollments among this population. Excuse me. So we encourage low-income individuals and families to apply for CalFresh benefits. There's several ways to do that. Simply put, individuals can call, click, or come in. You can call by calling our customer service center, applying online at getcalfresh.org, or you can come into any of our district offices. In addition, we do conduct outreach activities at about 100 community events per month at supermarkets, hospitals, clinics, food pantries, farmer markets, WIC sites, etc. So I would like to thank the City Council for this opportunity to speak about the CalFresh program and our CalFresh Awareness Month campaign. So we embrace your resolution to help spread the word about CalFresh awareness and the value it brings to helping individuals and families move towards self-sufficiency. So together we can make a difference in the lives of individuals and families who greatly need this food assistance. So thank you once again for joining us in proclaiming May 2019 as CalFresh Awareness Month.
Thank you. And here's the proclamation. Whereas one of the highest priorities of LA County is to reduce hunger and improve the health of low-income residents in the nation's largest county by increasing access and participation in the CalFresh program, and whereas CalFresh serves a significant resource in the countrywide approach to preventing food insecurity, helping low-income families and individuals increase their food purchasing power and raise their levels of nutrition, and whereas the Department of Public Social Services, DPSS, Health and Nutrition Mobile Unit and Outreach Division staff are deployed daily throughout the county at large community events, supermarkets, health clinics, libraries, and many other public settings that are easily accessible and provide a comfortable atmosphere for CalFresh applicants. And whereas approximately 1.1 million individuals in LA County receive CalFresh, yet there are more that may be eligible but not participating. And whereas outreach to the elderly and or disabled population that receive SSI and SSP payment is vital to ensure they are informed and provided with access to apply for food benefits through the CalFresh program. And now, therefore, I, R. Najarian, Mayor of Glendale, do hereby proclaim May 2019 to be recognized as CalFresh Awareness Month and urge all residents to share information about the benefits of the CalFresh program with those who desperately need it most. Councilmember Sinani.
Yes, sir.
If I may add, at the end, I'll leave some flyers in the back that has some information on how people can apply as well.
And just so I'm clear, CalFresh was formerly the food stamp program?
Correct. Yeah.
But it covers much more than food stamps, correct? It has,
Well,
or is it similar to the?
Yeah, it's basically the rename of food stamps. So now you get what you call an EBT card, similar to your debit card. You can use that at any outlet that accepts EBT cards to pick up benefits. Even at a lot of the farmers markets, they'll take them and even give you a discount if you're using them at farmers markets. Yeah. So it's basically just for the food, but we also have CalWorks, which is cash aid to families, General Relief, which is cash aid to indigent adults, and also Medi-Cal. Okay.
Likewise.
All right.
Ready? Thank you. Mr. Kasakian, what's the next item?
Under consent items, we have a number of items following a routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before a motion is proposed.
Would someone like to move the consent calendar? I'm sorry?
That's items 4A through 4I.
For A through F.
I move the items.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmembers Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes. Thank you. And the next item.
Next is city council and staff comments.
Let me start from my right this time. Ms. Devine.
Okay, I have a few. First of all, I was fortunate to welcome all the 800 participants to the 9th annual Verdugo Mountains 10K. 800 participants from ages 8 to 81. And I want to make sure that we thank Glendale Parks and Open Space Foundation, the Community Services and Parks Department, Dignity Health, Glendale Memorial. You know, it takes a village to put on an event like this, and I mean to tell you, there were a lot of people, volunteers involved in putting on this event, and it was absolutely fantastic. The other event I attended that I wanted to mention was the Armenian American Chamber of Commerce, where they honored actually our city manager, Yasmin Beers. But it was so good to see the chamber active and raising funds for scholarships in our community. On a kind of a bitter, well, kind of a sad note, I want to mention that Alan Malekian from the Design Review Board has turned in his resignation. He served for 16 years on our Design Review Board and has done a stellar job. I don't think I ever went anywhere where Design Review Board was mentioned that he wasn't cited as a strong member, always prepared, intelligent comments, and I just want to thank him for all those years of service. And so now, of course, I'm tasked with replacing him. Big shoes to fill, I have to say. But what I'd like to mention tonight is that if there's an architect, a landscape architect out there that is willing to serve for approximately a year till my term ends in 2020, I would appreciate if you would contact the city clerk's office, fill out an application so that I can make an appointment immediately. This is such an important board, and we need someone who's qualified, who has a good background in architecture or landscape architecture, so that we can make these decisions with thoughtfulness and experience. The next item I'd like to mention is I've gotten a lot of emails and calls from residents concerning the brown front yards that we're seeing, the front yards that are not kept up. You know, we had the drought situation and you weren't allowed to use water, and a lot of the grass has died, or it's there, but it's brown, or some yards are even just dirt. And that is, you know, becomes a quality of life issue. So I'd like to remind residents that it is your responsibility to take care of your front yards. Remember that your neighbors, you know, there are a lot of people, neighbors, that take pride in their home and their front yards. And we'd like to see Glendale come back to its green appearance. I know we used to have those signs out, brown is the new green. Well, it is no longer the new green. It is green is green. So please, if you're out there and you're not taking care of your front yard, please do. You know, the other thing is code enforcement. If they see it, they can come out and cite you for that, for your lawn. So please take care of your property. So, and the final request that I'm going to make is, many are aware of the controversial and contentious council issues that have come before council that we've been dealing with in the last few months, and several of them have had a rather negative impact on our community, and I believe it's something that council might want to address. Several people have told me about a program in Long Beach. It's called the City of Kindness, and it's a kindness project. And so what I'd like is to ask if I can get one of my colleagues to provide a second, I'd like to ask staff to bring back a report which will for council describing the project that is being done in Long Beach if it's feasible, to recommend if it's feasible for us to do a similar program of kindness in Glendale. I just think it's something that we need in this day and age where every time we turn on the television, there's something horrible that's happened. And I just want to make sure that we all are good to each other, kind to each other. You know, we can all agree to disagree. I mean, that's a fundamental. But we can also take a step towards just being nice to each other. So I'd like to see if I can get a second from one of my colleagues to investigate a program or a project like this in Glendale.
Actually, I will second your motion. And City of Anaheim has that, and the mayor was, his nickname was Mayor of Kindness. And I already spoke to city manager about it once before, but I think it's a great idea to bring that report back. I mean, I don't think we don't have any kindness amongst our colleagues. We have heated discussions, which is a healthy thing. But I think personally, I can speak for myself that I have the most respect for my colleagues, and I'm always willing to work with my colleagues, and I don't think there's an issue. But I second your motion to bring a report back as far as having it's called City of Kindness. The City of Anaheim has that.
So it has been seconded to bring back. I'm not aware of any acts of cruelty or any hate crimes that have happened as a result of our discussions.
No,
I mean,
no,
you
no.
said recently some of our issues have, if we're talking about a general concept,
Maybe we should have a report on what the underlying issue is.
maybe that'll be included as some background to this issue.
We will most definitely bring back a report based on what the cities of Anaheim, Long Beach, and any other cities have done in terms of a campaign, I would imagine, for being a city of kindness, much akin to maybe a character and ethics program that we have implemented here citywide in the city of Glendale. So that's kind of where my head goes when I think of a campaign of that nature. Again, that would be the report that we would bring back to the City Council in terms of a campaign, and if that is something that you'd want to implement within the City of Glendale.
Right, and all I'm saying is that if the campaign is meant to actually address an issue, we need to identify the issue first. So it'd be nice for us to know what the issue is first.
And I agree. I think I'm seconding Ms. Devine's motion, not because I don't think there is kindness in our city, or there is bitterness, or there is some sort of a animosity between council members or the members of the public. Look at tonight, there is an issue, we have a case, half the room is for it, the other half may not be for it. It's the nature of this business. So just because some people oppose a project or an issue, it doesn't mean there is no kindness in the city. I just don't want to have that image that there is no kindness in Glendale and we're trying to find it from Anaheim or Long Beach.
Well,
I'm always willing to look at some the report, but again, I just want to make sure that that's not what I'm seconding. What I'm seconding is to have a report, but not because there's an unkind.
Well, the intention is that we should all, would be a broad stroke, and it's not because of any particular issue or particular cause. It's just something that I think we need to be cognizant of, all of us in our city. And I heard about the program, thought it was a beautiful idea to spread something like that in our city, and so that's why I've requested a staff report.
Thank you. Let us go to the screen, Ms. Devine.
Oh.
You had mentioned the Verdugo Mountain 10K, and I believe this is a video which has some of the highlights of the day. Or is it just still pictures?
We just have still pictures, and we were waiting for you, Mr. Mayor, to say.
Okay. Well, as Ms. Devine said, she kicked it off. Started. Did you get a gun to fire?
No, actually, I didn't. I didn't even get to say "ready, set, go." You know, but I thank you for.
Well, you stood in as a exemplary
welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I did.
It's a 6.2 mile, obviously 10K run with an elevation gain of 1,700 feet. As you said, 863 runners, which is the largest turnout ever. The top male performer was Eric Kleinsasser with a time of 40 minutes, 12 seconds. He is a 3-time winner of this race. The top female was Evelyn Ruiz with a time of 49 minutes, 28 seconds. The youngest finisher was Leo Bush, age 6. Wow. The oldest finisher was William Ackerboom, age 83. And he beat last year's eldest runner, who also shared the same name, William Ackerboom, who was only 82 last year. The longest commute goes to Bill Marceau from Naples, Florida, and I understand he is an annual runner. We had a very special athlete, and I don't mean it in the terms of a special athlete, but a special person who was a competitor. Glendale Police Chief Carl Povolitis, with a time of 1 hour and 33 minutes, and he beat his time from last year.
Yeah.
Are you here, Chief?
Was it 1 hour and 32 minutes?
Congratulations, Chief. Take a bow. Take a bow, Chief. We had sponsors from Dick's Sporting Good, from Infinite Dental Wellness, Cedar Sinai Curlin Job Institute was the official sports clinic. Supervisor Catherine Barger was the official award sponsor. Course mile marker sponsors Sunrise Rotary, Bradley and Gamellick Lawyers, Select Physical Therapy, and the Glendale Police Officers Association. So this race constitutes a trifecta race, kind of like the Kentucky Derby is. It's part of the Foothills Trail Challenge, which combines the, obviously our race, the Verdugo Mountain 10K, the Fountain to the Falls Run in Monrovia, which is this coming Saturday, and the Mount Wilson Trail Race in Sierra Madre, which is on the 25th. Other sponsors, Runner G, Neptune Productions, Super King, Jack FM, Amp Radio, Jewel City Kiwanis, Kiwanis Club of Glendale, Tri-Life Coaching, Stotts Bicycles, Glendale, Sunshine Rotary, and of course, as we mentioned, Bradley and Gamellick Lawyers. Thank you to everyone who participated. Thank you to all the officials who were there to make this happen. I don't see the fire chief's name in any of the participants. Maybe next year, Chief Lanzas, we can have you in it also. More.
No pressure.
Sorry, we have more sponsors. Zico Coconut Water, Kind Snacks, New Basin Blues, Run With Us, a shoe store in Pasadena, a runner's circle, the Armenian American Nurses Association, Gears, Crescenta Valley Insurance, and the Office of Supervisor Catherine Barger. So congratulations to everyone who competed. It's really a fun turnout. And it wasn't too early, was it?
It was very early. I made the supreme sacrifice
But you got the rest of the
Mayor.
day. You
Yes,
got the rest of the
Mayor.
day to recover.
Well, I don't know. There were other events that day too, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for being away.
Councilmember Agajanian.
I would like to nominate Eddie Minassian for the Planning Commission. Eddie Minassian is a longtime resident of Glendale. For the past 40 years, he lived in Glendale. And he has been commissioner before, like 10, 12 years ago, he was a commissioner also. So I would like to nominate him.
Thank you. We'll put that on the agenda for next week.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No.
Okay. Councilmember
One
Sines.
item, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So it's been brought to my attention, actually, a request has been made by some churches to address the issue of their inability to have electronic billboards. Currently, when a church has to announce a service, and those services happen throughout the weekend, they're different. So they have, every time they have to change their billboard, which are often high and require some strenuous physical activity and unsafe physical activity, they have to actually get up on a ladder and change things manually, which takes a long time. It's very inefficient. So churches are asking if they can be allowed for an exception to be made for them somehow, whether it's a code change or through, I guess it would be a code change, to allow for them to have electronic billboards. Obviously, this is for a nonprofit purpose. This is for a non-commercial purpose. We currently do have some electronic billboards in the city of Glendale. One noticeable one is at the Glendale Galleria, and that's for a commercial purpose, ironically. And then we, of course, our schools have digital billboards, which makes sense. Again, why force them to engage in unsafe, frequent activity? So college does too, and the reason for that is I believe they're outside of our jurisdiction. Okay. So if I can have a second for staff to prepare some. Thank you, sir. That's all I have,
So
Mr. Mayor.
encompassing all religious
Of course,
institutions.
all religious institutions, meaning that, we by no means want to turn Glendale into Times Square, but we do want to be helpful to our religious organizations. Thank you.
Mr. Garbett?
Yes, thank you. A couple of items. Yesterday, we participated at Park Paseo's rededication event, which is a 98-unit senior housing project on Isabel Street. This place is magnificent. It doesn't look like a senior housing project. It looks like a little resort. And Mayor Najarian was there and Councilman Rajanian was there, and after the program, they gave us a tour, and most of the units, even the single ones, the ones that don't have a bedroom, it's just a single unit, they're over 650, almost 600 to 700 square feet. They're very spacious and have balconies from one end to another. Very nice, very nice, very nice project. I want to congratulate them. This entire building was renovated. It was a $35 million renovation, and the residents are very happy, let me put it that way. Last week, I was in Sacramento lobbying for different issues. Few bills that are coming up. Interest mortgage deduction is again on the horizon. I mean, this is for people to send a notice to their legislatures, to their elected officials in Sacramento, because this is keep coming back. They're trying to take that away. Water tax is again on the horizon. It's coming. Parcel tax. They're talking about adding parcel tax for different uses, different purposes, and also properties who do not participate in Section 8 program. I think they're going to have some sort of a fine or some sort of an ordinance that's coming, or they're going to pass a new law for Section 8 programs that many of the landlords may have to participate in Section 8 programs. So these are the bills that I think we need to follow as well. So when I came back from that trip, I participated in Taste Walk Glendale, which was a great event, a community event. Everybody was on the streets. I've seen my friends I hadn't seen for 10 years, and they were on the streets using all these new facilities, all the restaurants. And I ran into one of our constituents, and this is for Mr. Lanzafame. She was not complaining, but this was a suggestion from her that when we sent a notice out for a project 3 weeks before the design review hearing or a planning hearing or any hearing, there is a link that it's part of that notice, but it's not an active link. So when they click on it, it doesn't show what the project is. So if that could be done when we send the notice out, I think it's a copy that we send to the constituents or to people who live 500-foot radius. I think that would be helpful if we can add a link to that project, so when people receive a notice, they will understand what the project is that's coming in 3 weeks. So, and also in Sacramento, I ran into ACIU members, very active, very vibrant, very kind people. The 721, ACIU 721, it was a big party for them, but there was a big groups of different lobbies there that they took us 2.5 hours to get into Capitol. So it was a great day. But with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. And in the interests of expediency, I will waive my comments for this week.
But we don't have a heavy agenda tonight.
Maybe these glasses work better. Very well. Let's move on to the next portion of the agenda.
Mayor and council, next items are the community event announcements, which are limited to 3 minutes.
I have one card for a community event announcement, Savada Hamlins and Camille Levy.
Okay, I'm putting on my other hat now. You all know past president of the Glendale Noon Rotary Club, Elizabeth Monassarian, president-elect Kathy Rust, and of course me. We're here to tell you that it's less than 1 month to the Glendale Noon Rotary Cars for Cops and Kids event that's going to be held at Verdugo Park. Councilmember Garpetian has participated for a couple of years. Not sure if his car won or not, but there is an opportunity for a day of family fun, not just cars, beautiful cars, but music and activities for the kids. And as a collaborative partner, the Verdugo Woodlands Dads Club is providing food and beverages for sale. In addition, all of the funds raised go back to Glendale Unified School District, the Police Officers Association programs for our teens and young people, and other community groups that serve the youth in the community. So I encourage all of our residents to come out to Verdugo Park. I know all of you will be there on Sunday, June 2nd, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Come join us for a fun, friendly family event. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Noon Rotary. General public comments are next, and my first speaker is Tamara Movsesian.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, we have offered translation services to Ms. Movsesian, and she has declined.
Okay, then, she shall have 3 minutes.
Բարև ձեզ։ Ես թարգմանիչ չեմ ուզում, գիտեմ բոլորդ հասկանում եք։ Առաջին ասեմ, սա թեմայի չի վերաբերվում, բայց վերաբերվում է, շատ ուրախ եմ այսօր, ոնց որ դուք համախմբված եք, ոնց որ թիմ լինեք։ Երկար տարիներ, մոտ 20 տարի ես չէի տեսել, որ council member-ները թիմի նման լինեն։ Շատ ուրախ եմ, առաջինը։ Երկրորդ հարա, շատ ուրախ եմ, որ դու կարողացար տանտերերի ասոցիացիայի pressure-ի տակից դուրս գաս։ Բրավո քեզ, որ այդքան ուժ ունեցար դրանց մի քիչ կոպիտ խոսք է, բայց ռադան ես։ Որտեղ տանտերերի մեծ մասը, բոլորը չէ, ոչ ամոթ ունեն, ոչ պատկառանք, ոչ պատվի զգացմունք։ Իհարկե կա մաս, որ շնորհքով մարդիկ են, դրանց էլ գիտեմ։ Հիմա այս բադի վիճակը, այս լամպը բան չունի, փակ չունի, կարող է բան լինի։ Այս մարդը ռեմոնտ անողն է, ռիփար անողն է ամբողջ շենքի, ոչ լայսենս ունի, ոչ գրագետ է, ոչ մի բան։ Երկրորդ հարկի վաննան փոխելու համար ծակել է առաջի հարկի պատալոկը, որը իմն է, ես ասի դու պերմիտ ունես, իմ հալով, որ ես ինժեներ չեմ։ Ինձ շատ կոպիտ պատասխանեց, ես էլ ասի դու իդիոտ ես։ Ասում եմ, որ հետո չասեք սուտ, եթե ասի իդիոտ եմ ասել, սուտ եմ ասել, չէ, սուտ չի, ճիշտ եմ ասել։ Սա տրուբան խցանված էր, այս կեղտա, տուալետի կեղտերն է, որ մի շաբաթից ավել ամբողջ շենքը հոտի մեջ խեղդվում էր։ Ես իմ ձեռքերս էլ վատ աշխատում, թե պուլտը։ Այս սինկը տարիներ է, տեսեք, այս բանը չկա մեջտեղի, տեղ ցանցադրվում։ Պատերը սա պոկված։ Ես իմ ինչ քաբրը արավ։ Եկել են մենեջմենտից ասել են փետրվարի 12-ին, որ ես պետք է փոխեն, միջև այսօր դեռ փոխում են։ Սա վաննայի մեջ այս կեղտը երբ որ տունը ընենց հոտ էր, որ խեղդվում էին, ծակ նորից բաց են արել այդ անցքը, այսքան զիբիլաթափ է երկրորդ հարկից վադայի մեջ։ Պատկերացրեք, այս վիճակում տան մեջ մարդ ապրի։
Thank you.
Ժամանակս լրացա։
Yes, your time is
Բայց
up.
այս պուլտը փչացած, այս մեկն էլ ասեմ դոր, այս էլ եկել են տրուբաներն են փոխել, որտեվ վադայի կրանտը բանը չէր աշխատում։ Այս անցքներ, սենց կպցրած, էլի
Thank you.
3 ամիսա, տրի բաց։ Հիվի։
Thank you, Mrs. Movsesian. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
I do have a question.
Vladimir, would you
Vlad,
please
will you
come forward?
Ասեք։ Բաղաձավորես։
Vlad, translate, please. So is this current? Is this something that's happening currently? Or is this something that happened months ago?
Այո, հենց հիմա որ գաք, inspection անեք կա։
Yeah, it's currently there.
Ինսպեկտորը անցյալ տարվա սեպտեմբերից եկելա, գրելա, ուղարկելա management։ Մինչև այսօր սարքում են։
Inspector visited them last year in September and sent a notice to the management, and they're still fixing it.
Okay, so my request is for someone to go out there again and
Yes,
armed with this information and see what's going on, because it's
Definitely.
pretty
Mr. Mayor.
unhygienic and unsafe.
Էլի եկելա, ինսպեկտորը եկելա։ Այսօր էլ պետք է գար ինսպեկտորը inspection աներ, բայց management-ից իրան ասել են, իբրև թե եկել են սարքելու ուրբաթ օրը, այսինքն մարտի մայիսի 3-ին, ես չեմ թույլ տվել։
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this issue is before code enforcement within community development. It's an issue that we have been dealing with since September of 2018. It is important to note that all of these issues were not surfaced all at the same time, and it has been an iterative process with the resident. And so we are working with the owner of the building as well as the resident, and we'll send you a report on this item in the next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Movsesian. Thank you, Vlad. And
Մենակ այս ապարտմենտը չի։
thank you.
Հիմա բացով են տվել։
Thank you for letting us know about it. And as the city manager said, we are enforcing the codes. And thank you for bringing it forward to us. The next speaker is Alicia Harris.
Եղավ, ապրեք։ Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening. We're more than Alicia Harris.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, my name is Nick Messiers. I live here in Adams Hill. And this is Alicia Harris and Angeline. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about Glendale Out, our LGBTQ Pride Art Show for 2019. Starting June 1st through July 13th, we will be presenting amateur, professional, and student artwork on the theme of coming out at the ACE 121 Gallery here in downtown Glendale. And this year, with outreach from Glendale schools, we will also be co-presenting more than 45 pieces of art from their student body. And Alicia will talk to you about that. Alicia and Angeline will talk to you about that.
Good evening. I am Alicia Harris, a social studies teacher and Gay Straight Alliance co-sponsor at Crescenta Valley High School, also the vice president, proud vice president of the Glendale Teachers Association. It is my deep pleasure to be working in collaboration with Nick and Angie and others this year as we continue the queer narrative in Glendale this year with more voices, more generations, and a broader community outreach. Glendale Out is a multi-venue LGBTQIA-based event in collaboration with local chapters of the Gay Straight Alliance in the GUSD. After advertising district and community-wide for over a month, we are thrilled to announce that we have artistic submissions from high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools from throughout the district. CVHS will host an art show in their campus gallery from Monday, May 13th through Friday, May 17th. At CV, all submitted work from throughout the district will be displayed. Selected art pieces from the show at CV will then be shown at the ACE 121 Gallery during Glendale Pride from June 1st through July 13th.
Hello, my name is Angie, and I am an 8th grade student at Rosemont Middle School, and I'm also an officer for our Gay Straight Alliance and the student delegate for the Glendale Out Planning Committee. I'm here today to encourage community attendance in the CVHS Gallery and ACE 121 Gallery. While the term coming out has come to proudly be associated with members of the LGBTQIA community, all with a story to tell are encouraged to submit art or writing. Whether one has publicly come out about their sexuality, gender identity, or anything deemed queer about themselves, as a community, I'm sure we can all relate to shedding our fears to be fully ourselves. And to you city leaders and community members watching at home, please join us on Monday, May 13th from 3:30 to 6 for the CVHS Art Gallery opening night, where all GUSD student work, will be showcased. Join the fun of seeing the beautiful work and meeting the talented artists. Light refreshments will be provided. The work will also be on display from Tuesday, May 14th through Friday, May 17th from 3:30 to 5. We look forward to seeing you then. Thank you all so much for your support and time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms.
I think
Devine.
this is an appropriate time to say that this is Teacher Appreciation Week. So I'd like to thank you for all that you're doing for the children and this group of kids. And of course, it's also Nurses Appreciation Week too, but you are a
Thank you. I'll accept that on behalf of the 1,227 members of the Glendale Teachers Association and myself.
All right.
Next speaker is Tony Passarella.
You want me to show it?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and viewing public. Tony Passarella. Part 11, I think, say no to dockless electric scooters. 7 reasons. I don't know if I'll get to all of them, but number 1, they're not safe. This is mainly for the viewing public that doesn't tune in every week. This is basically a review. They're not safe. They're manufactured cheaply in China. The baseboards are broken. I've showed you pictures of those. The handlebars, the stem fall off. They're wobbly. The brakes fail, and many more problems. Number 2, they're environmentally unsafe. We're going to put these scooters in an environment where we're going to have a gang of vigilante teens that have hijacked the scooters and are now riding on the sidewalks and putting in harm's way these 45,000 older people that are going to be, traversing through the city, and some of them on walkers, some of them on those little mobility things. So it's a very dangerous environment, not to mention the potholes in the streets. The wise people are going to recognize they're dangerous on the sidewalks and illegal, for that matter, $197 fine, that they're not going to ride them on the streets with potholes, that former Mayor Sinanian said they were going to be fixed, but they haven't been fixed. The cracks this wide in the streets, so that's a hazard. Number 3, I'm running out of time. There's no real legitimate need. I mean, we got the metro, we got bicycles, we got cars, we got motorcycles. They're trying to manufacture Silicon Valley, who put millions and millions of dollars into this companies, are trying to create a need that's coming up with terms of micro mobility, last mile. There's just no need, really. They're not green, by the way. They're not green. If you take into consideration the manufacturing, so it's all a lie. The manufacturing, the delivery of the scooters to the destination, the pickup by the chargers and repair people in their vans and in their trucks, and then the charging of them, and then the redistribution, and then the disposal. So they're not really green. They're a nuisance. I showed you last week that they're going to litter the sidewalks in front of the credit union, right? So you can have business owners calling you, emailing you, citizens, and so they're not going to be happy. It's a policing nightmare. I mean, are the police really going to ticket the vigilante riders that are riding on the sidewalks, or are they going to look the other way? It's a failing business model. 7,000 were introduced by Byrd, and there's only 1,500 left in circulation. It's a failing business model. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr.
Sinan.
Pastorella, will you talk to our Public Works Director, Mr. Amran, he's right there, and tell him where it is that we have potholes in Glendale, because
Oh my
I kind of
God.
think is not okay in Glendale. So talk to him. And
Right now?
at some point, yeah, when you're concerned about potholes, let's do it.
Next speaker is Susan Wolfson.
Good evening. First of all, thank you for the tireless service you give to our community week in and week out, and for the opportunity to speak here tonight. Tonight, I want to thank the city for starting to plant additional street trees over the past several weeks. The urban forest is one component of our struggle to preserve the character of our community and the habitability of our planet, so I'm personally very grateful to see additional trees planted in the public right-of-way and at city parks. Street and park trees do a great deal to preserve the character of our neighborhoods and can also assist us in combating climate change. However, I want to encourage the city to select native species of trees whenever possible, particularly oak trees, which are drought tolerant and offer wonderful shade when mature. The temperature on a hot day will be several degrees cooler in the shade of even a small oak tree. And oak trees, which grow to be quite large, can absorb a great deal of carbon dioxide and other potentially harmful gases. Other non-native species, such as pine trees, for example, offer fewer environmental benefits and require much more watering, as they are not as well adapted to our naturally drier weather. Pine trees drop sharp needles onto the ground, which can hurt the delicate skin of children and infants. Additionally, pine trees drop sap, which damage clothing and the surfaces of nearby vehicles. Having said all of that, I am very grateful for the additional trees planted, for the care the city is giving to encourage them to thrive. These trees are an investment in our city's future and represent a commitment to preserving the qualities of Glendale that attracted so many of us to choose it as our home. Please continue these efforts to fill in empty spots and to replace trees that died during the worst of the recent drought. Finally, I want to encourage you to develop and/or update any existing comprehensive plan for Glendale's environmental sustainability. This plan should take into account not only how we generate power, but also promotion of our urban forest, waste reduction, and stopping the proliferation of plastic debris, among other issues. We face many important problems, but if our planet becomes uninhabitable, all our other problems are moot. Thank you again for all you do and for listening to these comments.
Carpetjan.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the speaker for bringing this issue up. I think we've been planting trees for the last several years, every year, but we just don't come out and mention it every time. And if I'm not mistaken, we have 47,000 trees in the city that we maintain, and we have a contractor that we hire that they maintain and prune it, and they cut them down if they're diseased, and they're going to transfer this disease to another trees. And that doesn't include all the trees that are on the hillsides, basically, the open nature that we have right now. But I think whenever we have so many reports that we ask, but whenever in the next few months we have time, I just want to have a report as to how many trees we planted in the last 10 years, basically. I think the city continuously planting more trees every year, and 47,000 trees in one city. It doesn't include all the cities on private land. And so this is a green city, basically. And I want to thank you for mentioning the efforts of the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Not just a green city, but a tree city USA.
Tree City USA, yes.
And,
Our official.
Mr. Mayor, we just had the event at Verdugo Park where we planted, not only at Verdugo Park, but all over the city, over 200 trees, thanks to a grant, the Circle 3.0. So indeed, we are keeping up, hopefully.
So I would support the request for that report to come back.
Doesn't have to be next week, but whenever.
We'll provide you with an update, not a problem.
Thank you.
I don't have any other cards, so we will close this portion of public comment and move to the next item, please.
Under adoption of ordinances, at 7A is an ordinance to disestablish Adams Square Business Improvement District and making certain findings related thereto. This was introduced on April 30th, 2019 by Councilwoman Devine.
I'll move the item.
Is there a second? I don't have any cards. Let's take roll call, please.
Councilmembers Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Next item.
B is final inclusionary zoning ordinance, commercial development impact fee ordinance and resolution. B1 is an ordinance amending section 4.10.050, chapter 30.35, and sections 30.40.010, 30.40.040 of the Glendale Municipal Code 1995 relating to establishment of citywide inclusionary housing requirement. This was introduced by Councilmember Sinanian on April 30, 2019. 2 is an ordinance adding Chapter 4.11 of Glendale Municipal Code 1995 related to establishment of affordable housing commercial development impact fee. 3 is a resolution establishing an inclusionary housing in lieu fee. 4 is a resolution establishing an affordable housing commercial development impact fee.
Mr. Lanzafame.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, last week you introduced an inclusionary zoning ordinance that was very comprehensive, citywide, outlined in lieu fees, and a lot of the parameters around the program. There were 4 areas that you had some discussion and you asked to modify the ordinance, which has been done and is there for you for your consideration this evening. Those 4 areas are ownership. You elected to, or gave us direction to exempt ownership projects. There's a twist with that I'm going to come back to after. You elected or directed us to make this applicable to 8 or more units. It was 5 or more. You moved that to 8 or more. You also directed us to include a provision whereby developers could pay their in lieu fee or the development fee at the end of the project to help them in lowering the cost of providing these units. We will have to track that as we go through the project, but we have some history with that when we had phased collection of fees in the past. The last item has to do with pipeline status. There was a request to give some relief to those projects that were in plan check. Council discussed 2 options and we provided those for you. The first would be to exempt or this would not apply to any project that had received its grading and shoring permit if one was needed. Those are permits that do not require fees, these fees to be paid, so that could be obtained with a project that is pretty far down the line. The second option was to, I'll use the term, delay the effectiveness of this ordinance for 60 days. So in effect, if you adopt this tonight, it would normally be effective in 30 days, and it will be, but you will exempt those, and they will need to pull a building permit within 60 days following that. All told, that's August 5th of this year. A project would need to pull a building or what we call a foundation-only permit before August 5th. Otherwise, this would be applicable to them. A couple issues on the ownership projects being exempt. What we would recommend, and we've included it as a piece of the ordinance, is that developers enter into a covenant and secure that covenant with a cash bond in the amount of the fee. That will be held until the units are actually sold. Otherwise, there's some concern the developer would come in and say, yeah, I'm doing an ownership project, don't charge me the fee, never sell the units, rent them out as apartments, and avoid the fee. Again, this is something that we have experience with in other incentives that we use for the city, so it would be a covenant and a bond to secure that. As soon as the units are sold, we would release that. We also have provisions for a phased release of that bond as units in a project are sold. The other thing that we wanted to mention to you is something that we realized when we were going through the ordinance. If you recall, you directed us to change that sliding scale for projects that included affordable housing with respect to their parks and library fee. So we made it 100%, and then you could get a discount. While we realized if you exempt ownership, you may want to also, or allow them to still take benefit of that incentive that you had before. That is a sliding scale for these homeowner ownership projects. If you wish to do that, we have some language prepared that we would insert into the ordinance. So again, that would allow ownership projects that are exempt from inclusionary to take advantage of an incentive to actually put affordable units in their project and get a discount on their park and library fee. So with that covers the changes to the ordinance. Staff is ready to answer any questions or listen to your direction and deliberation.
Okay, so our decision points then are the pipeline projects, 60 days implementation, or obtaining a grading slash shoring permit. Whether we're going to extend the benefit of parks and library impact fee relief for ownership units, if they are to ownership projects, if they're to include affordable units.
Those are the two options that we have identified for you.
Okay. I do have some cards. Let's go to our speakers. Diana Coronado first, followed by Naira Sogwatian.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you so much for hearing all of our concerns leading up to this point. I'm Diana Coronado with the Building Industry Association, and I'm here to make a few more comments on this ordinance. First and foremost, again, we want to thank staff and all of you for your diligent work on crafting the ordinance to the point where it is today. We are particularly glad with the for-sale housing exemption, the deferral of in lieu fees, and the applicability threshold increase. The last item we would like to bring to your attention would be an expansion of the pipeline options. We do not believe that either option goes far enough to protect the investments that were made in the city before this ordinance was considered. We believe that this could not have been factored in a builder's pro forma when deciding to invest in this community. We have worked with cities before to craft similar language for such a grandfather clause for pipeline projects. We believe the best protection is to capture those projects through once that project has submitted a building permit application or completed a planning or zoning entitlement application before the effective date of this ordinance. This ensures that housing is not negatively affected in the city of Glendale. We hope you do consider this as you finalize the ordinance tonight. Again, though, we do want to thank you for all your hard work up to this point, and we appreciate being able to work with staff as well. Thank you so much for hearing our comments.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naira Sogwatian.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Naira Sogwatian. I'm a resident and property owner in downtown Glendale. I'm here on behalf of myself and numerous residents, primarily from South Glendale and downtown Glendale. I urge you to vote against the citywide application of inclusionary housing ordinance, since it will induce growth and increase density in South Glendale and downtown and will exacerbate the existing adverse environmental impacts there. There are numerous reasons why you should deny the proposed ordinance. The adoption or amendment of the ordinance does not comply with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. Staff listed erroneous CEQA exemptions and is asking you to make independent findings on that. You have to find that the ordinance is exempt from CEQA because it is just a minor alteration related to limitations in slopes less than 20%. You also have to find that you can say with absolute certainty that there will be no environmental impacts from allowing developers add more density based on a very attractive proposed ordinance. But you can't do so. I elaborated reasons why the claimed exemptions are erroneous in my objection letter sent to you last week, and I will not repeat those in the interest of time. But I will just bring one vivid example. Your approval of the ordinance today will help Carmel Partners bring its project back on GUSD's school land and potentially have it approved by the Director of Community Planning without even coming to you. Some of you will feel relieved. You don't have to refuse Carmel or GUSD, and you don't have to hurt the community. And yet your decision today will do what you did not want to do on December 4, hurt the community and allow Carmel Partners destroy Glendale by adding one more half-vacant luxury apartment complex and sharply reducing the remaining open space. The ordinance, despite its claims, will not help Glendale meet its even 10% of its regional housing goals for very low or extremely very low apartments, affordable units. If the ordinance was indeed designed to meet those goals, it should have set the requirement at 30% low income and similar percent for very low income or extremely low income. But the ordinance is silent on the extremely and very low income units. In short, the ordinance is a band-aid for affordable housing crisis in Glendale, or rather it will actually exacerbate the crisis by adding luxury units which tend to push rents up. The proposed ordinance is like proposing insulin to a diabetic patient and requiring at the same time that she eat 10 pounds of ice cream. Or another allegory which seems to resonate with some of you, the proposed ordinance is like a bomb in a candy wrap. It will blow up in the face of South Glendale and downtown residents who have already suffered from robust developments in Glendale since 2006. You may ask, what's the worst that can happen if we do this? The worst that can happen is more of your and my loved ones will die of cancer because of growing air pollution, soot, water contamination, degrading water quality in Glendale. And more of you and my loved ones would get killed in car accidents because of too many cars. More of your and my loved one kids will get killed on the roads just because they have no parks or playgrounds in Glendale.
Thank you, Ms. Sogbati.
Thank you.
Last card is from Art Simonian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. In regards to the two choices available as to the timing of the inclusionary ordinance that you are considering this evening, I was wondering if I could ask respectfully for the council members to perhaps elaborate a bit and provide direction in regards to the school fees and also the impact fees that are typically due when you pull a building permit. And so in scenario number one, when an applicant such as myself on my project were to pull our shoring permit and our grading permit, it would be most beneficial, of course, if the school fees and impact fees were delayed and were paid upon the building permit, which would, of course, be pulled in the next few months right after that. In such a case, it would allow us to abide by the 30-day scenario. However, if that is an option that council does not think is a good idea, then of course option number two, which is the 90-day scenario, would work much better. And so I wanted to just bring up that fine detail in that, for example, the impact fees on a 28-unit project and the school fees are about $800,000. And most of that is, of course, funded by a construction loan, which always typically is pulled upon the building permit. So it would help applicants that are in the pipeline that are being hit with this issue to be able to financially structure it in such a way that the project becomes feasible and we do build units, which of course the city needs. I'm available to answer questions on that topic or any other item that you see necessary.
Thank you. No questions of you. Let me ask a couple questions, if I can, related to the speakers' comments, both speakers. So as I understand it, this gentleman is requesting school fees to be due upon pulling of the building permit rather than the grading permit. I assume his intention is to get his grading permit soon, and then shortly thereafter to get his building permit. Is it in our realm of, is it a proper discussion item to discuss the timing of those school fees as it relates to the pulling of these permits? Is that something that is before us?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, well, one, the school fees and the impact fees are not part of this agenda item, and the school fees are governed by school board resolution, not the city of Glendale. And the impact fees, while they previously were split 50-50 at time of building permit and CVO, a number of years ago, the council adjusted that to have those fees be due at the time of the issuance of the building permit.
Grading permit.
Correct. It is building.
Grading permit,
correct.
Building permit.
Building permit.
So what does the school rules say about
I am not aware. I don't know if you know.
I believe they also pay at building. School fees are paid at building. You pull a building permit, not a grading.
We will attempt to do that. We collect them, but we're not. They're set by the school board.
Okay, the other question I have is, was there insufficient CEQA review of this ordinance? I think Ms. Sogbatian raised that, as well as, is this helping Carmel Partners? I know that's kind of
I have no,
I'm not sure how
I can't even address that. So
well, let's talk about the CEQA.
Sure. So the ordinance was prepared and as was referenced, a number of CEQA exemptions that we believe are applicable. There's no change to the underlying zoning. There's no, it is a minor change from a CEQA perspective to the land use, to to existing regulations. Let me have Ms. Nukin come up. I'll just add that I think we've indicated that some developers, yes, will utilize the density bonus, but because there's also the in lieu fee and other alternatives, it's not like every project is going to come in and start using density bonus. So we feel that the exemptions are applicable and governed by law. And I would just add too that the specific exemptions are in the law. They're provided for purposes of reference. We believe they're exempt, and then, or we believe the regulations are exempt from a full-blown EIR or negative declaration, but there's no additional findings that the council has to make in relation to those.
Okay, Ms. Nukin.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Najarian and members of the council. So the CEQA review that we did for the inclusionary housing ordinance was in the form of an analysis, and we determined, the planning department determined that the ordinance was exempt under a number of exemptions. One is the common sense exemption, that where it can be seen with certainty, and I believe courts have held with reasonable certainty that there's no possibility the activity may have a significant effect on the environment. The ordinance itself does not, in and of itself, increase density. It just tells developers, if you're going to build a unit and whatever your maximum residential density is not changed, a certain percentage has to be affordable. We could not speculate that this would increase density. It may or may not, but each of those projects will be evaluated at the time that they're brought individually before the planning department. They'll have their own individual CEQA review at that time. An additional exemption that did apply, we believe, is 15305 of the CEQA guidelines, which relates to minor alterations in land use and limitations. And this is an exemption which applies to minor alterations with an average slope of less than 20%, which does not result in changes in land use or density. Overall, the areas in which the inclusionary housing ordinance will be applicable does have an average slope of less than 20% generally. Of course, we did not, survey the entire city, but Mr. Kraus can elaborate more on that. And then the final exemption is that this is not a project, at least part of it, the in lieu fee part, because it's a government fiscal activity. So that's a specific carve out in the CEQA guidelines. So altogether, these form a collaboration of the exemptions all form a basis of one CEQA exemption that we outlined in the ordinance and is there for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Garbage.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of questions and a comment. I appreciate Ms. Sogbatian's concerns and comments about the density, but inclusionary housing does not, I'm asking this question again, it was answered, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. With implementing inclusionary housing, we are not increasing the density in any area.
That's correct. As Ms. Nukian described, it's merely telling the developer however many base units you build, you have to include a certain percentage as affordable.
So right now, our mixed-use areas, which is downtown, San Fernando, SFMU, San Fernando mixed-use area, and IMUR, which is industrial mixed-use area. And then we have our residential, multi-residential zones, R1250, R1650, and so on and so forth, until R3050. with today's code and regulations, the developers can use the SB 1818 and increase their density by 35%, whether or not we have inclusionary housing.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So what we are saying, most of them are using that because it's helping them on their height and setbacks and many other things. So what we're saying is if you're increasing your density, we want more affordable housing in your project. So by asking that implementing inclusionary housing, we are not allowing them to build more. They can build the same number of units today, but what we're doing is we want more affordable housing in the same project. That's one thing I wanted to mention. I wanted to make sure I'm on the same page.
And I would just add, I think from the legal perspective, we're saying regardless of whether or not you build a density bonus project, you have to provide affordable housing, whether it's in the form of on-site or through an in-lieu fee.
Okay. We asked this question last week. I think you have some numbers as to how many projects or how many units are being exempt. If we allow the projects that are in plan check or they completed their plan check and they can pull either the grading permit within 30 days from the effect of this is the difference, because if we go towards, that's what I'm leaning towards, to be able to obtain grading permit 30 days from today instead of 90 days from today to get a building permit. So can you tell us roughly how many units will be exempt? Because we already gave the direction to exempt these projects that are in plan check or have completed their plan check.
Let me answer the question this way. I have looked at those units that are those projects with 8+ units citywide. There are 11 projects, and that is approximately 540 units, 538 to be specific.
530 units are being exempt.
538.
Because
228 of those are in a single project that's permit ready.
And can you tell us what percentage of these projects are in high density areas versus citywide? Do you have that number?
I can tell you that 2 of them are in the downtown specific plan area, and the rest are scattered in different places.
And between the 2, how many units? One is 220?
One is 228, and the other is 32.
So almost half of them is in downtown, right? And the others may be in San Fernando mixed-use area. Do you have any projects in SFMU or
I don't think no, that was in entitlement. They're scattered all around, but in the greater downtown area, so stretching down to San Fernando Road, both to the south and the west, and some to the east.
So you don't have 300 units right now in R1250 or R3050 area? That's what I'm trying to get to. Okay. Thank you. And as far as condos go, because they are not paying the in lieu fee, or they're not, I think they can get one incentive, not 2. I don't want to give them an incentive or break on park fees and everything else if they provide 4 or 5 or 6 affordable units, while we're exempting them from this inclusionary housing completely. It's a big issue because we need those funds for our parks and libraries.
So how about the ones that do include an ownership that does include some inclusionary, some affordable housing? Do we exempt them from park fees proportionally on those units? I think that was the scenario for that.
Right now, we could have implemented 15% on condo projects as well. We're not doing that. But if they're voluntarily getting some units in or affordable housing in, because on top of that they get the rest of the incentives, maybe 4 variances too with no public hearing. They're getting more units in, and they're getting more incentives in.
With the SB 18.
With the SB 18, similar type of, if I'm not mistaken, similar type of state laws. So on top of that, if you
So you're not in favor of any additional
not because we
parks
had
and library?
4,500 units or 4,000 units that many of them used that
Okay.
50 to
So
75%.
So you think the SB 1818 incentives are sufficient?
Are sufficient, and also it's very difficult for condo projects to be, that's why one of the reasons that I accepted not to implement IZO on them, because it's very difficult to finance the condo projects that are affordable within a project. There's not many lenders out there who will finance your condo. You cannot sell them, and they have to pay all these fees, and they get stuck with those units that they cannot sell, and their fees that they're paying in advance for the IZO part, it's going to stay in that account until they sell all their units, or they're going to release them proportionately. But I think they get enough incentives because of the SB 1818.
And your choice for the pipeline projects would be to
30 days
exempt
to
with a grading permit or a shoring permit?
Yeah, 30 days from today to pull their grading permit.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
I
Sinat.
need just a clarification on the incentives for ownership units. So SB 1818, it's there, or something similar to corresponding to SB 1818 for ownership. So there are other incentives that we're offering if they provide, then they're exempt from our parks fees or impact fees?
That's what they're proposing. That's what they're suggesting.
Yeah, just so we're clear, so currently in the current code.
What's here currently?
Right, currently in the code, there's an exemption for affordable projects based on a sliding scale that provide affordable at that sliding scale, then they're exempt from the parks fee. As you know, as part of this ordinance, we recommended eliminating that except for projects that are 100% affordable because you're now mandating it. At last week's meeting, you got rid of the ownership requirement, so they're no longer being required to providing. So the only question we have for you is, since you're no longer mandating them to provide on-site affordable housing for an ownership project, assuming they build it as opposed to pay the fee, do you want to still do you want that exemption to still go away for ownership projects? And Mr. Garpetian's point is
right.
No, he doesn't agree.
And that's how I interpret it. My only question is, so what's the balance between sort of the financial benefit that parks get if we say no, you're not going to get an exemption, pay the full fees and the impact fees, versus us giving them that incentive and the additional affordability that we get from that. So is there a way to quantify that?
Yeah, I think if I may, the issue is if you provide, let's say you're building 50 units and 3 of them are affordable, right? You get that incentive on all 50 units, the parks fees. The break that you get is in all 50 units. It's not only on that 3 units. So it's a huge dollar amount that we can do a lot more with those funds with parks and libraries. Then I'm all for entry level ownership housing. I'm for it. We built enough units. I want to incentivize it. But I just want to make sure that we do the right thing. Maybe there's a balance in between. Maybe they pay half the fee.
But if they're just exempt from the fees for the affordable units? So if there's 50 units and they have 3 affordable, they pay the parks and impact fee on the
That's fine.
the
I'm
market
okay
units.
with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
We could.
Right, you understand where we're?
I do. We'd have to write it up right now. So
Yeah. So
On affordable, yeah.
on the affordable units.
They're
We're good.
exempt.
Okay, so let's continue.
also,
with this. Okay.
I have a couple more things, and I will yield to my colleagues. Are there any, the speaker mentioned this, and I had this question as well. Are there any part of this ordinance that's being changed that instead of the council making the decision, it will be to the discretion of the planning director to approve that project, or approve the unit mix, or approve the density, or approve? Are we changing any part of this ordinance that the decision comes from council to the community director? Development director?
Not this ordinance, but I want to be clear, there are some density bonus that do not come to the council under our current ordinance. And we do that administratively according to the standard that you've set out. Those are all under 35%. Anything over 35% must come to the council. And then generally, if we are doing a large project where you will see the design review or you have some jurisdiction over that, we bring that.
So that's not changing.
That's not changing.
I understand that there are certain density bonus projects that you approve because they're less than 35%. I understand that. That's in the books already, but that's not being changed. I just want the public to know that that is not somehow being changed, and you're going to approve projects that shouldn't go through.
No, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'll stop over here, but I reserve the right to.
Okay. Ms.
More
Devine.
comments.
I just have one question. What's the number of projects that is the difference between the in the pipeline that are the grading and the shoring, and then those that are in the that already have their entitlements? Do we have like 10 projects in the pipeline and 4 would be affected by number 1 and 8 would be affected by number 2? Do you understand what I mean?
I don't know.
Is it just a small number of?
Let me say this. None of these the 538 that I referenced, those all, I shouldn't say none. Those all have their design review approval, all their discretionary approvals, and they have applied for a building permit. They're in plan check.
So then right now they are exempt?
Right now, depending on where you land, some of them are in a better position to pull a grading or shoring permit. If you gave 90 days, there's others that I'm sure would finish up their plans and be in a position to pull. 1, 2 of them are permit ready. In other words, they could come in tomorrow, pay their fee, and pull the permit. So they're in various stages that I don't have exactly
You don't have the
where they
exact
are.
numbers. You say there are 11 projects altogether?
Yes.
But you don't know how many of those would be affected by either 1 or 2, or would the majority of them be affected if we go with number 1?
My guess is about half of these would be able to take advantage of that I could say with some certainty. But again, a grading permit is I don't want to say it's easy, but you don't have to have quite the design that you do for a building permit.
So would there be a rush to, in the next 30 days?
I would anticipate there would be more people coming for that you wouldn't experience with the 60-day. They're just going to try and get it done in 60, or I should say 90 days from today.
And don't forget that either scenario, you have to have all the applicant has to have all the discretionary entitlements in place, well, beyond whichever permit you decide will vest.
So
I won't exempt a grading permit that comes in tomorrow and says, hey, I want to grade my site because I'm going to build 11 units. I still need to design it and go through design review. We wouldn't accept those. They're not ready to go.
Okay, any comments, Mr. Agajanian?
No.
Okay.
I think we have something that's in draft form. That's may not be ideal. Sure, I'd like to force all the developers to have 50% affordable in their projects, but then again, that has nothing to do with our reality. That means that nothing would be built in this city. So what we have is a pretty good model for increasing our affordability in the city while not entirely stopping development. So again, I introduced it. Now we have, I think, an amendment. I don't know if Mr. Garcia is ready.
Well, there's the two things we need that I'd like to hear from, whether the grading and shoring permit will suffice within before the implementation of the ordinance as an exemption, and whether we're going to...
Or the 60-day exemption.
Right, or the 60-day exemption. The second question is, will we give, on ownership units, will we give a exemption on the parks and library impact fees for
Only for
each
the
unit
units,
that's
only for those
affordable?
units that are affordable.
Okay, so I think we're okay on that one. So the question is shoring permit or 60-day implementation
It's
period?
90 days, it's not 60.
Yeah, 60 plus
Yes.
3. The 60 plus 30.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So let's just briefly go, which do you, I think you said you would like the shoring?
I like the shoring, but I
The
would.
30 plus 30
I have
shoring.
one more amendment that I would ask, but let's decide on that one first. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say on that.
No
I'm okay with
curveballs, no
I'm
curveballs.
happy
now,
with the
yeah.
shoring. I'm happy with pulling.
Okay,
pulling
shoring,
the-
30 plus 30 shoring, okay.
So there doesn't seem to be a solid answer to this, so.
Yeah, but
shoring
it's
is
okay.
fine.
Okay, so let's hear what Mr. Karpetyan's last,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to have the ordinance amended to only implement the inclusionary zoning in downtown area and all high-density area, like SFMU and IMUR area, which is 87 unit plus per acre, and exempt rest of the, so it will not be citywide. And I want to tell you why, if you indulge me for 2 minutes.
oh, we brought this up last time and it didn't
Right.
fly,
No,
so I'll
right.
give you, please be
No, I will be
concise.
very, very, very brief, because the zoning in these two areas are not the same. The zoning in R1250 and lighter areas is not the same as SFMU, IMUR, and DSP. DSP is 3 times higher zoning. We are implementing the same ordinance for both. So in order to make a point, I looked at all the projects that went through the design review since 2015. I went through every design review hearing and pulled the projects, the ones that were approved. We have only 135 units in rental units that was approved from 2015, 135. And if we implement IZO, inclusionary housing on them, these 135 units will go away. So you won't have any small developments outside downtown in R1250, in R1650 areas that are more affordable than downtown area already, because their rents are not the same as downtown. And most of them are 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. The rental units that were built outside downtown area, they were all 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. And there were 167 condo units built outside downtown and SFMU area. So I think, but if you compare that to downtown, it's 4,000 units was built in downtown area. I think we keep talking about the fairness of this whole ordinance. I think if we implement a blanket ordinance for all the zonings, it's a wrong thing to do. So I want to see if there is a support on excluding citywide and only implement it for 1 year at least, downtown, SFMU, and IMUR area, which is the highest zoning in the city. That's my last curveball, Mr. Mayor, if you will.
Anybody going to swing at it?
I would,
I'll go.
I'm sorry. I do not want to change outside downtown and the other areas. I want to keep it 15% on every building, every unit,
Citywide.
which is citywide, because everybody knows that this is the rule. If they have to have a building, they have to allocate some of it for affordable housing. And if this will deter some contractors, developers not to do it, so we can look at it a year later and say, okay, they are not coming to build anything, so we have to, think about this issue and eliminate it. But I don't want to guess myself, because an answer for a developer or building owner and cancel this 15% affordable units.
Okay, so
I'll
Mr.
add
Sinan.
to some, I mean, I agree with the reasoning, but I'll specify some more. The fairness of it, of downtown, we having authorized 4,000 plus units in downtown versus now, I mean, what's happened has happened in the past, because impact fees were lower because the IZO wasn't in existence in the past, doesn't really justify not having the IZO now for everyone. We already, I think, recognize the issue of not sort of burdening the developers too much, especially for those that are not going to be building mega projects, by exempting the 8 units as opposed to the 4 that was recommended by staff. And I think fundamentally, downtown is so built up that all the future development is actually going to happen outside of the immediate downtown area. So to exempt anything outside of DSP and downtown would result in this ordinance being completely toothless and meaningless. And I don't want to do that. Again, it'll be much easier for us to look at this in a year and evaluate the results and the impact of this ordinance than to actually exempt people or exempt entire areas of the city and then go back and address it a year later. So I'm pretty comfortable with applying this throughout the city.
Okay. I'm pretty much of the same mindset, Ms. Devine.
I agree with my colleagues, and just as Mr. Councilmember Sinani was beginning to speak, I wrote downtown and DSP is built out, practically built out. I think the goal of this action by City Council was to provide or somehow gain more affordable housing in our city, and I think to only restrict it to the DSP is kind of gutting the entire ordinance. So I am definitely in favor of inclusionary housing throughout the city.
We have to have more affordable housing. Since 1977-8, this city has only 1,415 affordable units. It's like 35 units per year. I mean, it's laughable. And now, regardless what, we have to have affordable units on every building which will be constructed in this city, in my opinion.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, would someone like to make them?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I'm not going to vote against this because that's not happening. But just an FYI, downtown is not built out. The opportunity zones or properties that was mentioned when we were going through downtown specific plan, they identified how many properties we identified? Several properties that are going to be built in downtown. But nonetheless, I tried. That's my.
You did a valiant effort.
You know, what can I say?
We appreciate your comments, and we know that you're a strong supporter of affordable housing, as we all are. Mr. Sinani.
I will move item B1.
Let's do one at a time. B1, that's the ordinance for the inclusionary housing ordinance, which would be, and then you need to indicate which alternative you're moving on the vesting, whether it's shoring and grading or the.
Which is for alternative 1.
Right.
And I'll move B2.
Well, can we do it one at a time? Because I have to read the language on the second ordinance for
second.
impact fee.
One at a time.
Second.
You say you have to read the.
I have to read the language on the exemption for the development impact fee ordinance. I'll read that after.
Okay, so we can take roll call on 7B1. Moved
We have
by
a motion
Sinani
and
and
a second.
seconded by Garpich.
Councilmembers Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Scarpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes.
Okay.
7B2.
Some 7B2, we would just, based on the direction, item, section 1 of the ordinance, section 4.10.050G of the code would be written to say, the provisions of this chapter do not apply to the following fees imposed on any new ownership residential development project that provides affordable units as follows. Any new ownership residential development project that provides affordable units within the new residential development, affordable ownership housing project, in quotes, shall be exempt from the development impact fees as to the affordable units only.
I will move the item.
Well, we have to give courtesy to the original introducer.
I will move that item.
With that change, and also
Seconded by Agajanian.
with alternative 1 as to the vesting, same rule in terms of.
With alternative 1 as to vesting.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilmembers Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine.
Yes.
Garpetian.
Yes.
Sinanian.
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. We have resolutions at 7B3 and 4.
Those can be taken together, Mr. Mayor.
B3 and 4, I'll move them.
Seconded by Devine. Roll call.
Council members Agajanian.
Yes.
Devine.
Yes.
Garpetian.
Yes.
Sinanian.
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Very good. Big vote. Okay, next item, please.
7C is an ordinance amending Chapter 2.36 and 2.62 of the Glendale Municipal Code 1995 pertaining to selection, qualifications, limitations, and limitations of members of the city's boards and commissions, introduced on April 30th by Councilmember Agajanian.
Ms. Beers.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council will go directly to Michael Garcia, our City Attorney.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, the council had a report last week and introduced an ordinance changing some of the qualifications and requirements for the members of our boards and commissions. The only change that was directed by the council had to do with the lobbying requirement and what to do about any existing commissioners who have engaged in lobbying activity within the 12-month period prior to the effective date of the ordinance. As you know, the ordinance that came before you required any such commissioners that was applicable to either resign from their board or commission or cease lobbying activity. The direction that we received at last week's meeting was to amend that to just require that any board or commissioner who engaged in lobbying activity within the last 12 months or within the 12 months prior to the effective date of the ordinance resign from said board and commission within 30 days of the effective date of the ordinance. So that's what we brought back before you, and it's before you for discussion and deliberation.
Mr. Sinan.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment behind the concern for lobbyists in general. Being on a policy-making body in the city of Glendale, at the same time carrying on lobbying activities. However, the way our proposed ordinance is worded now, it's fundamentally unfair and really singles out, to my estimate, one person, and will result in that person's having to resign. There's no recourse. Because a person who had no notice of this coming and by happenstance being quote-unquote a lobbyist, yet being on a commission that has nothing to do with the lobbying activities, for example, Parks Commission, makes no sense. Why is a person who is a Parks Commissioner and happens to make a living by doing lobbying work automatically being forced to resign? I think a person should be given the opportunity to give up their clients within the 30-day period, but not just being told to resign immediately. I don't know if this is something Councilmember Devine would like to talk about, but I believe it's our commissioner who's impacted by this. We have much more fundamental issues that we could be addressing with respect to these types of conflicts of interest that potentially threaten the integrity of the political process in the city of Glendale. Yet we've chosen not to talk about those. Those aren't mentioned, and we're basically on the verge of adopting language that's going to force one person to resign without any recourse. And I think that's fundamentally unfair. I think the person should be given, any person who's in that position, who's engaged in lobbying activities, yet has been serving on a commission that has nothing to do with those activities, a 30-day period to dismiss all their clients in the city of Glendale and be done with their lobbying activities here. I think that would be a much more equitable resolution.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I was just simply going to say I have issues with the entire concept of the lobbying because there's a question of vetting and how do we investigate who's responsible. I guess there's a way of setting up that process, but still, to me, it would be difficult for that kind of process to. I think fairness would be really difficult to get to in vetting our commissioners or anyone. So that's my objection. Now, as far as the 30 days to giving them like a grace period or an out, I wouldn't object to that. I think it would be fair, but I find it hard to fathom how someone can do that, how they can just stop whatever it is that they're involved in as far as lobbying goes. But, you know, I'll listen to my colleagues and see where we go with this one, but I do have an issue with the whole lobbying perception of it is kind of confusing to me or unsettling to me, actually.
I personally,
Mr. Agajanian?
personally myself, I never thought anybody would be impacted on this. This was something that I thought it's right. If you are a lobbyist and then you're a commissioner, in my opinion, is not correct. So whether you have to be a lobbyist or you have to be commissioner, regardless, this is not directed to one specific commissioner. I didn't know, now I'm learning that will be impact. The impact will be on one person. This is for long time to come. This is for years to come. So this is not directed to anybody. This is something that it's right, because lobbyists, they can come, be member of any commission and have a major impact on what we decide, on what we are doing. This is not for one person. This is for future of the Glendale. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not quite sure I understood Councilmember Devine's comments, but I think I understand Mr. Agajanian's comment. It's in the future. It's for us to prevent lobbyists being involved in sort of the policymaking political process. To the extent there's a person that is in that position and didn't break any laws, didn't break any ordinances, didn't break, you know, whatever rules we have for commissioner members, they should be given the ability to rectify the situation. 30 days, you know, how does a lobbyist stop their lobbying activities? That's their problem. But give them the grace period, give them the opportunity to resign, or if they don't resign, get rid of their clients and stop their activities. Otherwise, there's one commissioner, Ms. Devine's Parks Commissioner, Ellen Asadrian. Ellen is the only one who's impacted by it. And again, she should be given the chance to get rid of her clients in Glendale to the extent she does any work in Glendale.
Well, I'm the one who started pushing this, and it started many years ago when a parks commissioner began advocating on behalf of a real estate developer. And I believed at that time that there was something inherently wrong with a commissioner who has such access to members of staff, planning staff, city manager, assistant city manager, to be at the same time a commissioner to which we owe extra deference and respect to as being part of the Glendale municipal family, and at the same time advocating for an applicant who is seeking entitlements from the board. It's not, I don't believe it's only this one individual that you name. I believe that we've got some problems on the DRB, where a DRB member advocates a project before his own board. And I just think it's good government to have a separation between advocacy and public service. They shouldn't mix. It's not my intention to single out anyone. As far as you know, the 1 year, you know, cooling off period, if you will. You know, I wish other agencies had that rule. We had a discussion, an intense discussion, a very critical discussion on right to lease ordinance. And despite divesting any interests I had in real estate, the law was that I have to sit out 1 year. There's some reason to that, is that influence carries over. I mean, I would be surprised if someone would choose a non-paying commission job over a lobbying job. Furthermore, I think with addressing some of the issues Ms. Devine had is that we are going to be bringing forward a lobbyist ordinance where there will be registration required, where there must be disclosure by anyone who seeks to advocate on behalf of someone before the city government. So we know who they are, and when we get a call from someone, we know it's not just Commissioner Jones who's calling us, that it's lobbyist Jones who has connections towards a well drilling company that is trying to do business in the city. So that's kind of where I'm at. Do you have any comments, Mr.
No, I think we had this experience in the past, and I don't want to go back and point finger at any former commissioner. But that's why I even mentioned or I asked for every time we have a contract and there's an RFP out when they submit their proposals to have a disclosure as to who did they contribute to, whose campaign did they contribute to be more open. And it's not against one person versus another, and I don't think it's fair to ask a person to quit her or his job just to become a commissioner. I don't think I would want to do that. With that, if I'm ready to move forward.
One last comment. I'll try one last thing. It's not a matter of fair whether they want to get rid of their money making. It's you give them that option. It's for them to decide whether they want to do it, but not to allow them to do it. To say that, oh, you should have resigned a year ago. By the way, we just started talking about this 3 weeks ago. That's fundamentally unfair. In any case, if I think it goes this way, I do expect, I'm sure, this issue of conflicts of interest, these potential, discrepancies in the political process, I'm sure, they'll become an issue because there's a lot that we're not discussing today that are huge conflicts of interest, ranging from nepotism to other things. It's unfair not to give people the opportunity to rectify something they didn't know about and give them 12 months. Oh, you should have resigned 12 months ago. You should have got not engaged in an activity 12 months ago. But, we just started talking about this a month ago. It's unfair. That's all I'm saying. Let's vote on it.
Mr. Garbettian, we're on item 7C. Do you want to make the motion? Or actually, Mr., in accordance with our protocol.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Council members Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes. No. I'm sorry. That's a no. That's a big no.
Mayor Najarian?
Two capital letters.
And I encourage any council member that has suggestions for better government regarding issues of conflict, finance, nepotism, and that we sort of talked about nepotism in our discussion. We didn't narrow it down, but that's perhaps something we can go forward. And with full disclosure, I have a sister who is sitting on the Transportation Committee, and I'm happy to fully engage in a discussion on that issue, as well as anything else that we want. I think we've making a lot of strides. We have taken a lot of, we've made up a lot of ground in this city, starting with campaign election reform many years back, listing campaign donations, conflict of interests, blackout periods, and I think we need to continue doing so, and it will make for a better city government. Next item, please.
Next item would be action items. City Clerk, regarding 2020 election update and outreach education program proposal.
Excuse me.
Well, first go ahead and read complete reading the item.
Oh, I thought.
And I'll recognize Mr. Egajane.
8A1 would be motion to note and file. 2 would be motion directing staff.
Mr. Egajane.
Yes, very sorry. We were supposed to be briefed on this item. We didn't. So I would like to postpone this to next week if it's possible.
Mr. Mayor and Council, In terms of briefing, I can assure you it's a very short report. The report was only 4 pages. The presentation will be even shorter. We do have staff here from the County of Los Angeles. We did try to see if they were available for next week, Councilmember Agajanian, and they indicated that they weren't because they have over 88 cities throughout the county that they're trying to make presentations at. We're happy to continue the discussion, but at least I would ask you to extend the courtesy to county staff that has sat through 2 hours of deliberations on other items to have an opportunity to at least give their presentation.
Who's from the county? Have you enjoyed your last 2 hours watching?
Local politics at its finest.
So what I'm going to do, I appreciate Mr. Agajanian's comments. We don't necessarily have to take action on this today, but in terms of getting the information out, we can certainly take that, and if it's council's desire to continue this and maybe think about it for another week, we can put it on the following week's agenda.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, so let's go to City Clerk Kasakian.
So this report was prepared in accordance to a request that was made by then Councilmember Najarian in March 12th and it was seconded, I believe, by Councilmember Agajanian, and others also voiced support for it, a report regarding the new laws and changes that are coming in our elections. So I'll just go quickly through a few slides. Of course, I'm the one who doesn't know how to work the mouse, right? Okay. So how have our elections changed? First and foremost, one of the ways that they changed was that, at least on the school board and on the college board, we have now district elections, and we went through a cycle recently to elect 3 seats. The next cycle, which will be coming up, will have 2 seats. Trustee areas A and E for GUSD, and for GCC it will be seats 1 and 5. The county clerk, registrar, recorder will actually oversee the implementation of voting centers, which were also, we can call them polling locations throughout Glendale and the County of Los Angeles. That is one significant change in this upcoming election versus previously. And the reason for that is because our elections have now moved from April of odd-numbered years to March. Well, they'll coincide with the state primaries, which in 2020 happens to be March 3rd. So mailing of vote-by-mail ballots, which used to also be done by our consultant, Martin and Chapman, and was done by the city in coordination as a standalone election, well, now those tasks will be moved over to the county as well, which means the vote tally, as it was done during the last city measure that was on the ballot, will take place in Norwalk. So all the ballots will go from Glendale, as they do for state and general elections, the primary and general elections, to Norwalk, California, as well as the certification process, which the county, given how many ballots they have to go through, may take as long as 30 days. So I want to go over some important dates for the March 2020 election. And I should mention that we have sent out mailers previously to all our residents indicating and telling them of these changes in accordance to the law. So November 4, 2019 is a deadline for City Council to call for an election. As is stated in your report, you are still the authority and the body that calls for elections, and we then request the county to run it for us. November 12th through December 6th will be the nomination period for candidate statements, and December 6th, that E-88 is 88 days out from election. That is the last day to file a resolution with the Board of Supervisors and the county requesting services for elections. That includes any measures that any body in the city of Glendale is interested in placing on there. February 3rd to February 25th is when vote-by-mail ballots will be going out. Now, this is significant because California moved up its primary during the presidential year in order to have a little bit more attention on California, which our legislators felt was somewhat neglected during those cycles. And mailing of vote-by-mail ballots will start almost before Super Tuesday. Given that it's the largest state in the country, this adds a new dynamic to the elections. Many people will be voting long before Super Tuesday gets here, since about half of California voters now vote by mail. February 18th through March 3rd, new citizens, and March 3rd is election day, you see the ED indication there, new citizens will be eligible to register and vote all the way up to election day, and that's according to the election code section 3500. we're already halfway done with this portion before we turn it over to the county. Voter education and outreach program. We would like to talk about levels of engagement and interest in because we anticipate a much higher turnout because of the presidential primary. Anyone who's been following the news, it seems weekly there's a new candidate announcing that they're running for the Democratic nomination. So it seems as though California, being a deep blue state, will be the tip of the spear for a lot of these election outreach efforts. Standard election promotion budget in the city prior to this, when we've had our standalone elections, has been approximately $30,000, and that has included print advertising, the banners that we put out throughout the city, some television advertising, mail, social media, etc. Councilmember Najarian had asked us to go a little bit into what has happened in other states and in other jurisdictions, and this perception or the interest in the media and in the public about manipulation of voters and infiltration of elections. Certainly, there's a lot of discussion of it. Elections officials, as I'm sure our colleagues from the county will also reinforce, we're all concerned about it. We want to make sure that the voting public feels that our elections are safe, secure, that our processes are transparent, and that no one has undue influence on this. But unfortunately, whether it's from foreign agents or right here at home, things can go wrong in elections. In your report, there's an example of the 9th, I believe it's the 9th congressional seat in North Carolina, where an individual, one of the candidates, actually the candidate prevailed, had someone affiliated with the campaign going door to door and collecting ballots from voters that were unmarked, and then either not submitting them or submitting them with different signatures from the voters, and it generating enough complaints where the results of that election were overturned. The number of complaints they received, I believe, rose to the level where there was a court case, and it was decided that the election has to have a do-over. Now, the process by which people go door to door to collect ballots from voters in some circles, and I don't want to attribute the partisan name to this because it is a Democrat-Republican issue in some cases, is called ballot harvesting. Democrats in different state legislatures would argue that this actually helps voters get out the vote. Individuals who are homebound, who can't submit or return their vote by mail ballots, can ask anyone to turn it in for them. There are Republican politicians who will say that it leaves the door open for manipulation. Really, it's hard for us to say either way, but we can say that the best way to combat anything of this sort, even the perception, is to educate voters about what is the smartest way, the most secure way for them to mark their ballot. I think that personally, handing over a blank ballot in an unsealed envelope to anyone is not only wrong but foolish. But I believe that if we had a campaign by which we could educate residents in Glendale, especially those populations that are probably most vulnerable, those would be seniors, people who are homebound, as well as limited English proficiency voters who may not understand the quickly changing election laws, that we would be able to have a more secure process. It would also allow the community to police itself. As we state in our report, in the past, we have not really received too many. We've maybe received in the last 10 years, and I would look to the city attorney to confirm this, maybe less than a handful of actual complaints from voters who say someone came to my house and took this or that. Most of the time, the complaints we receive happen to be from campaign staff. They'll go to a location and then they'll come to us and complain, say voters have told us the following. We'll then follow up. We'll go out there with staff. We'll try to ascertain the situation or the veracity of the claims, and then we'll determine whether there's something that rises to the level to report to authorities. Regardless, I think that if we were to do an operation where we could have individuals go and talk to senior centers, go and talk to different clubs and organizations, explain to them that they're going to be getting their vote by mail ballots. One of the issues is with the motor voter program, where when you go to the DMV to receive your new ID and get automatic registration, some people, and I'm sure anecdotally you've heard the same, now will receive a vote by mail ballot, perhaps because they checked a box that they were unaware of, or it was checked, we don't know, on their behalf. And they say, I've never been a vote by mail voter, but on the last election I went to the polls and said I'd already received my ballot at home. If we were able to educate voters about this, tell them how to choose the preferred way of voting, what to do if the ballot does come to their house, how to interact with staff or anyone who comes to their door and tries to take a ballot or tries to collect it, I think we'll have done a great service to the city. So we've outlined a couple of options for you. We have a mail option. We have one that includes a canvas operation where we can go to these community centers, we can go to organizations, we can do outreach, and lastly, a city media outreach program, which would include, you see EAKST, which is an acronym for English, Armenian, Korean, Spanish, and Tagalog, which are all the languages that we're required to translate to. So with that, I would say that we are happy to bring this back in the future. The one advantage we also have is we have to strike while the iron is hot. We have a big event coming up in 2020, which is the U.S. Census. California could possibly be adversely affected by some of the questions that may or may not be as part of the census in regards to citizenship. But we want to make sure that individuals know that at the same time that this is happening, there's also going to be a census count that's coming up. So the outreach effort and the funds that you would contribute to any type of outreach effort would also go towards this. So there's more to it, but I try to get through it as quickly as possible. Now, to tell you about what the actual changes are and what the exciting things that the county will be doing with the new election system, I'd like to introduce the county staff and for them to introduce themselves.
Thanks. Hello, thank you for having me here tonight. I'll try to get through my presentation. There's a lot of information that I'm going to present, and so if you have questions at the end, happy to get into those questions. But first, again, thank you for allowing me to present tonight. I understand you have a very long agenda, so I'll try to be as quick as possible. It's a pretty robust program that we're engaged in. So my name is Jeff Klein. I'm the manager over civic engagement for all of LA County for the Registrar's Office. And we are getting to every city, every corner of the county, every community possible in order to promote what we call VSAP. It stands for Voting Solutions for All People. So let me go ahead and get into it really quick. Oops. Okay, there we go. So what we call the new voter experience actually consists of a number of different components. It's not just a new voting device, it's not just a new voting period. There's a whole bunch of new components to it, and that's why we call it the new voter experience. I'm going to go through each component very briefly, and then I have a video that gives a little bit of an overview. Later in my presentation, after the details about the new voter experience, I have a very quick bullet points on how your community can get involved, how community members in Glendale can get involved and be active, and really it's a true partnership between the county and the cities and the community. So the first thing that is part of the new voter experience is the electronic poll book. So if you vote in person, you probably know that you go into a polling place and you sign in a paper roster. We have an electronic poll book which will replace those paper rosters. When I get to the vote centers, it'll make a little more sense, but some of the advantages of the electronic poll books are more election security, better record keeping, things such as if you show up and you forgot your vote by mail ballot, we can cancel your vote by mail ballot and issue you a normal ballot. It'll reduce number of provisional votes, which is something that we're really interested in because provisional voting is not the best voter experience. We can also do what's called conditional voter registration. Some people know it as same-day registration. And what that allows is if someone misses the voter registration deadline, they can still show up, register conditionally, and once that registration is approved, then we will go ahead and count their ballot. So we have a number of advantages using the electronic poll books. We have a new modern tally system, and this, while for the majority of the public is not as big of a deal, I think for everyone in this room, you're probably more interested in it because this means we can get results quicker and faster. And I know you're all staying up late into the night to get those results, find out what happens with your races or your colleagues' races, so this will allow us to tally the elections faster. We have something called an interactive sample ballot. This is an optional item. So you're probably aware right now you get a little booklet in the mail, and most people mark their booklet, take that into the polling place, make their selections. You'll have an option to get an electronic version of that, mark it through your device or your home computer, print what's called a poll pass, very similar to an airline boarding pass, take that into a polling place and upload it, and it'll pre-populate your ballot. It's not your vote. You still have the option to change it, make any corrections. It's just a convenience feature. Imagine an electronic version of the sample ballot. We have a new ballot marking device. That's a picture of it right there, the picture of it top down. It's still a paper ballot. You'll be issued a full sheet paper ballot when you show up to vote in person. You'll insert it into the device and you use the touch screen to interact with the ballot, but it's still paper and it prints directly onto the paper. There's a number of advantages I'll talk about in a little bit about the ballot marking device, but we're very excited about this. The one really unique feature about the ballot marking device, well, there's a lot of unique features, but the one big thing is that it's the first ever publicly owned voting system. LA County built their own voting system because none of the voting systems that existed on the market really suited the needs of LA County. It's got all 13 languages that LA County offers voter information in. It's fully ADA accessible. You can insert your own sip and puff device, for example, or any other ADA device. And it'll allow voters to vote anywhere throughout the county, which gets me to the voting period and the vote centers. So we'll move away from the 1 day of voting that takes place on election day, and that will expand to an 11-day voting period. So you'll be able to vote in person during an 11-day period, starting 10 days before the election, leading up to and on election day. We'll have 250 vote centers throughout LA County starting 11 days out, and that number will increase to 1,000 starting 3 days before the election. Voters will be able to go to any vote center in LA County. So if you live in Glendale, but you happen to be visiting family in Lancaster and there's a vote center near your relative's house, you can vote your Glendale ballot in Lancaster or Long Beach or wherever you're at traveling around the county. We're looking at being very strategic at where we place the vote centers because we want them to be as accessible as possible. So again, we'll have vote centers all over LA County, and voters will be able to vote at any vote center. Which takes me back to the electronic poll book. This is why we need an electronic version of the roster, because we need to be able to look up voters no matter where they show up in LA County. We also have a new vote by mail experience. It's actually not really new. You might have noticed last November we rolled out our new vote by mail ballot. Maybe some of you are vote by mail voters, and you might have seen the improved vote by mail ballot. So all of these components, I'll break down in a little more detail in a second, but all of these will be the new voter experience, and this will roll out in March 2020, and this will be how we conduct elections in LA County in the future. I have a quick video here that will summarize sort of what I just talked about here, and then we'll get into a little more detail.
The election is just around the corner, and Los Angeles County has a new way for voters to make their voices heard. New Los Angeles County vote centers are located throughout the county. Cast your ballot near your home, work, or favorite park. Voters can go anywhere.
Try this one more time.
To find a vote center that's convenient, visit lavote.net and find one that works best for you. Instead of waiting for 1 day to vote, you are now able to vote across 11 days. Once you've arrived, a vote center assistant will greet you and check you in before taking you to the ballot marking device. Did you know that there is a new interactive sample ballot that lets you pre-mark your selections online and generate a poll pass? A unique QR code that will let you quickly transfer, review, and cast your selections on a paper ballot at the county vote center. The new ballot marking device includes an audio ballot, a touch screen, and a tactile keypad to make voting faster and more accessible. You can also select your language, change the font size, and adjust the contrast for easy viewing. Then, after you make your selections or scan your poll pass, you can review your ballot to verify your choices and cast your ballot by feeding the paper ballot back into the ballot marking device. There's no need to give your ballot to a vote center assistant. You cast it on the same device. Welcome to the future of voting in Los Angeles County. Fast, convenient, and easy. Go to vsap.lavote.net to exercise your right to vote and let your voice be heard.
I think the sound was a little out of sync with the video, but I covered most of what the video discussed, and then I'll break it down in a little more detail here. This is a picture of our new vote by mail ballot. It's changed from, you might have remembered the old vote by mail was a little Scantron, and you looked up the number for the candidate that you wanted to vote for, and you found the number on the Scantron card. This improves the vote by mail experience because all you have to do is then color in the bubble for the candidate or the initiative, how you want to vote yes or no, or whichever candidate. You fill that in directly on the page itself. So it's a lot more intuitive. Also, one of the big changes about vote by mail going forward, and it really started in November, is that you no longer need a stamp to return your vote by mail ballot. So it makes it a lot more convenient for voters. We also instituted a vote by mail drop box program. So thank you to the City of Glendale for allowing us to have a drop box here. And that allows an option for voters who don't want to mail back their ballot, because these days a lot of people have issues with the mail service and they're not that comfortable with it, but they want a secure place to drop off their ballot prior to Election Day. That program will continue, and so we will continue to have the ballot drop box program. Okay. All right, so here's just a summary of the vote centers, as I mentioned. On the left there is the layout of the general vote center. We're going to have 3 sizes of vote centers. We'll have a large or a mega vote center, which will have 50 ballot marking devices. That might be someplace like downtown LA, maybe downtown Glendale, someplace where we know there's going to be a lot of foot traffic, and a lot of people are going to be using that vote center. We'll also have a medium vote center, which will be about 30 ballot marking devices, and then we'll have a small vote center, which will have about 10 to 15 ballot marking devices. We're going to be, again, strategic about how we place the vote centers, depending on the population, depending on turnout levels, historical turnout levels, and so forth. We also have the option to do pop-up vote centers. If you know there's a big community event going on one day in Glendale, maybe a big street fair, we could show up for that one day and set up a mobile vote center or a pop-up vote center, and voters could vote just for that one day. So we have a lot more flexibility. The fact that voters can vote at any vote center around the county really gives us a lot of flexibility. So in the middle is just a recap of what I mentioned. Again, you can vote anywhere in LA County. We'll have the electronic poll books to help facilitate as people show up and vote. We also will mark someone as voting real time, so someone can't show up and then drive down the road 30 minutes later, try to vote again. Their voting records will be marked as voted, so they won't be able to keep voting over and over. And it allows us to be more secure with how we count for the election. And the equipment, as I mentioned, will be fully accessible. And on the right there, you can see the poll pad, which is the electronic poll book. So it looks just like a iPad on a stand, and it'll really be used to help facilitate and make the vote centers operate. Okay. Just for reference, a lot of people ask, well, how are you going to staff the vote centers? The vote centers will still be staffed as we staff it right now. We'll use a combination of county poll workers, so people who take time off from their county jobs. It'll be student poll workers. I don't know if you're aware of this, about 20 to 25% of all our poll workers right now are high school students. We have a very robust high school program. That will continue. And the rest would be community, what we consider community volunteers, except individuals will work over a longer period of time. We're looking at creative ways to really partner with organizations, cities, and so forth. So for example, let's take Glendale Community College. We're very interested in placing vote centers at a community college. It's also a great opportunity for students to work at the vote center, so they get that civic engagement, we get staffing, and we get a location. We call it an Adopt a Vote Center program. We're really looking at building up this Adopt a Vote Center program at high schools, at colleges, organizations, businesses, anyone who's interested in it. We really want to work and partner with the community. Here's some statistics that you might be interested in. On the left there are reasons why people say they were too busy, why they missed an election day. Too busy, the election wasn't important to them, they forgot about it, they were unable to get time off, they were out of town, and so forth. Most of those reasons on the left, aside from maybe the importance level, most of those reasons will go away under the new vote center model, because now we're offering 11 days of voting that are a lot more convenient. If you think about it, people don't really lead their lives anymore where they show up to one place on one specific day. They are used to convenience, they're used to being mobile, and we want a voting system that really reflects how people lead their lives. On the right is where voters are comfortable voting. You can see public libraries are the most trustworthy sites or where people feel the most comfortable, followed by elementary schools, middle or high schools, community centers, and so forth. So we're taking this data and we're using it to really decide where we want to place vote centers. All right, just a few more slides about the process. The interactive sample ballot, as I mentioned, is an optional item. So you could use the traditional paper booklet if you want, or you can use interactive sample ballot. You generate a poll pass, you walk into the vote center, you scan it, and it pre-populates your ballot. You can make changes or do whatever you'd like. It's not your vote. You still have to hit cast. And so this is just a convenience option. Because we have a new system and a new way of thinking about our elections, we have the option to maybe create what I like to call maybe express lanes, where maybe we'll have a couple ballot marking devices where someone with their interactive sample ballot can show up, check in, receive their paper ballot, then walk over to the express ballot marking devices, and they can be in and out in just a few minutes, as opposed to someone who might take 20 minutes or so to mark their ballot. All right, so here's the ballot marking device. As you can see, there's an integrated ballot box on the back of it. So when someone hits cast, the ballot will go into the integrated ballot box, and that's what will come back to the registrar's office every night. We also will still have a central ballot box if someone would prefer walking their ballot over to that central ballot box. On the right there, you can see a paper ballot going into the device, and we use a touch screen to mark your selections. I have an animated video that shows an up close of how the ballot marking device works. Before I get to that, I'd just like to show the flow. This is probably my favorite slide of the presentation, because a lot of people see all these changes and they feel like, wow, so much is changing. But really the process is still the same. How we interact with the process is changing. So the first step is you have to arrive at the vote center. Just like right now, you arrive at a polling place. You check in. Right now, you check in on a paper roster. In 2020, you'll check in on the electronic poll book. You still receive a paper ballot. You still go to a ballot marking device. Now it's an electronic touch screen where you put your paper ballot inside, as opposed to the old device where you use the pen. I don't know if you're aware, but our current voting system called InkaVote is 50 years old, over 50 years. It was built in the 60s, and the technology has not changed since. So this really modernizes the voting experience and allows us to use technology to leverage improvements in voting. We also have, you want to go ahead and mark your selection, so that's step 5. Either you look at your sample ballot booklet and you mark it by hand, or you use your interactive sample ballot, or you have them memorized. Number 6, you're going to cast your ballot. It's going to ask you if what's printed on the ballot is correct, and if you say yes, the ballot will go inside the ballot marking device into that integrated ballot box, and you're all set. And then the last step, you get your I voted sticker, which is probably why a lot of people show up, right? Everyone wants the I voted sticker. Okay. So this is a quick, it doesn't have any sound, but this is just a quick animation of how the ballot marking device will work. So I'll narrate it as it's operating. So you touch to start, you choose your language, we'll have all 13 languages. You go ahead and insert your ballot that you've received when you checked in. It tells you it's loading. And you'll start making your selections. The great thing about this touch screen as opposed to the manual system we have now is it prevents something called overvotes. If you don't know what an overvote is, that's when someone votes for more than they're allowed to vote. So for president, you only get 1 vote. If you vote for 2, it cancels out your presidential vote. It also allows you to make changes. Right now, if you make a mistake, you have to walk back to the table, turn in your ballot, get a new ballot, remark. This allows you to make all your changes and finalize everything before you print it. But then it prints, so you can actually see your selections right there on the paper. If you're good with it, you're going to check it out. If everything looks good, you're going to hit cast, and it's going to go into the ballot box that's on the back of the device. Pretty easy and straightforward, very intuitive. A lot of people talk about, well, the technology, some people aren't good with it. If you can at least use an ATM machine, you can definitely use this. And I think it's even more simple than an ATM machine. So that's the whole process, and sort of, I went through it pretty quickly, but those are all the changes. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can get the residents of Glendale involved, and any community really. So we have a number of opportunities. First, we have something called the Vote Center Placement Project, or we call it VCPP. You may be aware there's a meeting actually tomorrow night in Glendale. I did bring some flyers here for anybody who's interested in attending. And what this meeting is about is really to have a true partnership with the community. We know we want vote centers in the community. Where would you like a vote center? So community members gave us 2,000 suggestions. We're going through that list to whittle it down to 1,000. This next round of community meetings that we're holding after we got those selections is to let people know this is the locations we received, these are the next steps, and we really want community feedback on the placement of the vote centers. So that meeting is coming up tomorrow night. There's another one, I looked up the schedule, on May 29th, there's one in Burbank. So if people miss the meeting tomorrow, Burbank is the next one that's closest to this community. We also are going to do a mock election. We realize people like to touch the equipment because nothing makes people feel more comfortable with new equipment than being able to try it out. On September 28th and 29th, which is the weekend after National Voter Registration Day, we're going to do a mock election countywide. We're going to have 50 sites countywide. We would love to partner if you want to suggest a location, maybe somewhere nearby here in Glendale, to be a mock election site. And it's going to be just those 2 days on a weekend. And this allows the community to come in and really try the equipment out. We're going to have a fun ballot. People will vote for things like, you know, what's your favorite park in LA County? What's the worst freeway in LA County? Things like that. So it's something that's fun to get people out and really start creating a buzz about the changes. I always like to think of it as Carmageddon, right? We all heard about Carmageddon. No matter where you went, everyone was talking about Carmageddon. We want that same buzz going on about our new voting system because we have to change voting behavior that's been going on for 50 years, and that's very hard to do. So we really want a big build-up leading up to March 2020. We also, if you miss the mock centers or the mock election, or even if you go to the mock election but you like what you see and you want to get more exposure to it, we're going to have demo centers set up. And demo centers will be permanent sites. We'll have 10 throughout the county, and they'll really start in October and go all the way through January. And these will allow people to come in and just try out the devices, get a simulation of what the new process will be like. And then we have full implementation rolling out in January, probably January 2nd. Right now, we are talking about it. You might have seen Dean Logan, our registrar, on NBC News or CBS News, NBC News the other night. He was interviewed, the one with Lester Holt. So he was on there. So there's a lot of information now starting to come out about changes to voting system. But full implementation in January 2020. And this will be a huge media blitz. And if you think about it, we really only have about 6 to 7 weeks before people start voting once we start rolling it out. Because if you're going to vote 10 days prior to Election Day, you're actually going to start voting in February, which will be very unusual for California. So we're trying to get the word out as best as possible, so you'll see us coming back around, really getting that information out. And I think this is a great opportunity for the City of Glendale to partner with us because you're the first stop for information and resources for your residents, and we really want to have a true partnership. And Artie, your city clerk's been always really supportive, so we hope to continue that partnership. All right. So just a quick snapshot, and it shows you, I think everyone here may be aware of how big LA County is, but in case you don't know, we have 5.3 million registered voters in LA County. We actually have more registered voters than 44 states have statewide. So it's a big job for us in LA County to get the word out, and that's why, again, these partnerships are really important. We also can come out to any events you have. So if there's any events coming up, community events, we'll come out. We'll bring our outreach staff. We'll set up a banner. In this picture, you can see Annabelle, one of our outreach staff. She'll go out to an event, or any one of our outreach staff. So we're happy to partner with you on that. All the information that we have, you're free to share on your social media or your websites. Okay, we're on all these different social media, and I'll leave it at that. Any questions? Probably a lot of questions.
Any questions, colleagues?
Sorry if I sped through it. I was just a lot of information. I was trying to not take up too much time.
Go ahead, Mr. Agajanian.
If vote by mail,
yes,
still 3 days after the election is
yes.
acceptable?
Yeah, vote by mail will be unchanged.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so the question about if we receive it until, okay.
Yes, Mr. Agajanian.
You know,
sure.
For example, for Glendale, how many voting places we're going to have based on population, or how that will work?
So yeah, so there is a requirement in the law. It breaks down how many you have to have per city. I don't have the final number for Glendale, but it'll be several. We are, just so you know, for LA County, we're actually going above and beyond what the law requires, because we want to make sure we have more vote centers and it's more accessible than just the base number that the law requires. So I can't give you a number right now, but we did get a lot of suggestions for Glendale, and we will be working with the city clerk's office to make sure that we keep you informed, and you guys will definitely have input on that as well.
So if I'm in Burbank,
Yes.
driving through Burbank and I want to vote, will it pull up my Glendale ballot,
Yes.
my municipal ballot? And will our municipal election be first? I know there was,
Right.
our city clerk sponsored a state law that,
Yeah, so SB 25 it will be in effect for March 2020, and that will essentially flip the ballot order. It's not a true reversal, but the city contest will be first, so yes, you would see your city contest first. We're currently looking at what that ballot layout looks like. As you're probably aware, LA County was designated as a pilot program for that law, so LA County will be the only county with that type of ballot layout. So we are looking at the ballot layout, looking at what works best for voters. One thing that we are concerned with, and just to be honest, there's a lot of new information, right? So you'll have a new voting machine, you have a new voting period, the date that people vote is new, and now we have a new style of ballot. So there's a lot of messaging and education that needs to go on also with the changes around the ballot as well. So we definitely are going to work with all the cities to make sure we get that information out there, but yes, that will take place.
and all previously not all previous vote by mail voters will still remain vote by mail.
Yes.
They don't need to apply or redesignate.
The voting records will remain unchanged.
And do you expect that this will increase voter turnout?
So SB 450, which is what the vote center model is based on, it's called the California Voters' Choice Act. One of the big selling points for that legislation was that hopefully voter turnout will increase. Now there's 5 counties that went to the vote center model in 2018. All 5 of those counties saw an increase in voter turnout, although the state had an increase in voter turnout, but they were higher than the state average. So we believe that it will increase turnout. And as you can see from some of those statistics, you would think that the increased voting period would allow people more convenience and more options for voting. So we feel hopeful, but voter turnout is based on so many factors: who's on the ballot, how excited people are, how much discussion in the media there is. So there's a lot of factors that go into it, but we feel confident that it will.
Comments?
Yes.
Mr.
Comments and questions.
Sure.
You mentioned there is a meeting tomorrow night.
Yes.
Where is it?
Glassell Park, thank you. That's the closest one
Glassell
to
Park?
here. Yeah, Glassell
There'll be
Park.
one in Burbank.
Yes.
Are we going to have one in Glendale?
We already had one, and we'll work with the county to see if they are going to have another. There was also one in La Crescenta.
So about the VCPP meetings, how they're structured is we split the county into 33 clusters, and we partnered with organizations to put these meetings on. I can come back if you set up a town hall, and we can present the same presentation to if you want to do any kind of additional meeting, I'm happy to come back, or one of my colleagues would be happy to come back.
I think I like that idea. I really appreciate that. And you said you had 2,000 suggestions for precincts that we use to colonize voting centers. Is 2,000 from the entire county, or 2,000 from Burbank or Glassell Park?
So we got 2,000 countywide. Right now we're checking all of them for ADA capabilities, electrical qualities, because we're going to have a lot of electricity going through them, connectivity for the e-poll books, and we're hoping to get down to 1,000 locations. So the 1,000 will come from that bigger list of 2,000. Not all of them are going to work for us, because some of them are not ADA compliant, for example.
Okay. And in the past, when we got our sample ballots, it would tell us where the precincts are. Is it going to be the same way?
Yeah, that's a great question. So you'll probably have the closest 3, 4, 5 vote centers near where you live. Then you'll have a number of options to be able to find out all the rest of the vote centers. There'll be a web lookup, there'll be a phone number. We're also going to publish the full set of vote centers in all newspapers. So there'll be a hard copy for those who don't have internet access or aren't very familiar with that sort of thing. So we want to make sure you are aware of the ones closest to your house and then have access to all the other ones.
25% of the population in Glendale, if I'm not mistaken, are seniors.
Right.
It was mentioned a few times today, and not every one of them is computer savvy to go on the web and find out where the other. So we will have that on the sample ballot. The precincts will be on the sample ballot.
So the ones that are, the 4 or so, 5, we haven't decided the number, but the closest ones to that, your residents will be on the sample ballot.
Okay, so
and then you'll have the ability to call someone or look up online and find out, hey, I'm going to be in Long Beach tomorrow. Where's the closest vote center in Long Beach?
Okay. And you mentioned that the voting period is like 11 days instead of 1 day. We used to have the early voting, basically was the same thing. So people, show up at the election center we had here at the police department and they would vote. Is it the same concept?
Yes.
So we will, and who decides where the voting center is going to be, the early voting center?
Well, so there will be no more of the early voting sites. Like you've seen, they will all be vote centers. And they will be not just the weekend, but it'll be that full 11-day period for the 250. Then as we get closer, it'll increase to 1,000. So for 4 days, we'll have 1,000. But starting at 11 days before, it will be 250, because there'll be a gradual buildup. And that's part of the whole vote center process, where we're deciding where to place those and so forth. So we're using data to really help make those decisions, in addition to community partnerships.
I hope we will have one in Glendale, because we are the third largest in
You'll have
county.
several.
Councilmember Garbettian, we have shared all of our previous polling locations that have been vetted and that we've looked at as well with the county, and we are urging them earnestly, and they're listening to us, to have one located somewhere close to either the Civic Center, Central Library, or some type of public, high-traffic, easily accessible location.
I think the police department was very fine. People are, they're used to it, they're familiar with it. Parking is good, because parking, you mentioned, thank you, Mr. Clerk, you mentioned GCC, it's a great location, but parking is a...
Sure, and parking is one of the things we're looking at. So some areas are going to have advantages over other areas, and so we're taking all of that into account.
And one last question, in the past, when I went to vote, they asked what my address is, what my name is, and they marked that I'm there, and I signed off on it in a big book.
Yeah.
And that could be from the 60s as well, I don't know. But if I'm in Burbank and I want to vote, how do they know it's me?
So the how you affirm who you are as a voter will remain unchanged. So that part of the process stays the same. So they'll ask you for your name and address. They'll look you up through the e-poll book, and then you'll sign affirming that you are the person you say you are. That you're actually signing under penalty of perjury. And then once you do that, they'll mark you as voted. And then in terms of the street index, which is the one that they use to line out, there'll instead be some kind of a web lookup, because voters will be voting all over, and campaigns want to get that information, so they'll be able to look it up via some kind of a web portal to find out who showed up. Usually campaigns want to look for their supporters and so forth.
Sure, and would the campaigns have access to that electronic system that you have to see how many people voted already?
Yeah, it'll be like a street index web portal. Yes.
All right.
Ms. Devine.
Very interesting.
You just piqued my interest there with that signature on the computer. And you're saying, is there any way of verifying that signature? I mean, I could walk in and sign Yasmin Beers, and if they don't know, if there's no signature check, I mean, it could be anybody.
Right. So the law doesn't require us to check that signature, so that's not something we do. Wow. Just like before, where those rosters were never checked. So that would require state law change. So the signature is just affirming that you are the person you say you are when you show up.
Wow.
So that will remain unchanged compared to how it was before.
Okay. And you also mentioned that part of your duties will be to oversee voting centers. What kind of security? I mean, will you have the volunteers that you have there will be helping people with the computers, I'm sure. But will you be allowing other people to come in with other people, or will you be regulating that sort of activity?
So it's just like a polling place. You can have public observers in a polling place. You cannot do electioneering. So people can come in, they can watch, and they can see what's going on. You can't go up to someone who's voting. You can't sit at the official table. All those things will still be in place and will remain unchanged. We will have our own staff there too. So it'll be a mixture of different people working at the facilities. We're going to add additional staff, for example, someone to assist individuals with getting started on the ballot marking devices. We'll have an IT person at each vote center. So we'll have some new staffing positions that we didn't have before, but you can think of them still as fairly similar to what we have now with polling places.
And the last thing, you mentioned this meeting that you had last night for education purposes. I didn't know about that. I don't know that anybody else in the room knew about that. And no one knew, I didn't know about LaSalle Park either. How are you getting the word out that these meetings and educational forums are going on?
So the primary way that it is promoted is the organizations that we partner with, they all received a grant, and they're the ones in charge of doing outreach. So that's number one. Number two, we're supplementing their outreach with our own outreach, social media, communicating with cities. And so I apologize that you didn't receive that information. I'll go back and make sure that we are making sure to reach the cities when we do that outreach. And any other way possible, the supervisor's office, for example, we give them the information and they spread it out to their cities and the communities in their areas. So again, I apologize. I'll go back and make sure that doesn't happen. And we'll make sure that for the May 29th meeting, we'll have your outreach in Glendale to let the residents know that that's going to be the one nearby. And then anything we can do ahead of the meeting tomorrow, we'll make sure we can do that.
Okay, because I know in Glendale you can use GTV6 for these ads and PSA so that people that are watching will know about these meetings, because I think it's very important. Last thing, I have a concern about the harvesting. Do you have any way or means of I see a list of, well, these are some of the things we can do and decide what you want to do. And
so for ballot harvesting issue, as the registrar, we can only go by what the law allows. So before the law was changed where anyone could return someone's ballot, it used to be that only a household member could return someone's ballot. And so household members would take it or not. Now the law changed where they eliminated the household requirement and made it so anybody can return their ballot. Just the third party person has to sign and the voter has to sign saying that they gave that person the permission. The thing that we always convey to voters is know who you're giving your ballot to. If you're not comfortable, you don't know the person, don't give them your ballot. You have a lot of other options that you're able to use to return your vote by mail ballot, including the mail service, but you also have the ballot drop box program. And this is one of the reasons why we do promote the VBM drop box program, is because we want voters to know there's a lot of other ways that you're able to return your ballot. You don't have to give it to someone if you don't want to. So we can only go by what the law allows for, and our message is just know who you're giving your ballot to, and make sure that, if you don't know them or you're not sure what they're going to do with it, hang on to it and turn it in a different way.
Thank you.
Sir. Okay, we got a lot ahead of us, so let's,
one more question.
seeing as though we'll probably be discussing this again and giving direction next meeting or at a future meeting, let's think about
You
wrapping
mentioned a
up.
few times that you're partnering up with some organizations or community organizations. I didn't know anything about that. So is there a way that you can reach out? How do we, I think the best point is our city clerk as far as the reaching out to the community for the meetings, for the events and everything else. I think our point of contact should be the city clerk, because they know how to advertise. GTV6 was a great idea that we always used. And if there is a way, if we can have your contact information so the organizations can contact you and find out what is going on, how do they participate, because this is going to be a tough elections, as you mentioned. It's very difficult than every other election. So that's about it. I think it will be, yes.
Sure. So we'll definitely be in communication, and we'll talk about, and I'll include in the town hall, setting up another opportunity for residents to participate and give input. And then I'll make sure, maybe you can pass on my contact information to any of your staff or your offices that want to contact me directly. Happy to talk to all of you separately. If you have more questions about issues that may arise on election day that are even unrelated to this, I'm happy to answer those questions. Or if you want to strategize on ways where we can do more outreach, happy to work with everybody.
I'm just talking about the partnership that you have with organizations. I
Sure.
think that's important that we have several organizations in town that they would want to be part of this. And I didn't know that this is happening at this.
Yeah, so again, I apologize for that. We'll make sure to correct that and we get that information.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that we did hear your report. We are going to be thinking about how we will be directing staff and the clerk's office in a later meeting, but knowing how the actual votes are going to be done gives us a good background on that.
Thank you very much.
So let's take a motion to note and file on 8A1. Do we need to vote on that? To note and file?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we will bring that back with the more specific options that were actually outlined in the PowerPoint presentation.
So we're going to continue. We're going to ask for a continuance of 8A2.
Absolutely.
Directing staff. So,
Sure. Thank you.
but let's do 8A1. Moved, seconded by Gajanian. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avijanian?
Yes.
Devine? Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes. And in terms of continuing 8A2, do we need to vote on that?
No, if you just re-agendize.
Okay, we'll re-agendize that at the next available, not-so-long meeting.
Yes.
So we can get into this and not feel constrained with time. Okay, thank you very much, sir and madam from the county and city clerk for that report. Next item, please.
8B, Director of Public Works and City Manager regarding award of contract to Western Audio Visual Incorporated for the design and construction of Glendale of the Glendale Television Channel 6 Technology GTV6 and Space Planning Project. 1, resolution adopting preliminary design plans, specifications, and contract documents using the design-build project delivery method. 2, motion awarding a design-build contract to Western Audio Visual Incorporated per specification 3789 in the amount of $1,538,017.95 plus a contingency amount of $100,000 for a total not to exceed contract amount of $1,638,017.95 and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. 3, motion amending the professional service agreement with BFA Incorporated by adding $39,860 for their continued technical and contract compliance support associated with the proposed improvements for GTV6 for the total not to exceed contract amount of $75,450 and authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment. 4, resolution appropriating $993,467.95.
Thank you. We have all been briefed on this. Essentially, this is a redesign and a relocation of the GTV6 technology and equipment, as well as a space planning where all the equipment will be placed in one secure location. Does council request any report on this?
I move the item.
Is there a second?
Which item is these? All 4 of them?
We have 8B, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
There's a second.
Are there any cards on this, Mr. Clerk?
No, not on this.
Thank you. See, you understood this because you're in the television business. Roll call, please.
Council members Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. 8C, please.
8C is General Manager of Glendale Water and Power regarding to execute an agreement with Alliance for Cooperative Energy Services, Power Marketing LLC. C1 is motion authorizing the city manager to execute a 3-year service schedule agreement and up to 2 one-year amendments under a master service agreement between ACES and Southern California Public Power Authority for real-time energy trading and related supportive services for a total amount not to exceed $4,420,416.
How much time do you need, Mr. Zern?
I need no time. I will just answer questions. We've briefed you on this as well. If you want any.
Give us a 2-minute summary, please.
Absolutely.
Because this
So
involves
we're requesting from council approval for a 5-year
Quiet,
agreement.
please.
3 + 2, 2 option years at our option for support services for our power supply. This is our trading, risk management, balancing, scheduling operation. We've had these services since 2008. This will be our third 5-year agreement. We're recommending the firm ACES, who went through a vetting process that was conducted by SCAPA, the Southern California Public Power Authority, for its members, of which we are one. We are taking advantage of that situation and requesting the agreement with ACES. I think just one important thing to point out, compared to the existing 5-year agreement, the proposed 5-year agreement is a 20% decrease in the fees that ACES charges us. And they've been a very good firm.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zern. Do we have any cards on this item?
No.
No cards?
No.
May I have a motion at 8C1?
Item,
Is there a second? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Garpetian, your microphone. Councilmembers Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes. And now, the main event. Mr. Clerk.
Under hearings, 9A is Director of Community Development regarding public hearing on appeal of Design Review Board's approval of DRB case number 1723012 located at 1633 Victory Boulevard. 9A1 is a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation and monitoring program for the project. 2 is a motion to sustain the DRB's decision to approve the DRB application with condition. 3 is a motion to reverse the DRB's decision and continue the matter, directing the city attorney to draft findings in support of denial.
Thank you. I am going to open this public hearing and announce that I have approximately 30 cards. In 2 minutes, I am going to instruct the clerk not to take any more cards. So if you have any interest in speaking, please fill out a card and submit it. It's important because we have to budget our time, and I'll be deciding how much time the appellant, the applicant, and the speakers will have. Okay, so again, if you'd like to speak, please submit a card. We will not take cards after 8:58. That will be the deadline for receiving cards. Okay, let's go to
Yes.
Dennis
Joe, City Planner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is an appeal of a Design Review Board decision for a project located at 1633 Victory Boulevard, known as the Victory Hotel. I have a PowerPoint presentation for you prepared. Moving on to the next slide. The appeal request to the City Council is to overturn the Design Review Board's decision, which allowed the construction of a new 3-story, approximately 36,000, 64-room hotel, which will include a 2-level subterranean garage. Will have 66 parking spaces. Just to go over the project location here, it's located at Winchester and Victory on the northwest corner. It's approximately 22,000 square feet in size of the lot, and it's surrounded by other C3 zone properties. And to the north, it's R1 single-family zone, and the other properties beyond the C3 properties are R3050, which is multifamily. Next slide before you is an aerial photograph of the property. The project site consists of a 1-story commercial building. It was previously used as a gas station and then most recently a auto repair business. As you can see from the aerial photo, it is mostly paved with limited landscaping. This is a slide of the, just to give you a background, the existing circulation. Down below in blue, this is Victory Boulevard, and the project location's shaded in yellow. The purple represents the alley, and red represents Winchester. And the orange is Western Avenue, which connects to the 5, and the green street here is Lake Street, which the alley and Winchester intersects with. And down below, further south, is Sonora. Just to give you a little bit further context of the project location, here's some photographs of the project site. There's a key to the left, which will provide you some guidance on what the shade of the outline of the photograph is. So the top shaded in red, on the left-hand side is the key, was the red arrow. So this photograph is taken from Victory in Winchester, the intersection. And the second photo on the bottom is of the gas station from another vantage point along Victory.
Where's the elementary school?
Please, ma'am, and not just ma'am, but everyone, this is going to be a long hearing. I'm going to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. However, your speaking opportunities will only be at the dais at the appropriate time in your allotted time frame. So that may be a very good question, but please, you're going to have to hold that and raise it at the time you speak, or perhaps whatever side you're on, ask either the appellant or the applicant to make a indication as to what your information needs to be brought out for. So let's go back to Mr. Joe.
Continuing on to the next slide here is other photographs of the subject location. Across Winchester is the 3-story multifamily building. The top right is from the intersection of Winchester and Victory. And then, from Victory, and the bottom one is from Winchester and Victory. And south across Victory is of the existing motel and the industrial commercial building. Just to give you a background of the project, this project was reviewed by the DRB twice. Under the first project review, this rendition you see here of the design was returned for redesign by the board. The conditions for this return of redesign was to redesign the facade with less articulation, redesign it with restrained color, and to be more cohesive with the Rancho neighborhood. And the second one was to redesign the hotel with to limit the noise impact and increase privacy, particularly to the adjacent single-family house to the north. And the last condition was to increase the amount of landscaping in the yard to the north of the property adjacent with the north single-family house. During the second board's review, this is the design that the applicant came back with, and this design was ultimately approved by the board with the following conditions, which is to redesign the street, alley facades with greater emphasis at the corners, and 2, revise the design with greater variety of window sizes and configurations, and 3, enhance the sense of arrival by recessing the front entry. Moving on, the basis of the appeal, the appellant had filed an appeal with 5 bases. The first one is the public availability of the solar access study. Just to begin, outside the downtown specific plan, a shade analysis is not required by CEQA or the California Environmental Quality Act. The applicant, by their own will, had a solar study which analyzed the shade that would be projected on the surrounding properties, which this study was provided to staff the night before by email, before the DRB meeting, which was also presented before the DRB, which the board accepted and took into their consideration. The second basis of the appeal was the solar study is inaccurate. On the appeal application form, the specifics of these errors were not identified. However, with staff's analysis of the project, no variances were requested. The project does comply with development standards outlined by the zoning code, which are in terms of the height and setbacks. And the purpose of these for these standards are to provide adequate light air separation and landscaping as a buffer between the adjacent properties. Basis number 3, this is kind of broken into 2 parts, but the first one was concerns that toxins were not addressed within the MND, which is staff's environmental review. A Phase 2 ESA, which is an environmental site assessment, was submitted. The purpose of this document was to analyze the subsurface soils on the property of its historical uses, which were a gas station and an auto repair shop. The conclusion was the target analytes reviewed by this document found that they were below the regulatory action levels. So as part of the environmental, a mitigation measure was, as precautionary measures, that the applicant prepare a soil management plan, and also for a geologist or an environmental professional to monitor the potential impacted soils during grading. Second part of number 3, it was kind of a 2-pronged one here, but it's almost the same question, but it was in respects to traffic. As far as for traffic, a trip generation estimate was provided by our traffic division. It analyzed during the AM peak hours, 34 trips would be result. During the PM peak hours, 39 trips would result. The threshold would be 50 trips. Since this is under the threshold, a traffic impact analysis was not required. And last, traffic, and this is just standard practice, a construction traffic control plan will be required, and the purposes of this is to provide traffic or construction traffic control measures, identify signs and delineators during the construction. There was supposed to be some animations on here. Do you mind if I restart the PowerPoint just for a quick? Do you mind if we restart?
What kind of animation?
It kind of walks me through. Pardon me, Mayor.
Go ahead and start it. Go ahead and crank it up.
Okay.
So you sent it as a PDF? No, not a PDF. Not a PDF. Where is it on the server? Where is the?
Oh, that's.
Oh. Fireworks.
Is it normally on the server? Let's give them some.
25 years left.
Well, it's a game time decision. Do you want to forego that animation, or do you want
I'm going to do my best we can.
try and grab it?
Sorry. The PowerPoint that we were presenting was off a PDF. I had a PowerPoint that walked through talking points with animations that kind of talk about it. I'm going to do my best to move
I can only imagine how helpful that would have been, but we've got to go to Plan B at this
I
point.
put some time into it, so I kind of wanted to.
I feel for you. I know you probably did. You probably did. I sympathize with you.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I apologize for the delay.
It's okay. Now you're broken. Okay, there we go.
So moving on, the fourth basis of the appeal were concerns that the alley were not properly addressed. As you can tell from the slide, here is a site plan of the hotel. Shaded in gray are of the streets of Winchester and Victory Boulevard, and shaded in blue is the existing alley. The access into the subterranean garage would be from the existing alley. Now, the design of this was for three purposes. One, avoiding access from Winchester. Winchester is a local street by our circulation element of the general plan. It serves the single-family residences north of the property. Second, it's utilizing the alley to be as furthest away as possible from the intersection of Victory Boulevard and Winchester to reduce or avoid conflict from traffic from that intersection. And last, the entrance into the subterranean garage is a little bit further down the alley to avoid any instances of any queuing that can go off into Victory Boulevard. As part of the second design, what the board did approve, they amended the internal circulation at the grade level to have a turnaround there. And the purpose behind this is to have an opportunity for guests to be dropped off by rideshare services like your Lyfts or your Ubers, and also to further reduce any stacking out into the alley or on Victory Boulevard. This all on site, not flooding out into the neighborhood or onto the alley. This is where I wish I had the animations, but please, thank you. Overall, this site plan is supposed to show the changes between the first and second site plans. At the top right where it says setback, second level pool deck, the previous version had a setback of 11 feet 6 inches, which the approved version had a current setback of 15 feet. So it was an added increase of 4 feet for the pool deck, which you see there in yellow. To the left where it says setback hotel rooms at the second and third levels, this is where the volume of the hotel is at 3 levels. The previous version had a 10-foot setback, and the approved version had a current setback of 24 feet, which is an added 14 feet. Of the area where it did recede, that area would include additional landscaping to where it would have been a landscape buffer. This was in concerns to architectural drawings not addressing privacy. As part of the redesign, the applicant did redesign the pool deck to have a wider planter along the edges of the pool deck. The previous version had 5 feet. They've increased it 4 feet. So in this area right here, it extended an additional 4 feet out. And the purpose behind that is to discourage guests at the pool to hanging out on the edge. And also what they've included here in the center was a wall with acoustical panels on the inside to mitigate any noise generated from the pool going out so it would muffle it. And also they revised their plans with this additional landscaping in this area. On their landscape plans, they've identified they're going to have something that grows really tall, and they've identified bamboo, which is going to mitigate any visuals from the pool and from the rooms. Overall, after staff's analysis of the appeal, staff recommends that the DRB's decision be upheld. This ends my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any immediate questions? Otherwise, I'm going to invite the appellant, the applicant, and the members of the public, and then we can return for any questions from staff. Okay, let me first ask the appellant, Mr. Marks, and your team, if you have a team, maybe you do, how much time you would request to present your side?
I have a 25-page PowerPoint to present, and I'll try to expedite it as fast as I can, but I do require 25 minutes.
I'd like to see if you could do it in 15 minutes. I'll give
Do
each
my
side.
very best, Mr.
I'll give
Mayor.
each side 15. If you're at a point where I'll use my discretion at the 15-minute time. I want to be fair to each side.
I understand.
In addition to those who have come to speak, I now have over 30 cards. I'm going to allow every speaker outside of the appellant and the applicant 2 minutes to speak. So let's start. Mr. Marks, as the appellant.
Formally open the hearing.
I opened it right off the bat. Please.
Do I have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure how to use. Is there a button for page down?
For page down, if there's either a scroll tab or a little middle button, you can roll that, or you can press the right or left buttons to go back.
Okay.
Or you can use a clicker.
Is there a clicker for page down?
Just advance it forward. It's the right button.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Mayor, council and staff. Our appeal is based on the following: location of the hotel's two-story underground parking garage entrance exit, which utilizes a public alleyway as a driveway for ingress and egress, which causes cumulative traffic congestion and increases the likelihood of property damage, personal injury, and fatality. Inconclusive or inadequate environmental reports, inadequate solar access study received at the Design Review Board meeting without thorough vetting, without being available to the public. For failure to fully address neighborhood privacy issues, and finally, incompatibility with surrounding structures and the Glendale Rancho neighborhood. Location of the proposed hotel's two-story underground parking garage entrance and exit. The setback is only 6 feet to the garage opening and includes a 3-foot plant buffer. This creates a blind spot for alley traffic and hotel garage users and does not allow adequate turning space. The parking garage entrance exit is located directly opposite the Chevron's trash containment area, and ingress-egress is located where Chevron Mini Mart receives vendor deliveries and services by other large trucks. Users include vendors, sanitation, tow trucks, municipal, and other very large vehicles. One available passing lane is only one available passing lane is available for numerous vehicles. Below we see an example of a vendor bringing inventory to Chevron station. The red lines on the ground indicate where the garage's ingress and egress will be. As you can see, a driver needs to stand actually in the gutter of the alley with his hand truck. The lower left image shows a traffic backup. The gray car is waiting to get into the station, the white car is waiting for the gray car, and the small red truck is awaiting the single passing lane. To the right is a cakes vendor, and while I observed it, there were at least 5 passing vehicles. More examples would be this drink vendor who is loading his inventory within the only passing lane, and other examples below. As you can see, the blue truck in the center is there's another drink vendor, and he is loading from the other side of his truck. To the right are 2 images depicting Chevron's trash containment area. The top image is a front view where looking at where the garage's ingress and egress would be, and there is a side view. Please note the 2 bollards which protect a telephone pole tension wire. Below is the sanitation schedule. I won't run through it entirely to expedite this, but there is trash pickups multiple times, almost every day except Sundays. Here are examples of sanitation vehicles, and on the top you can see 4 cars awaiting for one sanitation vehicle to perform its procedure. And down below you can see congestion occurs in all parts of the alley from Victory to Lake Street. More examples would be this sanitation truck where the workers stop for a beverage or restroom break, and vehicles have to use the only single passing lane. Clean Harbors is Chevron's toxic waste removal service. To the far right, we can see an example of 2 consecutive sanitation vehicles passing to their left to bypass a vehicle that is occupying the alley. Down below, we can see an example of driver indecision regarding passability safety. And in this case, the sanitation truck did move aside a couple of feet, noticing that the driver had backed up and then moved forward and wanted, in fact, to pass. Another example is this incident on, this is all one single incident actually, where a sanitation truck and a casket vault carrier were in the alley facing each other. To the far right and the upper right, both drivers are embarking to their vehicles. The casket vault carrier is about to depart the alley. The sanitation worker is pulling a tool off of his truck to retrieve a piece of debris. The casket vault carrier needed to make a 3-point turn to reverse and get out of the alley because he could not bypass the sanitation truck. The middle picture on the right is depicts a large box delivery truck. This truck waited in Victory Boulevard for several minutes while the procedure above concluded. You can see the casket vault carrier exiting the alley. After both large vehicles exited the alley, the box truck entered the alley and made a delivery 2 doors down from the Chevron where it caused its own congestion. Again, the orange lines on the ground indicate the proposed hotel's parking garage ingress and egress. As you can see, here is a waste management truck where the forks are actually hanging over the egress of the parking garage. You can see above to the right that the worker needs to use the ingress-egress area where vehicles would enter and exit to perform his duties. Down below are a number of other examples: waste management, American Reclamation for bulky pickup, and municipal sanitation vehicles. This was taken yesterday at 10:11 a.m. It shows some vehicles at the Victory mouth of the alley. As you can see, the sanitation truck needs to utilize about half of the area of the hotel's ingress and egress. The picture to the right depicts the area without any obstruction. And as you can see below, the driver needs to use the only available passing lane as he opens his door and enters his truck. It was May 2nd. This is a tow procedure that occurred right next door to the Chevron. To the right is the hotel property. The wall indicates the hotel's property line. The middle picture to the left indicates the egress of the hotel parking structure, and we can see that right in its path is the tow truck's gas tank. And while this procedure happened, vehicles did utilize the only available passing lane. To the right, we see opposing vehicles utilizing the passing lane, and the bottom right picture is Lake Street, and where we often see congestion 1/2 block away from Benjamin Franklin Elementary School. More examples of tow trucks. The numbers in the lower right corner indicate the number of tow trucks. When possible, they do use designated parking spaces. However, at times they are often too big and spaces are not available. The center set shows 2 tow trucks entering the alley mouth. They have to bypass a stopped vehicle and park directly across from the proposed hotel's parking entrance, right in front of the Chevron's trash containment, supply, and electrical generator. Moving on. Other large vehicles showing hotel garage adjacent and alleyway congestion. This is a Coca-Cola delivery truck bringing inventory to Chevron, and here is a mattress carrier which was unable to bypass the truck and had to wait for the truck to finally depart. The middle set shows a tanker entering the garage. The large van is a baked goods delivery service for Chevron. To make room for the tanker, he had to back up into the alleyway. Unfortunately for one driver, it became impassable. Down below are other examples of large vehicles and more large vehicles. This particularly large vehicle was delivering equipment to Chevron. The procedure, as long as I witnessed it, was about 20 minutes. I don't know the full duration. And while I watched, there were passing vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians opposing vehicles. Down below is another single incident where a Red Line drink vendor is delivering inventory to Chevron. Behind it is another one of these casket vault carriers. The casket vault carrier departed and was able to make it through the alley, but as you can see, it had to utilize the only passing lane. The other large vehicles include semi-trucks and many municipal vehicles, including Glendale Water and Power and even Glendale Unified School District. This is one single incident where a lumber truck, unable to park on Chevron's property, parked directly across from the hotel's ingress and egress. And you can see at the front, the truck is very close to those bollards that protect the tension wire. From the back view in the center left, you can see that it covers the entire trash containment area. And the bottom left is one of its dual gas tanks, that one on the Chevron side. And on the lower right, you can see the other gas tank directly in the egress of the hotel's parking garage. Lack of a dedicated hotel driveway, site use precedent, and expected traffic. This luxury or upscale hotel without its own driveway or property line buffer, the applicant intends public use 3 feet of hotel, the public to use 3 feet of hotel private property setback for passing, also intended for hotel traffic. Quote, we actually dedicated 3 feet of our property to make it a 23-foot wide alley. So that will end up close to two-way access. Applicant architect Nikhil Kamat, Design Review Board, January 10, 2019. All prior businesses at this site avoided alleyway congestion by providing a driveway to completely accommodate their own traffic and included some property line buffer. Here you see the driveway that all previous businesses used. To the left would be the alleyway. The proposed hotel intends to add 35 to 60 cars, making multiple trips per day to the alleyway. Public Works estimate, according to staff, was 34 trips in the morning and 39 trips in the evening, 73 trips total to the congestion I showed previously. The applicant boasts a 90% occupancy in Burbank and Glendale hotel markets. Based on a 64 rooms, that would be 60 cars a day if you include 2 to 3 employees, 120 trips if you can include round trips. Examples of hotel designs that include a driveway with a plant buffer. As you can see, major chains like Ramada, Hyatt, Hilton, Motor Inn, all utilize driveways with attractive buffers. This would be consistent with our Rancho area. To the right is a neighbor's design suggesting a driveway alternative.
So can you go back one more time?
Absolutely. Victory would be on the bottom.
Yeah, why don't you go through your presentation, and then if there's questions, we'll take it afterwards.
Going on to environmental reports, the number of underground storage tank USTs remains unknown after studies. And this is from the Phase 1 environmental report, where they indicate that 2 USTs were installed on the property in 1946. These tanks are only suspected of being removed. Going on to the Phase 2 environmental, sampling of soil on the northern corner of the lot along the property line was not conducted. I've marked that area in red in the diagram on the far right. Quoting from Phase 2 environmental report, multiple cars were parked on the property. Because of this, CCI was unable to observe the exterior ground surface of the majority of the property for suspect in-ground features. More questionable environmental testing concerns, conflicting, incomplete, or inaccurate data. Environmental testing was done for a 15-feet excavation. The actual depth of the underground parking garage is 20 feet, plus any excavation digging depth required to build it. And in fact, staff report also quotes the inaccurate 15-feet figure. Actual depth post-grading will be deeper, and difference in depth should have been considered. Area of soil boring number 8 next to toxic waste containment area shows topically contaminated soil. The boring event photograph is not present in the study as it is for other samples. Environmental reports are incomplete and inconclusive. Since the 2016 testing, applicant has neglected to remove toxic waste in the containment area, and those are pictured to the far right. However, based on CCI's understanding that a 15 feet, that's a quote of the inaccurate data, and both applicant commission environmental reports admit to being inconclusive, based in part from information and data provided by others, and the environmental company CCI is not responsible for the accuracy or completeness of this information. 3, inadequate solar access study received at the design review board meeting without thorough vetting and without being available to the public. The solar access study was commissioned by the applicant, performed non-locally in Portland, Oregon, and examined shading to only one of several impacted homeowners. Flaws in the applicant's solar access study.
That's 15 minutes. I'm going to give you 2 more minutes, Mr. Marks, if you want to get to
okay,
the points.
Well, then I will go on to it. It includes inaccurate renderings. It neglects that the hotel shading upon a back building intended for ADU conversion with solar panels. It will cost neighbors. My home directly adjacent to the proposed hotel is an all-electric home. It depends on small plug-in heaters, fireplace, and natural sunlight. It also neglects to address the next adjacent neighbor who has a swimming pool and will suffer additional heating costs. One important thing to note is that it neglects summer days beyond 3 p.m. when, in fact, days in summer are much longer with sunsets past 8 p.m. 4, failure to fully address neighborhood privacy issues. The applicant shows only 2 lines of sight to address privacy. The applicant only considers 1 adjacent home. To the right are pictures I took from the 3-story apartment building that staff showed us earlier. And as you can see, these are a couple of backyards in which I can see clearly. And the bottom picture is a 3rd-story view of the next street over, Randall Street. And beyond that street, across that street rather, we can see Benjamin Franklin School's lunch area. I believe that the applicant should have considered all neighbors' privacy rights and the site range and distance. I'd like to make a comparison of the apartment, the proposed hotel. First, I'll go on to Chevron if I'm limited on time. To compare Chevron with the proposed hotel, the existing high-volume, Chevron is an existing high-volume traffic establishment with 5 entry-exit points, 1 from an alleyway and 4 from city streets. The proposed hotel proposes a high-volume traffic establishment next to other high-volume traffic establishment with only 1 entry-exit point in a narrow, congested public alleyway. Above, I show a number of differences, including footprint, which of the apartment is just under 9,000 square feet, whereas for the hotel is well over 16,000.
Were you done?
No.
How much more did you have?
I have.
You spent a lot of time showing us pictures of the alleyway.
Yes,
and
I did.
I wish you had moved on because we got it after
Maybe
the first.
just a couple of more pages.
Tell you what, I'm going to give you 2 more minutes, but I have to give the same amount to the other side.
Incompatibility with the neighborhood. The project presents serious concerns for child safety due to its close proximity to Benjamin Franklin School. The project does not offer benefits to the neighborhood, no restaurant, retail, or jobs. And the pool deck impacts peaceful enjoyment and privacy of adjacent and nearby neighborhoods. What needs to happen, quote, is more of a sensitive view of the neighbors should come into the picture. How the massing has been done, I think I have a problem. I appreciate the lower portion of the building being placed on the northern side, but it's the loudest. It's the activity that's going to generate the most noise out of the entire project. Alan Malekian, Design Review Board, June 14th. How important is that deck? It's really creating the Achilles heel of this design at the moment. Art Simonian, Design Review Board, June 14th. And another quote from Alan Malekian, bring all the heights to the front, get rid of the ground level facing the alley and the gas station, all the units, and put the driveway drop-off within the building along parallel with the alley. It's a high-traffic establishment directly adjacent to Glendale's horse overlay. The proposed hotel is sited on primary access road between the 134 and 5 freeways. The current design is inconsistent with the Rancho semi-rural environment and lacks adequate landscape architecture, and I have presented to staff a 400 signature petition opposing this hotel. Like you, we wish for safe, beautiful, profitable developments that work harmoniously with our neighborhood and communities. Currently, as it stands, this project is not that, and we ask for you to send this project back to redesign with assurance that the necessary oversight be given to ensure that we get a development that meets our high city standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monk. Please, no clapping.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Now, Mr. Garpetian, did you have any questions of the appellant at this moment, or do you want to? Okay. Okay, he will hold.
Okay.
He will hold.
Thank you.
Now, who is representing the applicant? And sir, if I could have your name. Did you turn in a card as well?
Good evening. Yes, I did. I'm David Moss.
David Moss, okay. And I extended 15 plus 2, 19 minutes to Mr. Marks, the appellant. I will extend the same time to you.
Good evening, Mayor Najarian, members of the council, city manager, city clerk, city community development director. I'm David Moss. I'm a land use and environmental consultant. This is the first time in a 35-year career that I've actually been before the council on an appeal. Every project that we have worked on in the city in the past, most of them were zoning administrator processes or they were DRB, and none have ever been appealed. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I want you to know that this is an unusual project, and what makes it unusual is that behind me is a very talented and very sophisticated group of consultants. I'm here this evening with Nikhil Kamut, who is in being chosen for this hotel project is not just an architect of local fame, but also of international fame. If you look up his firm and enclosures, you'll see that it's quite an honor to have a project that he has designed in your city and that has gone through so many iterations. I'm also here with Richard Garland, who's a traffic engineer, registered, PE. He's worked with city DPW staff in the past. I'm also here with a gentleman from CCI. I'm going to have a quick senior moment. His name is Ken Durand. He is a hydrogeologist and a licensed professional geologist and soils expert. I'm here with several members of my staff. Paroma Ghosh Roy, trained as an architect, acting as a planner, and Derek Hung, who's also a planner, both with master's degrees. So I tell you this because this is not a project that came about from a very haphazard or ill-conceived basis. It's a project that started out as an opportunity for the hotel developer to take a piece of property that staff has properly identified as having been underused, underserved, not particularly community serving for many, many years. So let's just take a look from the beginning at a few things. I'm not presenting this evening any new information. I want to make that very clear. I see most of you have in front of you this project overview document that we've prepared, and this is basically just my notes, and I don't need to present everything because you already know, and I've known this since Dennis Joe first came to the city years ago, he's a consummate professional and he's made my life quite easy in terms of not having to review in tedium or ad nauseum a lot of the information that's already been before the DRB on 2 occasions. So I'd like to say a few things. Number one, it's unfortunate when I see the amount of mischaracterization and somewhat duplicitous information that has been brought before you this evening. I say that with all the due respect for the appellant who has come here before you, but I would tell you that most cities and counties would look at a lot of the information he's provided and would realize right up front that it is unsustainable in terms of knowing whether it's been created, fabricated, whether it has any real standing. But what he has done a very good job of making me feel is that no development should take place in your city, no development should take place on this property because the alleyway and the surrounding streets are already completely overused. And frankly, that's just not a fair starting point for a project that's been in development for 2.5 years. So what do we have here? We have a situation where You will hear, if necessary, from our traffic engineer. You've already heard from your traffic engineer that it makes no sense and it's contrary to city policy to have the access off of Victory or Winchester. There are many, many reasons why it's important to have the alley access used. It's a single entry point. I'd like to tell you that even though your city staff have not suggested it, that I'm here to offer to you this evening that as an additional land use condition of approval, Jayesh Kumar, the developer, has looked at the circulation and is agreeing that he can easily agree to a right turn in only off of Victory and a left turn only out in order to alleviate some of the concerns I think that the neighbors have that are what we'll call in the westerly direction towards the appellant's property. So you have two levels of underground parking, and what you really have is you have a situation where every council district in every city we've been in lately has been clamoring for all the Uber and all the Lyft and all the pickup and drop-off to take place off of the public rights-of-way. This property, as Dennis Joe has shown you, has been completely redesigned so that all of the access comes in from the alley, and there's a circulation opportunity inside the first level, which means that there is no street parking needed, there's no drop-off and pickup needed, all the deliveries will be inside the building. I can tell you I have seen so many flawed projects in the last 3 years because they get all the way to the point of an appeal or a project deliberation such as this, just not on appeal, but because there's some type of discretionary approval. And they have to go back to the drawing board because the project had not compensated for this huge uptick in the kind of shared driving and parking arrangements that are taking place. Is quite a revolution in Southern California. There's also one other thing I'd like to make very clear. What makes this project very unusual and what makes this appeal quite narrow is the fact that the only thing that technically is before you, I'm not a lawyer, I do a lot of practical land use work, and I'm sure that your city attorney has already briefed you on this. There's no discretionary aspect to this as it relates to the use as a hotel. The use as a hotel in the C3 zone is by right. The Architectural Review Board's deliberation on this project is very, very narrow. It's limited to design and to the CEQA documentation that they have approved. And I just want to make sure that's clear. So what does this hotel do for the community? Just to make it clear, he's not placing this hotel here because people in downtown Los Angeles are going to drive all the way to Glendale when they're at the conference in downtown Los Angeles, and they're not probably going to come from very far away. It's local serving. It's designed to be that way, both in terms of the pricing, the fact that the pool deck is only going to be open from 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, and if need be, we could reduce those hours slightly because it's not a big draw. It's not a big party hotel. It's a hotel where people whose friends, family are coming in for local holidays or family events, good, bad, or sad, are going to have a local place to stay, and quite an alternative to the type of facilities that are available today. The other thing that's very important about this hotel, you've had no pedestrian street activation from anything relating to the use that's been on this property for almost 70 years, actually 61 years if we use 1958. You're going to have a hotel with fairly modern look, minimalist architecture, very sophisticated landscaping, and in deference to the community, Mr. Kumar has agreed to add a local serving cafe. The cafe may be a lost leader for him. He's not even sure how many seats he's going to put in it. He is depending on many of the people who are behind me this evening, not just the supporters who are interested in it, but the people who have been opposing this project, because he has specifically said, if you want a local serving coffee shop, if you want a reason to come into this hotel and feel like it's part of your community, if you'd like to have a community room, a place that you can meet, this is something we'd like to offer you, because they don't have it today. And I don't know where they go to get their coffee, but they're welcome to come into this hotel and make it feel like it's part of their existence. So what has happened with this project since September 2017 when it was filed? It has only gotten better. The developer is extremely patient. And what I can tell you about Nikhil Kamut, because this is my 5th project with him, he is somebody who listens with a vision. Staff has done a very good job of already presenting to you the changes in the design. But what I would have you do, because it's such a better color rendition, if you look at the cover of the project overview document, you will see the true colors that are going to be used in this project. Because this is a DRB project, I'm sure you're all aware. that everything about this project in terms of the development standards, height, massing, setback, colors, fenestration, all the landscaping, all the acoustical panels, they are part of this project. There cannot be a deviation from what you're seeing, because he cannot get this project approved through construction drawings without planning sign-off, and they have to make sure that this project complies with all of the details that have been approved by the DRB to date. So what really took place here? You have a huge change from these somewhat garish, bright colors that the community didn't like. They wanted subdued earth tones. Now they have it. They wanted much larger setbacks, 15 feet from the property line on the first and second levels on the north side, 24 feet on the third level. They wanted better north side walls on the side by the appellant's home. They wanted landscaping that provided much more significant buffer. They wanted better pool buffers. There were almost no real buffer in terms of the bamboo landscaping and the wall heights around the pool in the first iterations. And as far as the privacy was concerned, they have set back the third floor and the upper levels specifically to appease and to make sure that they mitigate the allegations of privacy, which, without being too heavy-handed, we don't even know of any privacy issues that the DRB has that they can really even be looking at. So what did the DRB do? When we're here before you on an appeal, our impression is that the DRB is a group of people, learned scholars in architecture, planning, design. And what did they do? First of all, they looked at the soils reports. The Phase 1 and Phase 2 are clearly adequate documents. I hold my doctorate in environmental science and engineering from UCLA. I choose not to do soils reports anymore as a living, but Ken Duran, who is here, has a single-page letter that I will hand in that completely summarizes for you the exact information that staff has already told you. The underground storage tanks in the first Phase 1, of course nobody knew what the status was. That's what a Phase 1 is for. In the Phase 2, there's a no further action letter that has been adopted for this project. The underground storage tanks have already been removed, the reference samples have been done, and there's no more mystery about them. In terms of the traffic, Richard Garland is here. I've worked on 5 different school projects with Richard Garland in the last few years. And one of the things that I know in talking to some of the community members this evening is everyone in this room is inheriting a lot of the angst and concerns of a community that feels like they're under siege from existing operations that take place in this city, in this location. And when Mr. Kumar builds this hotel, I guarantee you that he's going to continue to speak very clearly with his management and construction team. He's going to meet with Chevron. He's going to meet with city DWP staff and Glendale Water and Power, because the bottom line is everybody has to get along in that alley, and there's no way that that alley cannot handle the extremely de minimis number of peak hour trips. Because unlike a school, anybody here who has parents or who are parents or are caregivers, we all know 8 o'clock to 8:20, God help you if you're trying to drop your kids off at school or those of someone else's family that you take care of. And the same thing happens from 3 to 3:20. But the peak hour demand for hotel traffic is extremely de minimis. It's why Richard Garland and city staff are very comfortable that no traffic impact analysis is required, because they were way below the peak hour trips of 50 that would trigger a traffic study. So let's just look at something here. Councilwoman, I really appreciate you bringing up Alan Malakian, because Alan is everything that you said. He has devoted himself to this city. He is a consummate professional. What did he say? He said upon approving this project from our last design that we saw and the direction that we gave the developer and what we received, it is a dramatic difference. To me, they listened. They followed instructions, so I would be comfortable allowing staff and the architect to work together if we gave them specific conditions for approval. What did Art Simonian say? The facade has greatly improved since the last time around. It has much more character. I appreciate that you met with the community. I think it's positive. I think it's quite nice that you're talking about a community room and a coffee station. That really did put this forward and try to give the community some of the benefits that they asked for. The setback is from 15 to 24 feet. That is a nice setback. So I could go on, but you all have the same records that I have. and I only have 5 minutes and 40 seconds, and I plan to make good use of it. So as you look at the community and city comments, you'll notice there's 20 comments. I kind of call it, excuse me, the list of 20. And what has happened is over time, the developer with its architectural and engineering team, they went point by point through all 20 of these comments. And what did they do? They worked with all of them to redesign the project so that by the time it gets here on appeal, there's not a lot of mystery. They worked on the issues of making sure that they don't have cumulative traffic impacts with the Benjamin Franklin School down the street. They are preventing night deliveries. They're avoiding rideshare along the curbs. There's no bright facade colors. They're using anti-graffiti paint. I don't know why, but we don't see that there's much reason that there's going to be new RVs parking around the hotel, because it's kind of like mutually exclusive. If you have an RV, you're probably not going to want to park it. You're not going to come to the hotel. They are limiting the pool hours. They agreed to limiting the signage so that there's no digital or bright moving signs, which in many commercial areas of the city are not allowed anyway. They've agreed to use mature trees. The issue of using local native trees is a very sticky one, but in working with their landscape architect, they're talking about peppermint, cypress, magnolia, and timber bamboo for extra screening. The planning staff comments were right on, all 7 of them. They wanted a lot of community outreach. There were 4 meetings. They wanted the facade simplified. I think that's clear. They wanted an absolute change in the color palette. Done. They wanted a major privacy screen along the north side of the appellant's house. It's done. They wanted a major wall fence between the hotel and the single-family residence. Again, it's done. They wanted to avoid having tree canopies that were too broad and would lean over the property of the neighbor. Done. And they wanted the city staff recommended acoustical panels be placed all around the pool area to buffer noise. So in 3 minutes and 31 seconds, here's what I'd like to tell you. The DRB made an extremely informed decision. This was not a rush to judgment. It was not a project that came before them ill-conceived and they were in a hurry to deal with it. They voted 4-0 on environmental. They voted 4-0 on design. As far as the solar study, I regret that solar study is even before you today, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because the DRB, in my opinion, from a practical standpoint, did not really have a reason to look at it, to use it, or rely on it. And part of the reason, again, is because I'm sure your city attorney, if Michael was sitting here, would tell you that a DRB, an architectural review board, they lack the authority to change your zoning regulations. They lack the authority to add something to the CEQA guidelines when it comes to a project. You don't have in this city, good, bad, or indifferent, it doesn't matter, you do not have in this city a requirement for a solar study in this part of the city. It's basically inadmissible, and in reading through and watching the testimony at the DRB, my professional opinion is they didn't rely on this solar study. They didn't need the solar study to be able to approve this project. They saw exactly what they needed to do to make the findings for this project. So in summary, we're here this evening. This is not the end of our testimony. There's a lot of people behind me who either would like to have the opportunity to answer questions that you have from the architect, the soils engineer, and the traffic engineer. But we support the DRB findings, and we're asking that you do the same. We think they made the findings correctly when it comes to site planning, mass and scale, and design and detailing. And we really would appreciate upholding the DRB's adoption of the mitigated neg deck and the mitigation monitoring plan. I thank you for this opportunity. It's a lot of information to take in, but I think your DRB made an amazing opportunity for you to not have to work as hard on some projects by delivering such a good record and an informed administrative record.
Thank you.
Also, housekeeping. This is 38 letters of support. These are the originals. Dennis has been taking in the digital copies, so I'd like to give this to him, or I can do it through the clerk.
Yeah, please hand it to the clerk.
And also, I think that we've already given to you the summary letters from Richard Garland, and actually I have not. This is the summary letter of Richard Garland, registered traffic engineer, upholding the decision-making that was made by Pastor Casanova in city planning, City Public Works Engineer 2. And this is the letter of Ken Garland from CC&I. And again, I just want to say that unfortunately the appellant misled you in believing that the Phase 1 was a summary and final document. The Phase 2 is the summary and final document.
Thank you. Okay. Please remember to keep your comments within the 2-minute period. Those who support or oppose the views of each individual speaker, please do not applaud, clap, boo, hiss, throw anything. We can get through this and in an appropriate manner. Jim DeCarli is first up, followed by Joanne Hedge.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm here on behalf of the hotel, and my concern is the cumulative impacts. The applicant did an excellent job in presenting this, as well as the design. Before I went into sciences, I was working for the city of Claremont, which is a very unique city, strong design standards, historic preservation. We had tons of developers that would come into our staff wanting to develop there. Strong standards, sometimes they left, sometimes they met those. Now here in Glendale, the Riverside Rancho is something very similar, very unique like Claremont, very different from the north side of the freeway. Currently, there are not design standards. There's not a specific plan for that area, which it should be. But that's not why we're here tonight. We're here to about a hotel that, does it fit the community? Does it fit the character of the community, the needs of the community? People there, equestrians, when they're horse shows, they bring their own trailers. They don't need a place to stay. They don't need these hotels because they stay right in the trailers on the premises. Also, I mentioned last week about the child sex trafficking risks. It does do that because being adjacent to the I-5 corridor, traffickers do not even need to be in the hotel, but they utilize the facility around it. Also, having a modern hotel, think about what the future of the Rancho could be. Like having those design standards. Once we set a precedent, we could open the door for additional modern development in that area. The city of Glendale could bank on the historic preservation of this community, just like Claremont did, and get those tax revenues in an area that's specifically designed to enhance the historic character of the Rancho and preserve its future while benefiting the city of Glendale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joanne Hedge, followed by Richard Garland.
Before I begin, I did write this for 4.5 minutes, but I'll just either read fast or edit. I have no choice.
Boil it down to the most critical elements.
I'm speaking for about 225 people.
We'll appreciate your remarks.
Who aren't here to take up time. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Joanne Hedge, Glendale Rancho Neighborhood Association, 23-year resident. At first, the notion of a boutique hotel on Victory between Western and Winchester was appealing. There was no NIMBYism. But scrutiny led to discouragement, concern, fear, and finally opposition. There was a growing conviction that all was not right with the applicant's project, nor his team, not the design, the process with staff, the outreach, nor the incompatibility with the Rancho. We remain troubled over public safety, environmental, crossing dangers for students and riders and park users, and regarding the expectation of a design, albeit commercial, that would respect and reflect decades of the area's natural and architectural past, not an ersatz Euro-style box whose design has little connectivity to the Rancho. Reasons for the appeal include the design takes the busy, congested public alley to use for its driveway to access a 2-story underground garage on the Chevron side. Mitigate this by reducing the 64 rooms for space to install a dedicated driveway on the hotel site. Updated investigation by traffic engineers and the police traffic unit is needed. It serves residents' garages, the Chevron Mini Mart, vendor telecom and city trucks, emergency vehicles, cut-through traffic, and Franklin School. An alternative garage access in front is not a good idea either, which they would agree with. The siting of the second floor pool deck facing northeast overlooking the homes with redesign mitigations still do nothing to ensure a quiet enjoyment, sunlight, and privacy. Again, the tardy delivery of the sun study. I would suggest moving the pool to the hotel's front on Victory facing southwest, which is more appealing to business guests using it at workday's end to enjoy Park Ridge views of the sunset. And the inadequacies of the mitigated neg dock regarding toxic soils, auto petroleum products, and the city attorney had to order a cleanup of the eyesore after residents' public health and safety complaints reported illegal sheds against the property line. I could go on, but the outreach has been very confusing and not ample enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Richard Garland, followed by Lydia Ray.
Yes, I'm just here in case there are any questions or concerns that need to be addressed with regard to traffic on part of the applicant's team.
There may be, so have a seat, and when we start our discussions, we may call on you. Lydia Ray, followed by Elizabeth Vara. Yes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. No one expects to go into business to lose money. I don't expect them to willingly give up what they believe provides the best return on their investment without a fight. As a city, it's up to the residents and government staff that serve them to assure those businesses also provide a safe and decent return on the citizens' investments, whether financial, social, labor, volunteer, educational, quality of life, or all the above. Some of the things, at first, it did seem like maybe a good idea, boutique hotel. I think the outreach, we didn't know about some of it. I did get to attend one in Burbank, and when people did try to work with them, let this be part of our community, maybe you could have a restaurant at that time, or a cafe. At that time, the answer was no, we don't plan that. What is it for? Never got an answer. Well, maybe when we have family and too much family at a holiday, they could stay there. And the answer then was not what it was today. It was no, this is a business hotel. You can't afford it. It's not for your families. There are questions about the years, the chemicals that were there. Where I used to live, they dug behind it by the freeway. Animals, horses, dogs, cats, people got allergies later. So when you dig, you're going to find some things. I really expect that. And my other concern is the traffic on Victory. I've almost been hit a few times. There are buses, there's kids, there's pedestrians, there's horses, bicyclists, all sorts of things. The people trying to get across is just, I don't see how strangers are going to get into and out of it, not even knowing the area, when people that know the area have to run for their life at times just to cross the street or avoid the big bus that's going to pull out and hit them. We would all like and support a business that values and enhances our neighborhood. I hope that we can work that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Vara? Vera.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is my first time here. I am a 15-year resident of Glendale. I live at 1624 Randall Street, with a cross street being Winchester, which is right across the back of the school. And I'm only 4 or 5 homes down from the proposed hotel. What I will say is the following things. David Moss was here to let us know that we would like a cafe. We have one. It's called Chevron. We also have a second cafe. We have Victory Cafe. He asked about a community center or a meeting room. Guess what? We have 2 of those. We have Griffith Manor Park, which is less than 4 minutes, and there's already a tunnel linking Benjamin Franklin School under the freeway to that park. And on many occasions, Benjamin Franklin has asked parents to park there and walk their kids. We have other community rooms that at Pickwick Gardens, which is only 5 minutes away. So to have this idea that they're bringing in something that we don't have, that we want, or that we should, we already have those things. What we also already have is a heavily congested area that cannot take any more traffic. We are bursting. In my house, it takes me 20 minutes at any given time to exit my driveway because traffic is backed up all the way on Winchester to Victory and blocked all the way to Lake, also on Winchester for the drop-off. My father has renal failure. I have had times to call the ambulance and they cannot get through. The streets are simply not wide enough to support one car on each side of the street and then support a fire engine or an ambulance. I can also tell you that on any given bad week unfortunately, when there's so much traffic, there's going to be disruption. Every time we have to call 911 to send a patrol car because parents are loitering or they're jaywalking, they're crossing onto my property. And I can tell I've had multiple times where people have parked in my driveway, and even when I call 911, they don't come. So how much more money is the city going to be putting out to cover more 911 calls?
Thank you.
Oh, and by the way, David Moss, I think the appellate did a great job.
Susie Lawler? Ms. Lawler will be followed by Parama Ghosh Roy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members, staff, and security. I know I only have 2 minutes, and I want to make the most of it. My family is a 63-year Glendale resident. We've been here for a very long time, and the Rancho District has always been our home.
Pardon me. Shh. Sir, please, we can hear you trying to whisper. It's louder than a whisper. I'm sorry. Go ahead. We'll give you a couple more.
Okay, thank you very much. We love our Rancho District. As you can tell, we're very passionate about it. We are concerned about the traffic. We do like the development. We want responsible development in the Rancho area so that we can maintain our way of life. Mr. Moss talked about all the things that the developer has done for us, the neighbors. The one thing he failed to mention, our number one concern that was mentioned many times, make it smaller, just a smaller project. But they were unable to do that because of their return on investment. So I think had we even just a third of it would have been great. We would have open arms accepted the project. They did a great job in redesigning it. It was more towards the Rancho look, but we just want a smaller project. And that might work out for us, along with maybe some access to things for the community that they talked about. They've included a little coffee place that we can come. I don't know how comfortable they made us feel in saying that they did that for us, but it's there. The other thing that we also talked about was not only the 5 freeway is right around the corner from this proposed project, but also the 134 freeway as well. And we have traffic coming from both sides of the freeway, which of course is good for business, I'm sure, for the developer, but not so much for us. I know my time is short, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear us out, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lawler. Parama Ghosh Roy.
Hi, I'm Paroma. I'm from the Land Use Development team. I'm here to answer any questions which might come up later. Thank you.
Thank you. Garnik Asaturian.
My name is Garnik Asaturian. Good evening, Mr. Najjar and council members. Actually, I'm here to support the design project, and also the people they're talking about the traffic. I'm live that area 39 years almost. I never ever see traffic that area. I use 134 West Freeway. I'm use Sonora and Victory Car Wash. I never ever in my life see traffic on that area. People they keep talking traffic. I never see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Nikhil Kamat.
Good evening. My name is Nikhil Kamada. Actually, I'm the project architect on this project, so I can talk about it later if you want, or I can discuss right now.
Well, if you have anything to say in 2 minutes, we'll hear you. You may be called on for questions later.
Okay, I can quickly keep it in 2 minutes. So there were a few comments from some of the neighbors, and we have met some of them. And I want to thank the council, the boards and staff for hearing us out. We did meet with the neighbors a few times. A lot of things which have been mentioned, some of them have been misrepresented. The cafe was purely evolution of discussions with the neighbors. We added that purely to serve the community. It wasn't intended in any of our plans. They talk about design standards and architecture, and I, being an architect, we have worked diligently with staff as well as DRB, and I respect DRB's decision for the iterations that we have gone through for the design, and as an architect, I do believe that it has evolved with a better design for the community. They talk about traffic. Some of the comments, they actually answered their own comments. There is traffic on Winchester, there's traffic on Victory. DRE had the exact same comments. Alley is the logical place to provide access to the project, and that's what we did to eliminate traffic, to eliminate any traffic from on Victory, on Winchester, going to the school, from the school, all of that. In terms of setbacks, we have provided more than twice the setbacks as required by the city code. We have provided 1-to-1 ratio of parking in addition to some excess parking and a drop-off zone within the project. We will not have any drop-off on the curb. Everything will be inside the project. In addition, just the last point was the service trucks. There won't be huge trucks serving this hotel. It will be in vans, which will be more frequent, maybe once or twice a week, and it will be inside the project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question from architect.
Yes, you may.
What is the setback of the property line from alleyway?
So the alley is 20 feet wide, and when we met with the DRB initially, we had it at 20. Our project provided some setback in the original design, but right now we dedicated 3 extra feet of the property to make it a 23 feet wide alley. A two-way access is 24 feet in every city, pretty much. So we have tried to make it a two-way access by dedicating 3 feet of our property towards the alley.
So
and in addition, we have 3 extra feet of landscape, so the building sets back 6 feet.
I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Because I see it here, but I want to make sure. So your property line is 3 feet away from the street, right?
From the alley.
Alley.
We'll be providing 3 extra feet.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Ara Torosian. Okay. Mr. Torosian, not here. The 13th card is by David Moss, who has spoken. The next card is Ken Durant.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Ken Durant. I'm a California professional geologist and California certified hydrogeologist. It's my firm that did both the Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental studies on the project. And I'm basically here to answer any questions you guys have on those studies.
Mr. Garbage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were some comments made about the drilling in different parts of the site and the depth of the bores. As well as the tanks. When tanks are going to be removed, am I correct?
Excuse me?
The tanks, the USTs, the underground tanks,
Yes.
they are going to be removed, right?
If they should have been removed already, if we happen to find any during the excavation, yes, they'll be removed at that point. If there are any more there, which we have no idea.
So you don't know if there are tanks in the ground today or not?
Based on the records we see, there should not be any.
Okay, because when they remove the tanks, they usually have a closure letter.
That's correct, but some, this station was back in the 30s, 40s, or 50s, and sometimes the records back there are not very accurate.
Okay, so when you excavate, if there are tanks, you're going to remove it,
we'll have to go through
and then you have to get a closure letter from the fire department as well as the state agencies.
Correct, yes.
I just want residents to know that if there are tanks in there, they have to remove it based on the laws, basically. It's
Correct.
not- So based on your testing, you did not find any contamination in the soil?
We found low levels of hydrocarbons and some VOCs, but they were found in the former tank pit in the corner of the property, and they were below regulatory action levels.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I think that's all for now, Mr. Durant. Stand by, though. Elisa Cunningham, followed by Dwip Hadria.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. I am here to speak in support of the appeal of the project. As with all commercial properties, it is generally understood by the neighborhood that someday this property would be redeveloped. And we certainly welcomed a business that is both compatible with and supportive of the neighborhood. Unfortunately, a 3-story, 64-room hotel does not fit the bill, even if it may be a by right. Initially, the new owner-developer indicated it would be a small boutique hotel, which seemed promising, but again, that's not what ended up getting approved. The thing that's significant here, this equestrian community is primarily single-family homes and small multi-family units. It is both historic, and it's a historic community, and it's unique. And I can't really understate that. So that is what makes this community both vibrant and also fragile. So, and that requires your support in maintaining what makes this community thrive. So the issues, the approved design is out of character and incompatible even after the redesign. The outreach to the community was limited and difficult and last-minute notifications. The whole alley thing, I hope you all have spent some time there, because even with all the pictures, you get it if you spend any time there. The only way to deal with the underground and have access is to carve out a piece of the front, either in a semicircular or however they want to do it, because Winchester and the alley are just, they're not going to work, and I'm not an expert, but it seems pretty obvious. I think there's an opportunity right now to fix these issues and amend the project to ensure safety and compatibility with the neighborhood, or you could deny the project altogether and require the developer to come up with a more appropriate project. So as such, I ask for your support of the appeal.
Thank you. Dwip Bendia. Meta Gauran. I don't know if I pronounced that close.
Hello, Mayor Nazarian and council members. I'm a Glendale resident for 15 years, and driving around Glendale, as you can see, in the last 15 years, Central, Brand Boulevard, those have changed a lot. And when you drive through Victory, you see that area has been not developed in a long time, and it's overdue. And it requires significant, the new hotel project will generate new occupancy tax revenue, as well as it will provide opportunities. Some of the residents mentioned that it doesn't give them job opportunity or something, which is incorrect, because hotel will have some jobs that community can apply for. So I'm in favor of this project.
Thank you. Anand Desai.
Good evening, everyone. I'll keep this short. I know everybody's tired. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I've been involved in this project since for the past couple years. This project was originally going to be a lot larger than what you see before you. In fact, the zone allows for this project to be as high as 50 feet, and the developers did not exercise their right to go up 50 feet. They actually were very sensitive to the community. They actually reduced the size of this project to 35 feet, and that's how this was submitted. But as I indicated, they actually have up to 50 feet of the height limit. I have been present at the actual community meetings. The developer and the architect have been incredibly sensitive to the needs of the community. They have addressed all of their concerns. I noticed that there was a number of concerns that the community voiced. It included wanting a coffee shop. A coffee shop was created for the sole purpose of satisfying the community. As the council is aware, the project went through a radical redesign, again, as a result of the comments made by the community. Additionally, the building was actually moved away from the next door neighbor's property to accommodate a comment that he made that the building was too close, even though that did not need to be done. So there's been an incredible amount of sensitivity shown by the applicant and the developer to address the needs of the community. In terms of the actual entrance to the hotel, the community did not want Winchester and the community did not want Victory, so the only logical entrance into the property was the alley. I fully support this project. I think it's a wonderful project and it's going to be a catalyst to future development in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Stapok?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Natasha, and I live in Glendale for 12 years. And I fully support the hotel project. First of all, I want to say that the team of designers has done such a great job in creating a community-oriented hotel project. It's rare to see the developers who are willingly to absorb such a high cost to gain the support of the community. It also makes little sense that after influencing the design to such a great extent, there's an appeal was filed by the neighbor despite having gotten many changes incorporated, including the local interior cafe, the 25 feet north side setback, acoustic panels on the pool level, and completely revised facade. Thank you.
Thank you. Kinari Desai?
Good evening. I'm going to try to keep this short. I know everybody's really tired, but I feel like this is a case of too many cooks spoil the brew. But the developers have done an incredible job in trying to accommodate all the changes that have been asked for them from DRB, from the community. We've gone through 3 DRB hearings, and at this point, now they want to bring in that they should have the entrance from Victory, when originally in the first one they had an issue with having the entrance on Victory or Winchester, and so the DRB allotted to use the alleyway, and now they're proposing again in the appeal that now they want it to be carved out on Victory, which doesn't alleviate their issue that they were having about traffic. So they're contradicting themselves. Everybody has an idea of what they want. Somebody's saying that they want a lesser unit hotel. Some people are saying, well, the hotel doesn't bring anything to the community. We don't need a community hall and we don't need a coffee shop. We have enough of those. They do not know what they want. There are too many people with their opinions about what is there, and they're not understanding the focus. This developer is really going out of their way and trying to address every little concern, and has made a radical change in the way they've been trying to present this project. And I feel like after the DRB giving and working with them for 3 reviews, at this point the residents and the local community have to understand and now support the project. This is not where you go behind and say, oh, but I want the driveway to be on Victory now, but I want a 32 unit hotel and not a 64 unit hotel. It just makes no sense. And everybody has a little change they want to do. In this case, nothing can get approved because everybody wants their own 2-piece to this project. That's all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Eric Manatsahanyan?
Yes, actually.
So the comments, whenever anyone speaks, need to be directed to council, because council are the ones that will have the ultimate vote. Speaking across the aisle doesn't really do anything. I don't think you're going to change any of the speakers' minds, but the minds you have to influence are ours up here. So, Mr. Manatsakanya.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I live in Glendale for 22 years, and I own a business in city of Glendale, not far from the location of that new hotel. I listened to the comments, and I have been using that gas station for 22 years, since the first day I moved to the city. And there are concerns about the gas station and the trucks around it, and I've been watching the presentation, and they're fair. But if you stand right next to the gas station, and you can notice that that alley, as it was presented, is not being used the way it was presented. That was only selected part of the time that might be early in the morning or later in the afternoon. Hotels are not generating as much traffic as a gas station, for example, generates. And I also noticed a decline of the usage of the gas station. We have hybrid cars, we have electric cars. There are not as many vehicles that are using that gas station as it used to be. Second issue that I have is having a business right close by. I have been forced to use the hotels for my guests in downtown Glendale area or drive them all the way to Burbank. And it is very inconvenient, and there is not a single reputable hotel in that area. I believe that the hotel would help the community very much and the businesses in that area also. Thank you.
Thank you. Rina Meda?
Sorry, it's my first time. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rina Mehta, and I've been living in Glendale for over 30 years. And I fully support this project because I believe we need a place for our extended families and relatives to stay at when they're visiting us during the holidays. I'm sorry, but I do not feel comfortable having my relatives stay at a substandard motel in the vicinity or all the way down Grand Boulevard. And I believe the hotel will bring much needed development in this area and to the local businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Hovasapian.
Good evening. Development team has put in sincere effort to clean up the site, redesign, and enhance the part of Glendale with the land use that filled a void for hotel space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sergio Tamrazian.
Good evening. Basically, my opinion I have to tell, I supporting for that project. Just people talk about it for the traffic and the parking. 2 years ago, there is the dealership. You know, every dealer and the mechanic shop, when people go in buy the car, there is needed like 30 to 45 minutes for the checking the car. This is smog, first of all. People have to know he live in that area. I think this one is be better fresh air, first of all. And second, this hotel has the more than 64 parking. You know, and I think so outside have to be any traffic for parking traffic. And otherwise is the traffic now everywhere has the traffic. You know, it's people every day going, coming, you know, this I supporting for that one. My opinion. Thank you.
Samuel Ananova.
Hello, everyone. I work down the street from on Victory, a couple blocks away, and every time I pass by every morning and every evening, I think that this area will be, this project will be perfect for that land since the existing auto repair facility was never well maintained and was never beneficial for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Zorik Yerikian.
Good evening. I'm here to support the project. I do own and operate a business on San Fernando, very close to where the project is going to be. And I think there is traffic on 405 and 5 every day, but we don't just close the freeway. We all try to make it work somehow. And I think the developer has done a tremendous job as far as the setbacks and whatever the community requested. And I think it's going to bring life to the community, bring more jobs. And I think that area was a dumpster a couple of years ago. People used to throw trash there. And I think all they're trying to do is make the best use of the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrik Abkarian. Adrik Abkarian. Aris Hakupian.
Actually, I'm here to support this project. The idea I have, actually, there is lots of traffic in Glendale. Everywhere you go in Glendale, there is a traffic. Traffic is not the issue for we said the project is not good or bad. Whenever you drive in Glendale, whenever you go central, still there is a traffic, but you see the nice buildings, you enjoy that. And plus, this whatever they want to think about the Glendale, they want to develop a Glendale, and this is the part of the nice hotel. I'm the person, I'm going to hotels and motels a lot. But whenever you go to the Burbank, it's like cost you $400 for each night. And for the Glendale, it's not like that. But I agree with this small hotel here because I know the price is going to be good. And I agree with 100% with this. And I support this. I drive a lot that area. And there is no traffic at all, I mean, specifically in the morning or night. I agree with that.
Thank you. Star Irvine.
Hi, y'all.
Star. Oh, you gonna bribe us again?
Hello. Hope you've had a nice winter and spring. Summer's coming. I have 2 points. One is, I think San Fernando should be turned into a mini Las Vegas. I think you guys got a whole big party you could do with a hotel there. And it would have access to all of LA, Hollywood, and Glendale, and Burbank. I think that's the way to go. However, my concern is Franklin Elementary, one of your best elementary schools. You know it, right? It's the dual immersion, most diverse parenting I've ever seen. And as you know, from last week, I guess, learned about the potential of sex trafficking with an elementary school 1 block away from a small hotel. If you're going to do the hotel, maybe you should make it so you can see the people going in and out of it instead of secretly through the alley. I find that questionable. I mean, how are you going to monitor any sort of sex trafficking potential if it's going down an alley in secretly? I just think that that puts children really, really at risk, and it's pretty straightforward. So I brought you Portos, and I've pledged it to the children at Franklin Elementary. And here's a little bit on information, as you may know, about the potential of sex trafficking in the area in relation to the freeway, in relation to the elementary school. And I think you should do Vegas on San Fernando Boulevard. Okay? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that we should be.
It's not appropriate.
Yeah, it's not appropriate for that to be forwarded.
We appreciate the gesture. It would be inappropriate for us to take.
You took them from the Girl Scouts the Armenian Scouts, you took it. I saw you, and you took it from me 6 months ago.
It wasn't the hearing.
It wasn't a pending item.
But we do appreciate your concern.
That's it? No more portos?
We can,
Is that official? Nobody can bring portos to
well,
you
we have
guys?
to go with our
I
city
just,
attorney. on
we
this
can't
one.
make that part of a,
But you
yeah.
did it before.
Not a connection with, not a connection with an entitlement.
Well,
No.
how about your associates?
Yeah, feel free to.
I'd say the other subtext is, I think it's wonderful people who support it, and I think it's wonderful people who actually live in the community have issues with it, and they need to be addressed. I don't know if the people who support it live in the community. And that's a different element, as you know. If you live next door, you'd be thinking a little different about it, I think, right? I think so.
Thank you, Ms. Irvine.
Thank you.
And thank you for the thought. I'm sure members of the audience would very much appreciate portos. You can make friends.
Put them in the back.
The next speaker is Jayesh Kumar. Okay. Rakesh Patel.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. Thank you. As a resident of Glendale, I just want to be real brief that I am supportive of the project, and that solely just based on the merits of the case that the DRB's decision it be upheld, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. That is the last speaker card that I have. Did anyone submit a card whose name I did not call? We had a deadline of...
Mayor, there was a card submitted afterwards, and we denied him. If you want to take him, we can...
Since we had a few speakers pass, let's take that last card. It'll be 2 minutes. And then I'm going to invite Mr. Marks for a 10-minute closing and Mr. Moss or whoever from your side for a 10-minute closing as well. Arthur Tomasian.
Actually, I'm here to support the project. I do own a business in Glendale and business in Burbank. I drive every day on Victory. I don't see no traffic at all every single day. And I think bringing a hotel there, it will bring more business. It will bring more taxes to the city of Glendale and more jobs. And people will spend more money in city of Glendale. So I will support the project, basically.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I would advise, the appellant has the burden on the appeal, so I would advise to let the applicant go next and then give the appellant the final word.
I was going to give him like a 2-minute rebuttal at the end.
The applicant?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the appellant.
Okay.
I was going to go 10, 10, 2.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Mr. Marks, if you understand that, you're going to have 10 minutes. You don't need to use all that. I'm going to give the applicant 10 minutes, and you'll have a final 2-minute rebuttal.
10 minutes each or equal time?
10, 10. So if you only go 5 minutes, he can still go 10.
I'll take 10.
But it's not the length of your comments, it's the quality of your comments.
Right. I took a few notes while people spoke. We heard a lot about the facade. The facade is not a subject of this appeal. We are not appealing the facade. What we are concerned primarily, the biggest issue is public safety. The traffic standards are 2010 traffic standards. We've heard about traffic a lot in council. I've watched some on the YouTube and on the computer, and we know that traffic is growing in this city, and traffic is going to grow in this alley. When my wife and I moved into our home, we were 2 drivers. Very soon we'll be 3, and in a few years we'll be 5. So traffic is going to grow. That's just the natural process. I don't see why we would want to throw in one fell swoop 35 to 60 cars in this alley. To say that there's only traffic in it in the morning rush hour or in the evening, or as to compare it to a school, is completely wrong. I added some addendum packets, and as you can see in those, I included pictures of a Coca-Cola truck. Can I have the PowerPoint of the Coca-Cola, please? Coca-Cola truck, and resting right over that ingress-egress. And those were taken today, before I came to this hearing. And let me show you this Coca-Cola truck. That was at 3:07, just hours before we started this council meeting. You see that municipal truck driver? He saw me out there taking pictures. He's watched me do it for months. He gave me the thumbs up. He knows that this hotel is going to be problematic.
As long as it was his thumb, we're okay with that.
Because he knows what I'm fighting for, Mr. Mayor. He knows that I'm fighting for them. All of those drivers out there, they know. They when we laid those red lines down, they really realized what we were talking about, and they said, "Oh my gosh!" And I'd like to address a few other issues that were discussed. If you do look at those lines, you can see it's right across from where employees frequent this sanitation area, and that's a hazard. And gasoline tanks right where a vehicle can just shoot right out at it next to a gas station, that's absurd, in my opinion. That's something that a planning commissioner really would have wanted to take a look at, I'm sure. Regarding the outreach meetings that the applicant did, these were checkbox meetings. These were really designed to show the design review board that they did something. The neighborhood asked them for a coffee shop, a Starbucks, maybe a coffee bean. We would have loved to have some kind of mixed use, a little deli in there or something. They gave us a countertop with a coffee machine. We saw some letters of support come in here. There are far more letters of opposition. Regarding occupancy taxes that the city has to benefit from, you know, when situations like this cause an accident, that's a moot point. And regarding the 50-foot use, Alan Malekian himself said it's still just 3 stories. You know, he was surprised. He thought about 4 stories, and he was corrected by staff. They said, no, it's only 3 stories. He said, oh my gosh, really, 50 foot and 3 stories? They're still limited to 3 stories. The issue about a parking garage on Victory or a parking garage in the alley, we're not talking about where the parking garage is. We believe that the hole in the wall should be in the alley. But there should be a driveway that goes up to it. Don't use our public alleyway. Don't compromise public safety to cram in rooms. Every other business that has been there has used a driveway approach, and I don't see why that precedent shouldn't continue, especially in the face of growing traffic and a public safety threat. And the gas station, as we have more drivers, there will be more people filling up with gas. We do not want to congest this station anymore. In your addendum packet, I included a picture this morning of another gas tanker coming in. I could take pictures all day. Yes, I did give you a lot of alley pictures. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. If you went to my website and you took a look, you'd see that they are time-stamped. I time-stamped the events, the hour, the minute, and even the second to show what these people are going through. And it's just really too much. This applicant really needs a driveway. Regarding privacy issues addressed by the Design Review Board, just last night we found a privacy issue in, I'll hold it up to you, I'm sorry I didn't make copies, in stairwell number 3, where the bamboo and screening and all these things that they address don't even exist, because there's a stairwell at the corner of the at the residential side. And, you know, all I need is a simple selfie stick. And, you know, or if I'm tall, I'm not particularly tall, but as someone who's tall can just look over. It doesn't matter if it's set back 5 feet or 9 feet. But eyesight is, you know, doesn't know the difference, 9 feet, 4 feet. So that opening needs to be closed at that corner of the building. That would be the northeast corner, I believe. And so that is a real design issue. The parking garage is a real design issue. And alley frequency, in your addendum packets, I included the security camera of my next door neighbor, the log, that logs events in the alley. It doesn't log every event because a little spider web or a dust on the camera would cause an inaccuracy. But here it spots so many vehicles. On Friday, April 26, 2019, 248 detections. Also in your addendum packets are articles on the feel of the Rancho, and one article about an incident that I mentioned last week in council, off-agenda comments, was about the death of a KTLA reporter that occurred near Columbus Elementary School. And so for those of the appeal supporters who speak about the concerns of safety near schools, that is another thing that we really need to consider. The parents are overwhelmingly against it. The vendors who service Chevron are overwhelmingly against this idea of a alleyway driveway. The neighbors are, for the most part, opposed to it. Not neighbors who live half a mile away or a mile away, but the neighbors who live in our neighborhood. Our equestrians are opposed to it because it encroaches on the kind of beautiful life that they live in the Rancho for. This is Glendale's Rancho, and we want to preserve it because once we lose it, we just can't get it back again. So even with 2 minutes to go, if you have any questions, I will be happy to.
Could you please repeat the location of the window that you feel may lead to a violation of privacy?
It's not a window, it's a stairwell. It's a stairwell on the pool deck at the closest corner to the residential neighborhood, and that stairwell has an open space. So there's a kind of a screening that attempts to give some view blockage. But when someone uses that stairwell, they step down and then they go midway down the story and then back down to the ground level. But at the mouth of that stairwell, it's clearly open. They can't block it off. So there's no planters. They can't put planters there. It's a stairwell. A planter and a stairwell can't occupy the same space. Just like a gas tank and an outgoing car can't occupy the same space.
May I ask you a question? I did find the stairwell on.
That's stairwell
on the
number
plans.
3 on page A5.
I have one on A7, which is on your side of the property where the pool deck is. Is that where you're referring to?
I am referring to the stairwell on page A5.
A5? Let me just find it.
As you look at the sheet, it's in the upper right-hand corner.
On the east side of the building.
On Winchester? On the
Westchester side.
Right, on the
Westchester.
Right, Winchester.
Winchester, I'm sorry. Winchester.
Can I ask one more question? So the main concern, as I see, besides everything else, one of the main concerns is the alleyway. Am I correct?
The alleyway is a huge concern, yes.
So their access is from the alleyway, and since they don't have a driveway, a dedicated driveway on their property, that is the main concern? One of the main concerns?
Right. Using the alleyway as a personal driveway is a very big concern, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, another question, or? No. Okay, Mr. Moss, you have 10 minutes. And then you get a final 2 minutes, Mr. Marks.
I think the first order, we're still here, Our first order would be to have Richard Garland, who's a registered traffic engineer in the state of California, discuss this alley issue and make sure that it's clear to everyone in attendance this evening, in front of me, behind me, that the city's traffic engineer made the correct decision.
Okay, with regard to the access to this property, you have three choices. You have Winchester, Victory, or the alley. If the driveway were to be on Winchester, then all of the traffic coming in and out of the hotel would conflict with the elementary school and with all the people that live on Winchester. So that's really not a good idea. You want to minimize impacts to that residential street, which is only 30 feet wide. So let's forget about the driveway there. Option two is to put the driveway on Victory. Well, there's not that much room, there's not that much frontage between the Winchester Victory intersection and the intersection of the alley and Victory. So if you squeeze another driveway in the middle of that, you've got three very closely spaced access points. And since Victory is an arterial street, one of the objectives of the general plan is to minimize conflict points on an arterial street. So that's why city staff felt that it was not a good idea to add another driveway at that location. So what we're left with is the alley. And the reason that's good is that it provides the situation where all access to this property will be coming in and out of an alley, which is already there. So you're not creating another conflict point, and you're not creating interference with the residential and school traffic. Now, let's talk about the traffic generation. At the busiest time of day, this hotel will generate 39 vehicle trips, 20 inbound and 19 outbound, and that's in the PM peak hour. When you think about it, 20 cars entering a property is not that much. That's an average of 3 cars per minute. So it's really not going to create this huge traffic jam or traffic situation on that alley. And the design shows that the alley...
1 car every 3 minutes.
1 car every 3 minutes. Or whatever.
You said 3 per minute.
Okay, 1 car every 3 minutes is what I meant, excuse me. And the alley's going to be widened by 3 feet. It's now 20 feet wide, it'll be 23 feet wide, plus another 3 feet of vegetation, which will provide better visibility for people coming out of the driveway. So from a traffic perspective, the best design is to have the access from the alley.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, if that's it, I'm going to go to questions.
That's it for traffic.
I have a question for you.
Stop the time.
Yeah,
Meyer.
so stop the time. How much is left, Ara?
7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, so it's question time, so there's not going to be running. Ms. Devine, and then whoever else.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did you say that it would not be feasible or would not be right to put another driveway next to the alley? Is that what you said? Because there already is there already is a driveway, a very substantial driveway off of Victory with an apron. So it wouldn't be, so it's been there for years. So was that, are you saying that was an error or that?
No, well, it used to be a gasoline station, so it has 2 driveways on Victory and 2 driveways on Winchester. Those would all be closed up.
Right.
And a nice sidewalk would be created.
But you were saying that the reason you were using the alley was because it wouldn't be reasonable to put in a driveway on Victory right close to or somewhere near the alley, but there already is one.
Right, but it's blocked with a fence most of the time. It's very rarely used.
Yeah, you're missing my point.
Okay.
My point is it's already in existence. It's there. It's been there for years.
Right.
So it's not like you would be creating one. It's already there.
It is, but we're thinking of this as a clean slate at this point and trying to come up with the best design with what we have to work with. And by taking away those driveways creates a better pedestrian environment. Well,
Okay, so we're, any other questions of the gentleman, Mr. Sinan?
How far is Franklin Elementary from the proposed site?
I don't know offhand. I would guess 300 feet.
Half a mile?
No, it's
Wait a minute. So, if you know the answer to that question, you can answer it.
So I'm asking him, that's right.
Yeah, so no one else
If
in
he
the
doesn't
audience
know, I'll
shout
ask
the
staff.
answer.
Can someone on staff tell me how far it
Maybe a
is?
quarter mile.
Okay, we can get that, we can get that answer
Okay, all right.
in a moment.
It's answered already.
What, how far is it?
Did we
You
get
answered
the
it?
answer?
Quarter mile. about
Quarter
2.5
mile, that's what I would have
blocks.
said, yeah. It's very close.
Okay.
Well, it's close.
Now, if you'd like to continue with your time, whatever time is left is yours.
I will be quick on the driveway question that Councilwoman had. The driveway, the existing driveway, yes, it's closer to the intersection. In talking to staff, as well as from a general architecture standpoint, to have a driveway parallel to, so close to the intersection is not the most feasible way, because it can cause, it's a most accident-prone condition having a driveway going in. Just to correct everybody, we do have a driveway going in. We just don't have a curb cut on the alley. We do have a driveway going into the building with a drop-off inside. So this whole notion that we don't have a driveway is not correct. We do have a driveway.
I didn't say.
No, I'm not
Okay,
telling you.
all right.
But the reason for not having the driveway parallel to the alley was purely because it's too close to the intersection, and we cannot have entrance to a building that close, because it can cause a blind spot condition and have a problem. That was one reason. The second reason, I want to just clarify one of the neighbors saying that this is a secret alley entrance, and we do have a main entrance on the building on Victory Boulevard for pedestrians. The access through the alley is purely automobile access. So nobody's going to walk in through the alley to check into the hotel. It's mostly going to be car traffic going in, and then the main pedestrians can walk in from the main entrance, or they can be dropped off inside by car. So pedestrians won't be walking on the alley to get into the building from the driveway. That's, I just wanted to make
Well,
that.
and that leads to another question. If there is someone that is walking or takes a bus,
If they take a bus, if they walk, or they will enter through the Victory Boulevard entrance.
I'll think about that question in a minute. I'm tired. Let me think.
And I just wanted to continue on the point of privacy for the stair that was brought in. We do have a wall at the point where you start going down, so there is no vision at that point, and once you start going down, you're about halfway down the stair, the visibility is, the other wall in the back blocks the view.
Well,
on the second floor, from the pool deck.
Well, let's let them get through their time there, because we're turning on and off, and we got a little stopwatch kind of thing.
I'm David Moss, I'm back. It's a long evening, but you still don't beat the record, which in places like Santa Monica or Solana Beach, they think 2 o'clock is the time they take their first break. So I'm still relying on what the DRB did because of how they're empowered, how they're appointed. And so here's another quote. This is from Sivan Benlian. The project did improve dramatically from the last round. I think what we see today is a dramatic improvement from what we've seen. The architect and the owner both listened and complied with the conditions. Some of the main concerns we had last time was the privacy, which they have taken care of with the wall and the extra setback. You know, I think at this point, I'm going to spare you much of the things that we could be saying. So I just want to say in summary that, again, this is a project that the discretionary aspect that's before you has to do with the design. The CEQA documentation, the MND that the city staff has produced is of the highest quality. As a private consultant, we often do MND documents, but theirs is just as good as any private consultant would have done. I think that you can see that your staff has been highly motivated to do the same thing that we're doing, and that's empower you with knowledge. Dennis Joe's work here is exemplary. I think he has taken an interest in this project, not from the standpoint of the developer, but from the standpoint of trying to deliver a project that we can all be proud of. If this community is defiantly interested in having an HPOZ and a personality that transcends time as the Rancho, I think they need to proactively start to work towards the types of historic preservation overlay zones and design criteria that many other parts of Southern California have worked towards. But to look at this piece of commercial property on a commercial strip along Victory Boulevard, I've kind of dubbed it the place that time forgot. It may not be perfect design as it relates to the history of the Rancho, but they certainly could go a lot further in terms of trying to promote what they're trying to accomplish. I just think, as a professional planner, that this is the wrong site for them to now be trying to go backwards rather than forwards. And we respectfully request that, based on the testimony that you've heard tonight, that you deny the appeal for all the right reasons. I hope that it doesn't discourage this community from the activism they have, because I think that this project has become a lightning rod for them, and I think a lot of good things can come from it. And with that, we thank you very much for having heard as much testimony as you've heard this evening from us.
Thank you. Mr. Marks. By the way, we've had a few lightning strikes in this community in the past few months. Community activism. I'll explain it to you later.
Okay. So we just heard about a 23, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
A 23-foot alley. Actually, no such thing exists. The alley is a 20-foot alley, period. That's the alley, 20 feet wide. If they have 3 feet of private property that happens to be open, that's still private property. That's their property. That's not the alley. One of our current planning commissioner recently said to one of our team, what's the loss of a few rooms to install a hotel's own dedicated driveway? And I certainly agree. I don't believe in sacrificing public safety because they have to cram a few extra rooms on a piece of property like one would stuff sardines in a can. Regarding the privacy and this wall, that's we looked. Actually, the plans are pretty ambiguous. They don't even indicate what the wall is. I spoke with a contractor friend of mine. We went over this last night, and it is somewhat ambiguous. But the way it is, there are no planters. And if it's just a wall, then one of these could look over a wall, you know, with good enough equipment. I could probably look behind all of your chairs. Or stand on a chair and look. If I want to look, I'll look. I have young children. I want to make sure that people can't look. So privacy is very important, and I know that this council has put great importance on privacy in the past. Public safety, that's got to be a number one. I don't see how we can set ourselves up as a city for a liability when we approve something that we are aware can compromise public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Council members. Let's go to Mr. Agajanian.
I just want to comment on if they can show the picture and there's microphone about the alleyway. Doesn't mean. Oh. Can you hear? This is the alleyway, which is 20 feet wide. Then apparently the applicant left 3 feet green area here. So if we have to accept this, I have a suggestion on the very first level. I think these rooms are 13 feet wide, approximate. They are 30 feet wide. On the very first level, this can be moved. If they eliminate one of these rooms, only this portion can be moved this way, and this alleyway gonna be something like 36 feet. So it'll be 36 feet in here up to here. So this alleyway, this portion will be 36 feet, and they don't have to touch the second and third level because this is 17 feet high. If you have a building which is 17 feet high, there is no problem because regular trucks should not be higher than 14, the height should not be higher than 14 feet 6 inches. If it's higher than that, the highway patrol or should go along with the trucks. So regular trucks which you will see is 14.6. And this, I looked at the drawings, and the very first level is 17 feet high. So by moving this portion like 13 feet, like eliminating this room, so will be this alleyway up to where they have to enter will be wide and should be no problem. I just wanted to mention this part, but the other issues, I will discuss it later.
Would you like to keep going? Since you
No,
have the
not
microphone?
now. I will continue later.
Mr. Garbetjan?
I'm trying to figure out what that 17 feet, where that 17 feet is. But nonetheless, I can make some comments as well.
Yeah, why don't we?
No, you want 36 feet wide?
Microphone.
I'm
so sorry, but the ceiling height is 13 feet.
It's 13 feet, that's what I was looking at.
Oh.
It's not 7.
But you have shown somewhere 17 feet.
Can we either, perhaps we should have a final round of questions for staff or applicant before you close the hearing.
At some point, I have to close the public hearing part, which means we won't take any more testimony from the public. Are there any other questions? Like, do you want to clarify some of those measurements, or?
Yeah, if they're saying 13 feet high.
Why don't you come forward,
And
sir?
also, one more item.
Sure.
I'm sorry. One more item is the staircase. The staircase can be moved toward the west. Like, instead of having staircase right on the boundary, you can have it, because the second and third level, there are room, that staircase, if you look at that staircase there, you can move it further in. There will be no difference. The room, the other two rooms will be pushed further to the boundary of that building on the east side of it.
So I'll answer your questions. The first one was about the alley. The existing alley is 20 feet. We are dedicating 3 feet of space with no landscape. It's 3 feet of property to the alley to make it 23 feet wide. And then the landscape that you see is beyond the 23 feet. So it's 3 feet beyond the 23 to make it a total of 26 to the building. That was the first point. The second point was about the staircase. We do have, the second point was about the height. We have 13 feet floor-to-floor height. The 17 feet that you see is at the back. The rear of the property, at the pool deck, we have a planter which is 4 feet, and then we are stepping it back with a planter with a mid-wall, which is about 7 foot high, to block anybody visually seeing into any of the neighbor's property, with landscape around the wall. And we have some renderings which show that view from the neighbors from Winchester Avenue, looking at the pool deck, and you can see that view. The third point was about that staircase. The same, if they can pull up the view, you would be able to see the stair view as well in that, where they can see the stair has a wall on one side, and by the time you start going down, you will not have any visibility of the yard. Yes, if you use a 6-foot stick, I can look over an 18-foot wall. So that's a moot point if somebody uses a stick, if somebody climbs on a chair. This is a hotel, a reputable hotel with guests going to it, which are going purely for family-oriented functions or events. I go to a hotel, we all go to a hotel. I don't go to a hotel and sneak into a corner trying to take a stick and trying to take pictures. It's the level of the hotel, it's the quality of the hotel that's serving the community. And that I just wanted to mention those 3 points. Thank you.
I have a
Questions?
Yeah,
Yes.
I have one more question. What were you planning in the lobby when you said you weren't going to put a coffee shop or anything? Was it just going to be a
So
empty?
the lobby is, we have a lobby space which would purely be a reception with seating area, and then it overflows into a breakfast area because most of these hotels serve continental breakfast during the morning hours for the guest, which if you see to the right behind the rooms diagonally across the alley, that space can be closed with doors into a more private space. So after 10 o'clock, this space is empty, nobody's using it.
Yes.
That's the one which we are trying to open it up as a meeting space which community can use upon availability, and it will be as an added amenity. The coffee shop, it's not just a counter with a coffee machine. It was purely an evolution of a lot of neighbors during our back and forth mentioned that we want it to be a coffee shop. Why don't you open a coffee shop? And that was the reason for a coffee shop. We actually had to add 2 parking spaces for the coffee shop by code. So that's the reason why we had to do 66 parking spaces for 64 rooms.
Sorry, question for you. So talking about the alley and this whole width issue, 20 feet, 23 feet. The proposed hotel doesn't take up the entire block, right? On the northern edge, it stops at some point, and the block continues on. So I assume the alley continues on as well.
Yes.
So beyond that northern edge of the property, does the alley somehow miraculously widen up?
The alley is always 20 feet throughout.
So it's 20 feet. So
Yes.
let's say we demolish the whole building, doesn't exist, and dedicate the whole thing to an alley, because one of my colleagues was asking if you basically get rid of a wider portion of the property to widen the alley. And then what happens? You're still stuck with a 20-foot
It will become a
alley.
bottleneck at the property with a 20-foot alley again.
Right. I just wanted to make sure
Yes.
that's the case. Okay. Thank you. That's
So we are proposing a 20.
The alley will be 20 feet?
Yeah.
It is always 20 feet
If
going.
you open up one room, move it for 13 feet, then you're going to have 36. They can dedicate easement, as lots of streets, we have easement which is dedicated for the street
Right.
purpose or
I
alleyway purpose.
recognize that, but I'm saying what happens then? Once you reach the edge, the northern edge of the property, the alley's still 20 feet. What are you going to do? Eminent
understand.
domain the rest of the block?
Most of the vehicle traffic will come from Victory Boulevard to that parking and out, because that's a long distance to get to the other side, to the other street. So most of the traffic will come from Victory, they come to the hotel parking, and then whenever they are leaving, they leave the parking and get out toward Victory. That's why if that portion is wider, so obviously will be easier for, first, nobody will go through that narrow street when they have room, and Victory is right there. So that's why I was offering to make it wider, so everybody would be willing to come from Victory in and out.
The alley is not as busy as Winchester or Victory. The alley, and that is the pure reason, based on discussions with staff, based on discussions with traffic engineers, based on what DRB suggested as well, and discussions with DRB, that we proposed the alley as the pure location for our driving, getting into the building, was with all these considerations. And the reason why we have it at 23 feet is to accommodate the space.
Excuse me, but the point is they were showing pictures that alleyway is very busy, okay? If that alleyway is very busy and you have wider street, which is 36 foot wide, so everybody will come down to Victory. They're not gonna go through that traffic which was presented that is such a way that is causing problem for the neighborhood. So you have 36 foot wide street comes to the parking, and then later it's 20 feet. So who would go through that hassle which they were showing when you have that wide street there?
And I just want to point out the pictures that were shown were existing conditions. So the 36 feet or 23 feet, it's irrelevant at this point. We are making it 23, currently it's 20, and it still will have that same issue going past the hotel project because the alley is only going to be 20 beyond the hotel crossing.
If I may, I just want to, it just seems like, Councilman Agajanian, the rationale and the reasons that you're giving for widening this alley and everything would be a moot point if the driveway that's already there would be used for the entrance to the hotel, because it's wide enough. It would not put a danger, there wouldn't be any extra danger that I'm seeing, a safety issue. Just, I mean, the driveway's there, the apron's there, just have the entrance to the hotel right there on Victory. Then you wouldn't have to worry about the alley, you wouldn't have to worry about traffic going into the neighborhood. It would all come in and out on Victory.
So, Councilwoman, we're not worried about the traffic, and neither is your city Department of Public Works. And the problem that we have is that at this late hour and at this late date, unless the Department of Public Works director wants to speak to this matter, you're going directly against the suggestion, the advice of a registered traffic engineer in your city, and also one that we've brought in to make sure that this city council is aware of the fact that there are basically no cities and counties left with the kind of traffic situations that you have in Glendale that are recommending that access be taken off of Victory. I will tell you that if you look at, excuse me, Mayor, can you do me a favor? Because I find it incredibly distracting, the kind of heckling I'm hearing behind me.
I'm listening for it. I don't hear the heckling. I hear a few murmurs, but go ahead. I'll try.
Your heart is murmuring. Your doctor might say it's trouble. So where I'm going with this is almost every city and county that we've worked in that has thoroughfares that are congested. If you look at the community design overlay along Lincoln Boulevard in Los Angeles, if you look at the Wilshire Boulevard mixed-use corridors, cities are forcing all traffic to come in off of alleys. And if the alley is a minimum of 20 feet wide, that is the preferred way in which the city community development directors and planning directors are directing their staff to write their regulations. If this community is serious about having some type of homage to lower traffic volumes and slower streets, then this alley makes perfect sense. The idea that right now you have unfettered, cluttered use of this alley by Chevron and by city employees like Glendale Water and Power and like Waste Management, all of that will change radically at the point at which there is a viable commercial use on this corner. Right now, the problem is that the people who are parking these trucks that the appellant is complaining about, he doesn't go and he doesn't talk to them, and the neighbors are not talking to them and saying, you know, you shouldn't park your trucks here. If the city's not going to enforce that, the bottom line is I assure you that the hotel manager will walk over. They know the Chevron folks very well. They will make sure that the deliveries are no longer in conflict. Because what's happening right now is there's just no control. There's no reason that anybody should change the patterns in which they are using the alley. And this project has a very significant driveway. It's just that you have to open the plans and you have to look at the fact that the driveway is set up just like every modern public charter school and public school. The circulation into that driveway is approximately 8 cars if you come off the alley, you come in around the bulb, and you use the bulb for a pickup and drop-off. It's what every school does. We haven't looked at, because we've never been told that it is even an issue, to look at the way the pickup and the drop-off takes place today at the Benjamin Franklin Elementary School. And frankly, that problem exists today. Many of the people behind me have been speaking about it for a very long time. But we have seen no activity by the parents and the caregivers or the school to mitigate the problem that they're saying makes it impossible, therefore, to develop this property.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
we are concerned that what we have right now is a city council that's going against the recommendations of its DRB that was based on your own.
Don't go.
I'm sorry, what?
You've answered the question.
Thank you.
Okay, now, who wants to start analyzing this?
I can, you know, Sure. I've been out to that location a couple times. I have kudos for the architect and your team. I think you've made every effort to kind of mitigate the concerns of the neighbors and those people that live around there. I just found out that the school is 0.3 of a mile, which is like from here to there. It's very close, so just to clear that up. And I watched the DRB hearing in its entirety. And as I say, and I think a hotel would be great there. I can see a lot of positive effects that it can bring, and you know, the kind of the sincerity or the sensitivity that the architect has for the neighbors. However, I have to, and I'm going to keep this short because I don't want to, it's getting late. But Mr. Joe, at the beginning of the hearing, said that the alleyway was used for 3 reasons: to avoid access to Winchester, which I agree with, to keep it furthest from, I think it was Victory and Winchester, and the third was to avoid queuing off Victory. Well, I was out there on Saturday morning, and I drove around a couple times. The alley is very narrow. There are big trash cans in the alley. There are people parked in the alley. And then I look, and here's this driveway right there that I'm thinking, this is perfect access. Why aren't they using this? So I drove around again, and I thought, okay, I'm going to go up the alley one more time. I'm on Victory, and I'm going to take a right onto the alley. Except there was a car coming out of the mini mart down to the alley to enter Victory, to take that right on Victory. I'm trying to go right into the alley. He's coming out of the alley. We couldn't turn because he was blocking our way. 5 cars queued up behind us and were honking. That convinced me right there that the access to the driveway was the best way, because the cars would come down Victory, drive right in, come out, take the right on Victory, drive right on. So I think using this alley is going to impact the neighborhood. I think the cars could go down to Lake and across and by the school down Winchester if they want to catch the freeway on the other side. You know, both freeways don't connect with Western. You know, one of the freeways is on the other side. So they're going to have to go through the neighborhoods to get there. So I really think that with everything that's right about this, project, this one glaring flaw to me is a killer. It's just I just don't think it's going to work. And so with that being said, and as I said, I'm going to keep my comments short. I'm not going to, unless the driveway or the entrance exit is changed, I'm going to agree with the appellants and uphold the appeal.
Thank you. Mr. Karpetyan.
My turn? What time is it? 11:21. Thank you. I got a turn. I have so many notes that, you know, what I do usually is when I hear people, I write down notes, and they're not in any particular order. So I think what we're trying to do is there is an existing conditions in the alley which is created mostly by the businesses in that area, whether it's the GWP or it's the Chevron or it's some of the neighbors that park in the alley, because that alley is a service alley. Our GWP or the public works has no other choice. They have to come in and pick up the trash, and that's what they use. They use the alley. And when you're in there, and the other car is coming, and there is no way that you can go around each other when there is a utility pole as well. So the conditions are there. I mean, we're trying to solve those conditions with this hotel project. Let's say this is not a hotel project, it's any other project. This project cannot solve the problems that exist in the entire length of that alley. Past that alley, there are still problems. You cannot solve the entire alley's problem with this project. And I'm trying to find a balance in between as to what is it that, because what I hear is from my colleagues as well, most of them, we are okay with the project, but there is this access area that is a huge issue for the neighbors as well as, I'm sorry?
We're just working on the batting order.
Who's coming after you? Oh, batting order, okay.
Batting order.
It's too late for batting, and I'm don't put me the last for bat the last pitch. Anyways, I think we need to be careful in solving one problem and creating others, and I think that's what we're trying to do here. And for the applicants, we overturned the decision of the Design Review Board or Planning Commission many times. We don't always see eye to eye, but that's okay. That's how the process works, the democracy works. Some of the notes that I took was they wanted a coffee shop, neighborhood wanted a coffee shop. Can you imagine a drive-through Starbucks there early in the morning with a drive-through? You know what happens? We have one on Central. The drive-through is almost 150 feet long, and it's packed, it backs up on the street. So we have to be careful as to what is it that we wish for. If they keep it as a dealership, when they bring these cars in, this used cars in, they use tow trucks sometimes to bring the cars in. Where are they? Are they going to be on Winchester, on Victory, or in the alley? Are they going to add to it? And I was looking at the zoning code. I'm kind of a technical guy, so you have to bear with me a little bit, Mr. Mayor. Because we had the same issue once. There was a project that was residential use, and we didn't approve it, and they came back with a hotel project, and it was a by right project, and we approved it. Now, with the rest of the zoning code, what the zoning code allows here is, you won't believe the by right uses that's allowed on that site based on the zoning. Firearm sale, paint and wallpaper store, liquor store, another gas station. I'm talking about gas stations. If you build a gas station there and you have 4 pumps like the Chevron does, and you do 120,000 gallons, 150,000 gallons a month, which is average for locations like that, you will have 7,500 people coming in, average getting 20 gallons of gas. So you will have a lot more traffic coming in and out, especially in the morning when people are dropping off kids. So one major issue that we have is the driveway. Can you put that, is it possible to put it back on? I have a question for Mr. Lanzafame.
Phil.
About the driveway, and what is the height limit here? 50 feet?
It's a C3 zone, and I think the height is 50, which is the maximum.
50 feet is maximum. And right now they're at 35 feet.
Correct.
And would the code allow them to go one more story?
Yeah, assume that
If
you
they
have
are under that
11
50 feet?
11 foot floor to floor, yeah. You could go to 4
So,
floors.
so over here, what Mr. Agajania was mentioning, about those 6 rooms on the corner, even if you take those rooms out, just completely out, and use the driveway that Ms. Devine was indicating from Victory, and use that curb cut, and have a driveway to access keep everything else the same. They can take those 6 rooms out, put it on another floor in the front, and have the same number of rooms. Nothing would change. The design won't change much. And they can also build a wall on the property line at the alley property line. So, and it would make it even worse than what it is. Worse than what they're proposing right now. Right now, what they're proposing is the alley is becoming about 26 feet, 23 plus 3 is 26 feet wide.
It's 23.
That's 23,
Don't
23,
interrupt
I know my numbers, 23 plus 3, so it's 26 feet. But
Don't, folks, we're beyond that point. Do you,
once again, I'm right. It's 23 plus 3 feet of landscaping, right? It's 26 feet. So if they put the driveway on Victory to access their building and take those 6 rooms out on the left-hand side where the alley is, they can put those 6 rooms on the 4th floor, which the code will allow, and they will have a driveway on Victory accessing to their parking lot, but they can build a wall at the property line where the alley is, and it's not going to help the conditions that we have, the existing conditions that we have. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we try to fix something, but we create other issues. So the conditions of the alley will stay the same with a big wall going across and with a narrow, same width of alley, is 20 feet wide. Do we want 20 feet or we want 26 feet? That's something that we have to decide today. I don't know if I'm clear or not.
I'm not sure about the wall, what you're talking about, a wall.
you're saying remove the landscaping
No,
on
no,
top
no.
of the 3 feet to get 26 feet total width.
Should I go just and show it?
Why not?
Where is the microphone?
If, Mr. Garpetian, if I could clarify, my planning isn't quite as good as I thought. 50 feet, 3 stories.
50 feet,
53
3
stories.
Fine. They can find a place for 6 rooms over there. I hate. Okay. Right now, these alleys, they're dedicating 6 feet, 3 feet to the alley and 3 feet to the landscaping. If they remove these rooms, this is just a off-the-wall suggestion. If they remove these walls, they can have an access from the driveway that is existing on Victory, come in and use their parking lot and go to the subterranean parking. But on top they have two more floors. So something has to hold up the building. So that's when they will have a wall here on this side to hold up the building. On top, you have an access like a tunnel. You enter your driveway here and go to the subterranean parking. But you will have a wall here to support or you have posts or something like that to support your building on top, on the 2nd and 3rd floor. So this alley will stay 20 feet. The existing conditions will stay the same. Nothing will change, even if you do that. I mean, it's the access from the Victory. It's a good idea. You can have that, but then you have a. Sorry. Then maybe I have to speak with both mics. Then you have a driveway coming out right next to an alley with a blind spot, because when you come out, Sir Golanian is shaking, nodding in agreement. When you come out of a driveway and you have an alley right next to it, you want to make a right. This car is coming out. It's a more dangerous situation. And the other thing I was looking at, I think the appellant is the most affected one by this project, the most affected one by this project. So I was looking at the mitigations that was taken to solve the issue of maybe a privacy, or because I wouldn't want a big 40-foot tall wall next to my driveway either. Let me put it that way. I agree with you. I wouldn't like that either. And I'm looking at this 810, which has that view line from your house to the wall of where the pool deck is. The wall of the pool deck is 13 feet tall. Then they have a second wall which is 7 feet tall. So it's not that all 3 stories right up against the property line, and they set that the rooms back about 75 feet on one side and 82 feet on the other side. So they have this big void. The building is built L-shaped, so it won't sit right on top of your property. And when I'm looking at the aerial map, you have the garages of the house right next door, the 313 Winchester, is from the alley side. So there's a house in the front, the garages are in the back, and this property, the way it's designed, they cannot, even if they wanted to, they cannot look into your backyard. And I understand the concern, but who goes to a hotel and tries to look at the neighbor's backyard 80 feet, 90 feet away? from your window. It's very difficult to see. As far as the Franklin Elementary School goes, I don't have an answer for it to say if the neighbors are concerned or not having a hotel here, because there is a motel right across the street from it on Victory, right? There is a motel. If there is an issue with that motel with the Franklin, it's an existing condition. I drove that area 4 times, and I know almost where all these buildings are. And Victory itself is, I'm sorry to say that part of Victory Boulevard is not very, it's outdated, let me put it that way. So it can have a fresh look. As far as this being compatible with Rancho's historic district or historic character, no project would be compatible, because you're talking about residential neighborhoods, residential, beautifully maintained with nice landscaping, pristine condition homes with a commercial property. There's no way they can compare this. Anything that they build over there is not going to be contributing architectural-wise to the historic values or historic nature of Rancho area. Again, I think the privacy issue is kind of addressed with the way they designed this project to stay away from the house next door. There's no way you can look into their property. With that, I'm going to stop here and hear the rest of the comments that Mr. Agajanian and Mr. Devine have.
I think Mr. Sinani is ready.
I don't have that much to add. First of all, so someone made a comment about some city, Santa Monica, something about having their first break at 11 p.m. or whatever. What that person is absolutely ignorant about is the fact that we started at 9 a.m. today. So we're going on, 14 and a half hours at this point. But we're not tired. I mean, again, that same person kept saying, oh, this council's tired and all this. We're not tired. When we're here conducting city's business, we do the city's business. We don't need someone to tell us if we're tired or what they do in other cities. But back to the substance of this matter. I mean, we have a case where there's a project by right. Staff has recommended approval. The RB has approved it. The issues that have been brought here have been amply addressed from what I see. The most incendiary argument that I hear is about this nexus, this almost unexplained nexus between a school, a freeway, and a hotel. But no evidence was brought that statistically there is a connection between freeways and hotels and schools being next to each other, and somehow that contributes to prostitution or child pornography, or whatever it is that's being sort of we're being scared with, right? I have 4 kids. I take this stuff very seriously, but I haven't seen what that nexus is. I mean, in theory it sounds bad, but in practice, where is it? The alley issue was addressed by my colleague, Councilmember Garpetian, amply, and by the applicant. So, despite the fact that Mr. Moss almost snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, I am going to support this project, despite his best efforts to make sure that I didn't. And here's a word of advice. Coming here and for no reason lambasting the council is not the best way to proceed in advocating your purpose. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Agajanian.
This afternoon, I was thinking about having to enter this project through Victory Boulevard. I went there, and Victory Boulevard, in front of this future hotel, is narrow. Further down, when you go toward Burbank, it's wider. So that's why I did not consider getting into this hotel from Victory Boulevard. Still, I think the best will be if we want to approve it. If we want to approve it, I think the best thing which I was saying, I don't know, maybe it was not real clear. Even if we want not to the applicant to go through lots of hassle, I suggest one of those rooms to be eliminated. The project moved toward east. Only that front portion moves a little bit toward east. You're going to have a street which is going to be actually like 39 feet. That portion of that alleyway will be 39 feet, which is a real, will be nice entrance. I mean, it will be easy to get in and out. And since it's so wide, nobody will choose to go through alleyway all the way. I mean, those guests of the hotels I'm talking about, they all will come from Victory Boulevard, go to the alleyway, they're going to enter the hotel. And the other issue, which, as I said, these are preliminary drawings showing 17 feet. I was told that this is not 17 feet. 4 feet is other stuff, the beams and other whatever it's going to be there. So maybe they want to move that 2 feet higher and move only that west portion of the ground level further in, and then they have no problem. The first level will be 15 feet high, and just will eliminate one guest room, and the project will be intact. The second level can stay where it is, third floor can stay where it is. That will be the easiest way to solve the problem if we want to approve it. If you don't want it, there are other issues and problems. I don't know. That's my suggestion. The project, as I said, will be intact by eliminating one guest room, making the first level 15, rather now it's 13, so it will be 15 feet. And the balance of the project will remain there. And we have alleyway of 39 feet wide. So people rather, they're not going to continue going through that 20 feet, which I was told there are trucks going there and they park there. So everybody would rather go back to Victory Boulevard through that alleyway. That's my suggestion. I don't know.
Can I ask a quick question from the traffic engineers or Mr. Golanian? I'm trying to visualize a 39-foot wide or 40 feet wide, 40-foot wide street, not just only the alleyway. So if you have your street parkings are 8 feet, so that would be 16 feet plus 24 feet. That's 40 feet, right? So a two-way street plus parking on each side, which is almost my street where I live. It's a dead-end street. But two-way road, is it 24 feet without any parking, street parking?
Mr.
One
Mayor,
lane on each direction.
Mr. Mayor, members, City Council, Councilmember Garpetian, the standard travel lane width are from 11 to anywhere to 13 feet, but average is 12 feet. But that's on a standard street. This will not qualify as a street because, as you noted, it's a service alley.
No, I understand that. So that portion.
I'm sorry, but in order to make it a standard street, you have to have curbs at minimum. It has to have not necessarily gutters, but then if there's room for sidewalks, they have to have sidewalks. But they don't. Not all of our streets have parking lanes, but the travel lanes will have to be 12 feet in each direction.
Okay, I understand that we cannot turn this into a legal street. It's a service alley. But if that portion where the hotel is, if that is at least the width of a street, which is 12 feet on each side, is that acceptable to my colleagues as having so it's not a driveway or it's not a service alley anymore, so because they have 23 right now, right? They have 20-feet alley plus 3 feet. They're dedicating 6 feet of their property. 3 foot is dedicated to the alley to make it wider, and 3 feet is landscaping. Instead of 3 foot landscaping, if we make a condition and make it a 2 foot landscaping and 24 feet width of the alley, that's a two-lane street basically, right?
Well, it will not be classified as a street, it will be a wider alley. Because there
I
are
understand.
definitions to legal
I know
legal streets.
you engineers you're really down to the point. I understand. It is the width of a legal street, basically. 1 lane on each side, 12 feet on each side.
It will be wide enough that could accommodate 2 lanes, one in each direction.
Which is the same size of the legal street lanes. It's not a legal street, but the size of the lanes are the same as the lanes of a legal street.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I was
All
just
right.
going,
Is there a question that you need to answer? Okay, I don't think there was. So, I'd like to say something.
The entire length of the property.
The entire blue length there,
No, up to the drive, to the.
Up to the driveway. Up to the driveway, where you
to the
access your
parking
building.
Can be wider.
So
Can be
instead of a
wider.
20-foot alley, you have a street, legal street width of a street alley or service alley to your driveway.
Are you talking about additional dedication?
Sorry?
yes, we're talking about 1 more foot. They're already throwing in 3 feet, from 20 to 23. The average width of two-way travel is 24. Doesn't matter if you go from 24 to 30, you're still going to have room for 2 cars to go.
That's right.
So I'm going to have a few words here, because I'd like to wrap this up. Hopefully, I think there's some consensus here. I got the many emails, the photos of the alley, the comments from the neighborhood. I saw the website, No Victory Hotel. I mean, I got the distinct impression that the neighborhood did not want this hotel, and not because the access was from the alley. And I couldn't really understand why. And I know this area pretty well, and I went on a fact-finding mission, and across the street from this proposed development is the Griffith Park Motel. Really, folks? That's a terrible, terrible looking hotel. I haven't been in there, but I wouldn't stay there if you paid me. Another block down is the Victory Motel. Sorry if any of you maybe own the Victory Motel, but it's a terrible, terrible motel. There's a body shop. There's a liquor store. This hotel would be an incredibly beneficial addition to the neighborhood. I think that the applicants made some serious concessions as this went through the DRB process by giving additional setbacks and reducing some of the line of sight issues. Alan Malikian, who we canonized this evening, likes this project. How can I go against the great Alan Malikian? Seriously, I mean, we sung his praises tonight, and the DRB board unanimously agreed to this project. I think the solution that we all sort of danced around was to make that existing alley a passable and usable access to the hotel. The problem is the existing width is 20. The developer has said, I'll give you an extra 3 feet. I'm going to ask for an extra foot, as was mentioned, to make it a 12-foot one-way direction with 2 ways, which would total 24 feet. Posted, no parking, no stopping, no standing zones along that stretch, and have some enforcement there, I think that's going to solve the problem. We're over, unless you don't want the hotel, if you don't want the hotel, then us giving a 24-foot width and the no stopping and the no standing isn't going to make you happy. But I think that in terms of the ingress and egress, that's going to solve the problem. I'm not in this for the TOT, the transient occupancy tax, believe me, but I think this is going to be a good addition to the neighborhood. I am also not happy with the allegations that this is going to bring human trafficking and all sorts of other things. We've had discussions with the police chief and command staff, and that is not the case. That is not what's going to happen here. Because if it's going to happen, it's going to happen at the Griffith Park Motel. Have you guys seen the Griffith Park Motel? How can you compare what this is going to be to the Griffith Park Motel? And I'm really sorry. I usually don't criticize establishments, but I mean, the neighborhood should be up in arms about that establishment. Let them clean that thing up. Get rid of that body shop. The liquor store and that little mini mall is not what this neighborhood deserves. This neighborhood deserves much better. And I think rather than attacking this one development that's coming in that's going to make things better, you guys are, work on all that other stuff. So I'm of the mind to require a modification to the plans to create a 24-foot wide.
26.
I'm not sure the extra foot's going to mean anything because you're still going to have enough room for 2 cars, especially if you enforce the no stopping and the no standing and all these trucks and delivery vans, Coke and all that other stuff. That's not a legal maneuver. They just can't park their car there. North. No, they're right at the corner. They're right at the corner between Victory and the pole there, the guy wires that are coming down in the alley. I'm not going to require anything more than 24, but if they can give us a 24-foot wide alley, I think that's going to solve the problem. And let them build this and keep the cafe in there, make it a nice cafe for the neighborhood, give them the opportunity to have community meetings in the dining area. Make sure there's adequate screening for the stairwell that that Mr. Marks was talking about. We don't want people having an easy line of sight. Sure, there are nuts out there. They could maybe put up a 20-foot ladder and see what they're doing, but your typical hotel guest is not going to do that. And let's get on with this. Let's have a nice inn. You can call it an inn. We could call it a boutique hotel in the neighborhood. I think it's going to be a good addition. So that's where I'm at. So is there support for the 24-foot alley?
Yeah, I think.
At least 24? Let's say at least 24?
At least 24. They have, I don't know if you ask one question from
Yes.
staff. Are we requiring them to have that landscaping? No?
The landscape required?
On the alley
The
side?
design review.
No, the landscaping there is not required, but it does add some of the design aspects especially from the visible from the alley.
Well, this would be my suggestion, to make it 24, because they have a 6-foot, basically, dedication over there. So make it 24, and in the future, if they need it, they can remove that landscaping and make it a 26 feet.
Correct, there would be a 2-foot area for landscaping.
2-foot area extra that they can add on.
Just so I'm clear, the alley is 20 feet. There's additional 3 foot of setback.
Right.
Correct. So it's not a 23-foot alley. It's a 20-foot alley with a 3-foot setback. If you want to make an additional foot of setback to make that 24 feet, you can do that.
Right. That's that, to make that 3 feet to 4 feet.
4 feet,
Right.
exactly.
With the no stopping, no standing signs along that alley, I'm not sure if that,
Well,
well,
I
of
mean,
course, that's not
that's
within
something
their
the
realm,
staff can handle,
but we
and
can give
that's-
direction to
yeah.
staff
Yeah.
to make sure that those vehicles don't stop there and block the alley. That's the problem. And I mean, clearly, there was conflict between the cars there, but we've got to make it a little wider and don't let those trucks, delivery, tow trucks, all that other stuff in there and parking there. I think that's going to solve that problem. So I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal, but add the additional requirement to have a,
You want to make the motion, Mayor?
well, go ahead and, because, go ahead, make the
I'll
motion.
make that motion.
Make the motion.
So deny the appeal, but make the additional requirement of a 4-foot setback in addition to the alley. That's the motion.
But plus the 3-foot green area.
No, the 3 foot now becomes 2 foot.
Total sum is still
You
26.
can't move their building, Greg. It'll be 2 feet of landscape.
2 feet.
That's the
Is
motion.
that a second?
Okay, second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
No.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes.
Sorry. Did we vote? Did we vote? I'm sorry, I was confused.
Yes, we just voted.
Did we vote on the neg deck?
No, we didn't vote on the
Okay,
neg
can
deck.
can I ask you to reconsider that motion and take the neg deck up first?
Resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration at 9A1. Is there a motion?
Hold on. Can I get, I need you to take the motion you just approved off the table. Approve the
Is there
neg
a
deck.
motion
So moved.
to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider.
Reconsider.
Second?
Is there a second? Roll call.
Councilmember Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes.
Motion to approve the negative declaration.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes.
Back to my original motion.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Roll call.
Councilmember Agajanian?
Yes.
Devine?
No.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Sinanian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes. Very good. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to the next item. Are there cards?
12 would be oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report.
Bert Culver, followed by Rubik Tarosian.
Bert's not here. Oh, Bert is here.
Keep it quiet, folks. We're still conducting business. And we're not even tired either.
Hi, good evening, guys. I'm going to just cut it short. I was going to read you some more out of this riveting.
Shh, folks. Quiet on the way out. Go ahead,
I was
Mr.
going to read you a bit more out of this book that analyzes the effects of climate change, but I'm going to keep it short because it's light. Just today, they came out, the UN scientists came out, 435 scientists, looking at over 15,000 scientific papers. Looks like we're at 100 times more biodiversity loss of species and plants in any time in human history. And we're looming on 1 million species to go extinct by the end of the decade, the end of the century. So,
Thank you, Mr. Culver.
thank you.
Next speaker, Rubik Tarosian.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Najarian, council members and staff. My name is Rubik Tarosian, a resident of Glendale for 39 and a half years. There's an issue.
Welcome back. We haven't seen you for a while.
Thank you, sir. There's an issue that I believe falls within the purview of this council, the city attorney's office, the police department, and in particular, the Civil Service Commission. I would like to inform this council the abuse of power that is exercised by the members of the Civil Service Commission in conjunction with the Glendale Police Department. I believe these departments are separate entities where the Civil Service Commission supposedly overlooks the police department's activities and conduct. Yet I believe they work together in clear conflict of their duties and their responsibilities. I personally do not believe that anyone, especially high-ranking police officers, should socialize and engage in illegal activities with anyone, especially with their watchdogs. That is, in this case, the members of the Civil Service Commission. To the extent that a Civil Service Commissioner, like Mr. Karo Ghazarian, feels comfortable enough to claim that he has the chief in his pocket and that he is practically in bed with the chief of police. And I'm saying this knowing that the chief of police is standing behind me and he's been here since 6 o'clock. I've tried my best. I left numerous messages for the chief of police to contact me just for me to hear it basically from the horse's mouth, the accuracy of the claims that a former drug addict, a recovering alcoholic who is an attorney, who was an attorney and his license was suspended, is claiming that he has the chief of police in his back pocket and he's practically in bed with him. But unfortunately, the chief of police did not respond to any of my calls, even though I did hear back from at least 2 high-ranking officers, and I shared with them my concerns. But as of today, May 7th, 2019, I still have not heard back from the chief. Maybe he can answer these allegations after I'm done speaking. Honestly, I do not wish to create any problems for anyone. My intention is to bring these matters to the attention of this council in the hope of bringing some amicable resolution to this conflict. In conclusion, I am willing to meet with any one of you in person who is willing to allocate some time in private to discuss these matters and issues in further detail, in the hope of preventing exposure of high-ranking individuals in the city and cause embarrassment to them, their families, and most importantly to the city of Glendale. My name is Rubik Torosian. My telephone number is 818 area code 517-3363. I would really appreciate a call from any one of you, every one of you. I'll be glad to meet with you and discuss certain issues that has been handled improper way by the Glendale Police Department, by the direction of other than Mr. Devine, who's on the City Council, who's on the Civil Service Commission. None of these comments are about him, but about almost the rest of the Civil Service Commissioners, which includes Mr. Sam Manoukian, which includes Mr. Albert Abkarian, and also, in particular, Mr. Karo Ghazarian. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. If not, we'll see you guys.
Well, I'm going to ask the city attorney to have a discussion with this gentleman, especially with regard to our action on the conduct of commissioners and our commission review. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
And the next speaker is Matthew Buck.
Hi. It's late. I'm the new guy from California Apartment Association. We have a dedicated person now to East LA County. You guys have, wow, this was a humdinger. And I was a planning commissioner out in Riverside area, and whew, man, you guys did a good job. Wow, I forgot. I used to live in Glendale. I was here when I got married. My mother-in-law lives down the street. I used to live off of Belmont and Wilson. It was a nice drive here. It's my first day on the East LA block here. I came over from Orange County after doing that for 2 years. Was over in the Inland Empire working for CAA. So now I'm here back home in the LA market. Looking forward to meeting each of you and getting to know you in the next few months, hopefully soon. Staff, I'm going to give you my cards. I'm here bringing gifts. I have renters manuals that we produce for the renter so they know their rights and they know the rules that the ethical folks that we represent are supposed to be doing and keep them in line if they're not. So I'll just give these to you. I also have some business cards to hand out with my information. And then one thing, I'm just really excited that you guys still have the Thai barbecue down the street. That was one of my favorite places to hit. I did eat at Rubio's, though. I forgot about it when I went down and I drove by it and I saw it. I don't know. I got a lot of energy. I know you guys do too. Kudos to you for being up all day doing this. Amazing the comments that they said about that. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, I love working with city councils and city staff. I was a staffer. I enjoy doing what I do. So look forward to meeting you all soon. Thanks.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Go back to Glendale.
And the last speaker, I don't see any more card.
John
O'Becdanian. I almost called you up, Mr. Becdanian, I almost called you up as an expert witness.
Okay.
That didn't have a horse in that rancho to give us your opinion. But anyway, thank you for sitting through the very end of this meeting. Please.
Thank you. Mayor Najarian and members of the City Council, I provided you with a copy of a letter that I have produced. This is in reference to the city's vehicle for hire ordinance. I'm, as part of my responsibilities that I have, I am a general manager with MTS Management that oversees the management of a number of taxi cab companies that are currently licensed in the city of Glendale, namely GNS Transit Management, Gorgie Enterprises, People's Taxi, San Gabriel Transit, and Tri-City Transportation. These companies have been operating in the city of Glendale for the past 20 years, and currently they are licensed to operate in Glendale. As you may be aware of, AB 1069 is a new state law about taxi regulation that was enacted, and it became effective January 1st, 2019. As a result of this AB 1069, most cities will have to review their taxi cab ordinance and make appropriate changes in order to comply with this new law. Among the changes that AB 1069 references is permitting licensing of taxi cab companies and drivers. Before this new law, almost every city regulated taxi cabs and required taxi cab permits to be paid by taxi cab companies and their individual drivers. So if a cab company operates in Glendale, in Burbank, they have to go through separate licensing permitting requirements, and they would have to pay a fee to each one of those respective cities that they're operating. The new law would only require licensing and permitting to be paid only in one city. So if a cab company is operating in one city, the substantial number of their trips are in that city. Let's say they're in Glendale. If they be licensed in Glendale, then they can operate in any other city. They don't have to go to get a permit now from Burbank or have to get one from City of Pasadena. Right now, City of Pasadena, as of January 1st, they're no longer regulating taxi cabs. So if you have a permit in any other city, you can pick up and drop off passengers in City of Pasadena. So rather than go through the details of this has created an issue with the taxi cab companies because cities have to decide at some point whether you want to regulate taxi cabs or not. So City of Pasadena no longer regulates, so the cab drivers that we have in Pasadena now, they have to go somewhere else to get a permit. City of Glendale has a very detailed ordinance that requires only 83 permits can be issued for taxi cabs. So right now under the AB 1069, technically that will no longer be valid because the state law will supersede that. In other words, if a cab company can show that it's substantially located in Glendale or providing that most of their trips are occurring in Glendale, they can come in and request as many permits as they want to operate in Glendale. City of Burbank is currently reviewing the same ordinance. We've already met with their staff. We're working with them on the ordinance. So that has created another issue for us because we have drivers in Glendale that are currently, their permits expires every different month. Some expires next week, some will expire another 2 weeks. Until the City of Glendale decides to regulate taxi cab, or if you don't regulate taxi cab, we are in the middle of a rock and a hard place. Do we go and still renew our taxi cab drivers' permits in Glendale? If the city decides not to do that, then we have the same drivers already paid for their permits right now. Then they want to go to Burbank, then you have to go through the same permitting process in Glendale, in the city of Burbank. So what we're requesting the city at this point is to extend the permit of the taxi cab companies and their respective driver permits until December 31st, 2019, without the necessity of drivers having to pay any additional fees going through this permitting process. This will allow time for both the cities of Glendale and Burbank to complete the revision of their taxi cab ordinances. Once that is done, then we will determine whether we want to be substantially located in Glendale, in Burbank, or any other city. Secondly, if the city requires, we're still willing to bring the cabs for their annual inspection. So we want to make sure that you're, if you're concerned about safety of vehicles, we can still do that, our annual inspection that we do every year. And lastly, we are requesting the City Council to direct staff to initiate the revision of the city's vehicle for hire ordinance, because it's a timing matter. It's already started January 1st. We want to know what city is going to do, and once the city decides whether to regulate or not, we will then operate accordingly, either in Burbank or in any other city. One of the advantages in Burbank is because Burbank has an airport, so it's a critical business decision, because if there's an airport, you can operate from that city. We think it's a reasonable request and gives the city and the companies adequate time to make that decision in terms of where to license, and the city can decide whether you want to regulate or not. With that, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I would appreciate that consideration of our request. I provided a detailed copy, and we've already met with City Attorney and Public Works staff just to give them an update on what's going on. Your consideration will be respectfully requested. Thank you.
Would someone like to suggest this come back to council?
I'll do that. I'll suggest it, but I have a quick question for the speaker. So you mentioned that there was a state law that passed that supersedes our zoning code or our permitting process to allow only 81 or 82?
Yes.
So is that, are we going to, I think that's another thing.
We were looking at, like Mr. McDaniel said.
Okay, so we will be complying with the state law as well?
Yes.
Besides everything else?
There's a number of provisions that remain, still keeps, like fingerprinting, background check, drug testing, all this remains. There are things about permitting process and numbers, what state law will supersede, that we'll be happy to work with city staff to update it.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back. Who gets to do that report?
That would look like Mr.
Okay, Mr. Amrani, welcome to the city of Glendale.
And it's still early. We are not tired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Product takes care of those potholes.
Do we have new business?
We do not, sir.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We're adjourned.